wasn't food, that you can use one digestive system for, and you need a digestive system to process different food but don't have it. How did that even take place?
I don't suspect it was ever like the way you're talking about it sounds like there's parts to a car, like you took out this 3-foot intestine and then immediately replaced it. Whereas if having a longer intestine is advantageous, then all natural selection says is bit by bit, the people with the longer intestines that are better able to deal with, getting nutrients out of a not very nutrient dense food or being more impervious to disease or whatever the fuck is the advantage to having it. Bit by bit, those things will become slightly more prevalent than the other ones. They'll be slightly healthier. They might be slightly more attractive as well. Then bit by bit, it just grows longer and longer, right? They didn't pull off a horse's head and then smack on a giant long giraffe neck and be done with it.
No, of course
You
not.
can
But
see lots of
some of these
transitional forms
adaptations,
of horse.
yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Where are the transitional forms for us?
This is what I was saying when my mic started being weird. I think the best comment on that was one I heard from Dawkins, who I think was copying it from somebody else, which is saying in a moment, people talk about why are there so few transitional fossils? They don't realize they're missing the forest for the trees. And anytime one pops up, the joke he made was rather than being upset that their point's being disproven, they get excited because now there's 2 more gaps to explain. Okay, you've got a transitional form between this and this, but what's the transitional form between that and the middle one and the middle one and the end one? So every time you get it, it just doubles the problem. But if you trace things like horses, there's lots of things where there is fairly strong links from one to the next to the next to the next to the next.
Oh, so what did the horse evolve from?
I don't know. I don't know the names of those things, but I mean, the case that it's like, I don't know, it just seems pretty strong. And I mean, to my understanding, the strongest evidence is not just the transitional forms, but the fact that they are all so reliably laid down in the strata, and that there's that famous saying of what would disprove evolution, and some guy just goes rabbits in the Cambrian. If you know what strata of rock you're looking at and you see forms that don't belong to it, it would just throw all of evolution out. That's a really low bar. All you need to do is just dig up a bit of rock and go, look, here's a dinosaur and a rabbit side by side. See you later, evolution.
A dinosaur. Yeah, get a couple of chicken bones, say, and make up a fucking good story.
Chicken bones?
Could be what happened.
Well, fucking hell. The only bones in Australia that have ever been found are just large versions of the animals we actually have now. They're the only fucking bones that have ever been discovered. Try and prove any otherwise.
Obviously can't prove anything, particularly not to a flat earther.
They haven't found dinosaur bones?
You can prove what I just said, because you can go and get the big bones of a kangaroo and you can go, well, yeah, okay, that makes sense because we've got kangaroos. But you can't go and get a bone of a T-Rex and then go, oh yeah, that makes sense because we've got T-Rexes. It's a completely fabricated thing that needs verification. But we actually have kangaroos. So it makes sense that at one stage they may have been bigger.
Well, we have lizards, we have crocodiles, like,
Yeah, we don't have T-Rexes though, do we? Why don't we? Why didn't they adapt? What did they become? Are they the chickens now? Are they?
They became the crocodiles. I'm telling you what they became.
Oh,
yeah, my
you're
understanding
fucking
is
joking.
it's actually pretty fragile.
T-Rex and the crocodile.
Megafauna is quite fragile, but no, crocodiles. Dinosaurs evolved into birds. In fact, the like proper thing to say when you say dinosaur is actually non-avian dinosaurs. To clarify, you're not talking about a budgerigar, you're talking about a T-Rex. But there's pretty strong selective pressure downward, to my understanding at least, downward selective pressure on massive, whatchamacallits, yeah, like megafauna, big animals. because they take the long gestation period, so they're really susceptible to changes in the environment. We're like trilobites. Have you seen those things? They look like Balmain bugs. They're kind of like look like a slater beetle, but about the size of a lobster, I think, or a bit smaller, probably like. And they were just, according to the archaeologists, that there was just a period on Earth where it was just trilobites. The only thing, and they were just super successful. Arguably, they still, something very similar to them still exists.
Do you believe that?
Which bit?
Well, the bit that there was just this point where just that was all there was, or fucking an abundance of them, or something.
Sure. Why would that be impossible?
Oh no,
As
I'm
in
just asking if
multiple
that's something you
lives.
believe is possible. Oh, that's fine. I mean,
Yeah,
we're pretty
sure.
much at plague proportions now, so no, it's not without the possibility.
C class.
I think it's also highly likely that everything that's individual on this planet is by design that way and didn't evolve from anything else. May have adapted slightly from a prior version of itself, but that's it.
So, if stuff can adapt, is there a limit to how much it can adapt by? Like, could something do you think, get like stronger nails to the point that it's got like talons compared to our fingernails? Would that be something you would accept as possible?
For adaptation has to be based on the environment, so you'd have to present an environmental situation that would encourage it. But
Yeah.
so I
But
suppose if you
that's exactly
presented the
what I'm
right
asking.
situation, well, yes and no. I mean, could soft nails just become talons because they were soft? I wouldn't suggest no. But if
No,
talons were required to survive, then yeah, you might.
okay. So what's the limit between that? Why is that plausible, but which bit's implausible? If it's
Well, that's
plausible
no
to be
different from
selective.
someone from going from having low hair to having lots of hair because they're in the cold and it's conducive to, being a bit warmer, or brown fat to white fat. Having,
Right.
short nails and long nails, that's no different to me.
Okay. So, but the question I'm asking is, at what point, what's the difference between that and, say, the digestive tract? That it seems like you sort of, to you, beggars belief that you could have a digestive tract get longer.
Because you can't be in between. Can't be in between. You're either getting enough macronutrients from one, or you're not. And if you can't get it from the other, well, yeah, because if you're not
So
getting
hang
enough,
on.
you die.
So let's go. Let's say you've got 3 foot. Start off with 3 foot intestines. End up with 8 foot intestines. Are you saying that having a 5 foot long intestine wouldn't be a middle ground where you're getting more nutrients than the 3, but less
No,
than the
but
8?
it's not about that. It's about bile to dissolve fat. There's many things that we have that the monkeys don't have, right? So, and they can't just come about.
But it just sounds like changing
Meanwhile,
the
you
topic.
need
I'm
calories.
trying to ask you a really
No,
simple
no, it's
question,
not
and don't answer
changing the
it.
topic.
What about fingernails getting stronger and becoming like talons is acceptable? That is different from a digestive tract getting a little bit longer and stronger. Like, are
Because one
fingernails
is just
longer
a
and stronger,
tool and
digestive
one is
tract longer
essential
and
to
stronger?
life. One is just a tool that makes things a bit easier, and the other is essential to life on a daily basis. Different.
So people cannot
Like
say that
having more
long
hair
hair,
versus less hair.
which is that's a tool or that's essential?
The hair,
Yeah,
what are you talking about? It's not essential,
not essential. Okay. So
not on a
the
daily
selective
basis.
non-essential selective pressures. Okay, that's confusing to me.
Well, not really. Why? What do you mean, not really? If it's essential, you need it or you die. If it's not essential, it's just a matter of your comfort. So
So
over
could
time,
somebody
you might get
survive?
hairier if you're in a cold area, or your fat
So
might
what?
go from white to brown. It doesn't happen overnight. Just means, you've got to put more hides on until that happens. Slowly but surely, you don't have to rug up as much.
Right.
because you've
But
adapted.
my grandmother had something go wrong with her intestines and had most of them removed. I also follow a YouTube channel, a guy called Ride the Bean, went to do what I'm about to do in 2 weeks and set off for a round the world trip. And on his shakedown ride, crashed his bike and had most of his small intestine removed. He's still alive,
Right.
so it's not evidently not life and death for him or my grandma.
Yeah, well, you missed the other point of other things that go along with that, which you chose to just ignore, which are crucial.
Right, but the reason
Right.
I ignored them was because, to me, if you can get how to put it, if you're going to get a longer intestine, presumably what comes with that is producing more bile, slight changes in gut flora. Like, why would they not? Are you suggesting you install a
Okay,
8-foot
you
long gate
can't have
that
slight
you don't use to
changes.
get to
They're
the stomach?
opposing.
What do you mean you can't have slight change? You can't have a little bit more bile or a slight change in the acidity or the gut
No,
flora
of
over
course you
time?
could. Yeah, no, the gut flora can slightly change, but what you're talking about are two extremes, and they don't complement each other, and they're actually dysbiotic together. You have one or the other. You don't have both. If you have both, you're fucking in dysbiosis. So
If you have one what and
what
not
you're
the other
talking
what?
about is pretty much not possible to happen, which is why I bring it up to question.
But, but you're just saying nah. But I'm not understanding
No, I'm not.
what's making.
Do you
So
think if
so
everyone, like your friend that had half their intestines cut out, do you think that would have been a positive adaptation? And do you
no,
think,
but I think it'd be a
right,
survivable disadvantage. Like, it's not
right,
because the
okay, but
difference you pointed out between them was life and death, and I've just pointed out 2 examples where it wasn't death. So
well, okay, do you think
obviously it's
that
not life.
person could have given birth if it was a woman? Do you reckon they would have been nourished enough to hold a baby and do all of that stuff, i.e.,
I
continue on
don't
as a
know for sure that they
species?
weren't.
Well, hey, who knows? You don't know,
Exactly.
do you?
Exactly.
Well, hey,
So
okay, but you're suggesting that's what happened.
what?
I'm saying, where's the evidence for it? And you're saying conveniently, typical, you want evidence. I suppose if I gave you some, you'd ask for other evidence. Fuck,
What
where's
are you
the evidence
talking
for
about?
any of it?
Still
Exactly
struggling
what
to
I
follow
just
this
said,
conversation. I'm
eggshells.
just saying, I'm just asking you to describe what would make one thing an adaptation that can happen. Because to me, they're just the same. Like, your digestive tract gets a little bit longer. Like, I wouldn't know if I laid out your digestive tract and my digestive tract. There's a good chance that there'd be a slightly different length and there'd be a slight different advantage between one of the two. And then
Ours,
that might
no, ours would be the same, mate. Exactly the
exactly
same,
the same
unless you,
length down to the millimeter.
yeah,
They're going to be the same length.
unless you've got an abnormality. Yeah. Well, look, we're different sizes. You might be taller than me, so
Right. So
ratio wise, yeah.
okay. So it appears possible that the whole size of the individual in a species could change, and with that could change other things. And would you also agree that there are some people
Yeah, but
who
that we don't
are
get a
tall but
trunk.
don't
We're not
necessarily
going to
have
get a
fish?
trunk all of a sudden. Eggshells. We're not going to
That's
have a
right. But
tail sprout out all of a sudden,
that's right. Yeah,
all right?
that's a ridiculous thing
So,
to
so
argue.
when are you going to get to the ridiculous things that you think happened?
I don't think those things happen. Evidently, you do. But I think
Well,
what it is
no, they
small
must have
changes.
happened.
I think it's small changes akin to fingernails getting longer and stronger.
No, because how does soup go to everything on the planet when it's just small little subtle changes like fingernails getting longer and stronger?
In exactly, yeah, just that way. Stuff that had more of an advantage, stuff that had a flagella motor got to the food better than the other stuff. So now lots of bacteria has a
But but
flagella motor.
why but why isn't there just one thing? It should have been
What do you
the
mean?
the
Why? What
positive
the fuck do you
selected
mean?
thing. The positive selected thing should have evolved from the first thing. And then when the next positively selected fucking benefit or whatever, or trait or whatever you want to call it, was selected, that would have moved on. The one
Right.
that wasn't positively selected, why would it still exist? Why are there all these
So
different species?
a variety of reasons, but one could be we have different climates and different biomes. So we've got water, but
No, no,
then
we had
that's
one
not.
at the start.
God, okay,
There
yeah,
was one at the start. Well, I
yeah,
will,
yeah.
because there was one at the start.
Right, okay,
The
and
soup,
that
and
one was
out
you.
come one little bit of whatever it was.
Yeah, sure.
And that evolved into everything. So it wasn't multiple climates. It was
I mean,
one
I don't
environment
know about
where it come out.
how it started, but I mean, sure, there's one at the start. Where was it? Just pick a place. It doesn't have to be correct. Africa,
Well, just an environment,
right? But
a single environment,
pick a place.
because it didn't have legs. It didn't just
Right.
wander around and then split up and then go, hey, you go west, I'll
I'll pick
go
a
east,
place. It
and
happened in
we'll see.
Khartoum.
Yeah, okay.
Let's say it happened in Khartoum, right? And then
Yeah,
it
let's
moved a
say.
little bit, and as it got closer to the equator, it got hotter. So maybe it needed to make adaptations to deal with the UV rays. And some moved towards the poles, and it got colder. Some moved towards the water where it was wetter. Some moved towards the deserts where it was drier. And bit by bit, those things grew. Fingernails are a little bit stronger, digestive tracts a little bit different,
It
noses that
was
were a
all
little bit
just
longer
water.
or shorter, or ears that were a little bit perkier, all of which seemed to adapt perfectly for the environment and seemed to be like, I don't know, it seems like it was a simple thing. I mean, the only times, the only criticisms are these like, well, why don't I grow a trunk? Which is just sort of blatantly, deliberately
No,
misunderstanding.
it's where's the evidence of all the in-between stuff? And then you obfuscate. And
No,
then
I
we have to
responded
talk
to that.
about,
Do you
oh,
want me to
why there
respond to
wouldn't
it
be
again?
evidence.
There's plenty of
You
in-between
did,
stuff.
yeah.
It's just that you always want the stuff in
Oh,
between the in-between stuff.
sure there is.
Yes,
Can
there
you
is. Yeah.
verify any of the in-between stuff, eggshells, or is it just more stories?
What do you mean verify?
Or is this
Like, how would
definitive
you? Okay,
science?
so how would you verify that something? Let's say I put something in your hand and I said this thing is the in between. How would you verify it?
Well, what story would you give me to verify it? Or do you not need to bother?
Well, you just said, have I verified it? You should have a way to verify it.
Well, I
If
know
you're
you
asking,
haven't. I know you haven't personally. That how
it's
has
pretty
it been
simple.
done?
If you're asking for something to be done, you need to know whether it's been done or not. So if I said yes, it's been verified, you would need to have an idea of what verification would look like.
Well, what is it though? If you said it has been, what is it, eggshells?
Say it
I'm
has been.
curious.
I didn't say it has been. I asked you
It
what
hasn't.
verification would look like.
It hasn't been. Or did you say
I
it has
didn't
been?
say either. I'm asking you, like,
Oh,
if you
okay,
said
right. Oh, mate, I wouldn't know. It would be
exactly,
up to what was presented to me,
exactly, you've got no idea
and
what
then
would
the
be
evidence
what
would
to look
support it.
for. So if it was presented
Oh,
to you, you
so
wouldn't know.
because
You'd
I've
have
got
to say
no
to your
idea,
face.
it doesn't matter. Oh, right, okay. Fair
Yeah,
enough, mate.
if you've got no idea what would convince you, then nothing would.
Really?
I mean, you don't
Really?
really want to be convinced, though, do you? You want it to be wrong.
So nothing could be explained as to why it would be evidence and why it should be convincing. That couldn't be done.
Not to you, no. I'm pretty sure not.
No? Okay, fair enough. What could it be done to you though, eggshells?
I work on
Did you be
balance of
convinced?
I work on the balance of probabilities, so I don't. I mean, proof is for zealots, in my opinion.
Balance of probability, really?
Yep. Is that a bad way to
Huh?
work?
Probably.
You just said it with such incredulity.
Well, yeah, because probability is based on the data, isn't it? And if you're only going to choose to look at
Well,
so
it says
much data, everything's going to be probable in your favor, isn't it? It's pretty funny.
what? That's ridiculous. That's just stupid.
Don't you need data to come up with a probability? No data, no input data.
No, that's right. I
Fair
need
enough,
no
mate.
data, you fucking idiot.
Oh, geez. So you
Jesus,
need
you piece of
data.
shit.
Thank you
You've got
for
some data.
acknowledging that. And you can be selective in your data, can't you, eggshells? It's called
Yes, you
bias.
can. Evidently, you can. You think the Earth's flat?
Oh, here we go. Why do you descend like that, mate?
Because you're very irritating to talk to. You just have this
You don't have to talk
style
to me,
about you
mate.
when you talk. I know, but sometimes I make the
Is it a
mistake of
bit
starting.
roll you up? I'm glad I rubbed you the wrong way, mate.
Yeah,
I'm very glad.
sure, I'm not the only one.
No, definitely not. I love rubbing your type the wrong way. Plenty of your type around.
I mean, the Earth is flat. There's no debate there, mate.
Well, evidently not.
Safe and effective. That's my litmus test. As clever as you think you are. Yeah, homosexuality killed off the dinosaurs. I like that. There should be fucking T-Rex heads fucking everywhere. If they were a dominant species, there would have been lots of them.
It's just a fundamental misunderstanding of a whole variety of things.
Guess they got washed away in the Great Flood, eh?
I mean, it's very, 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 very difficult to, like, the conditions for making a fossil is very.
Are you engaging me again? You're gonna get rubbed the wrong way again, eggshells. Just beware.
Megafauna are incredibly rare. The way they work is they've got super long gestation periods. They require large amounts of nutrients, so they need large areas to prey. So why would they be?
There was just 2 T-Rexes was there bumbling around. Raw. Just 2? How many were there? Eggshells, you reckon? 5, 10? How many? Come on. Roughly. All this knowledge you've got of their gestation period.
Oh, it's just a fact. I mean, just look at any species.
It's a fact,
and
is it?
compare the size of it to its gestation period, and you get a neat little.
Oh, sure, but how many of them were there?
How the fuck would I know?
Oh, but a second ago you said they were extremely rare. What do you mean, how the fuck do you know? You sound like you fucking know everything, mate. How many were there, roughly? Given that they were rare. 10? 20? 100?
Conditions to make a fossil are rare.
Right. Interesting. What are those conditions? Eggshells?
It's got to be rapidly covered up in something. It's got to be not eaten by bacteria, or eaten the right way by bacteria, but the bones have to be rapidly covered up. So that's why you find them typically in peat, bog moss, bogs and stuff like that, tar pits, mud, that kind of stuff. Out in normal forest or something like that, it just gets scavenged and turns to dust. I mean, wouldn't you want to know this stuff? Like, to know what it is that you're rejecting?
Rejecting?
I love how they turn it back. That's professional right there. That's how you know when you're dealing with a professional right there, because that's not anything to do with conversation.
You would, so you don't think it's important to know what it is that you're rejecting?
Who says
what am I rejecting?
We're rejecting anything? You don't even know what it is. You don't even know how it started. How can we reject it? We're rejecting the logic of it, not that it exists.
Okay, so how do you reject the logic if you don't get it?
You can't even tell us how it started. You can't show us. You can show us a beak on a bird.
What are you talking about?
When you come up with a way it started, like how it first started, and can prove that, and it's evolution, son.
No, it's not. Evolution.
Genesis.
No, it's not. Not unless you're taking a really basic and silly view of the fact.
Yeah, we're taking the very basic of where we all came from, Genesis. The beginning.
Okay. What? I know nothing about it.
When that first cell split into a second cell, and then evolved into whatever you think crawled out of the I don't know, you call it soup, but I think it's the ocean now. When it first came onto the beach.
About abiogenesis to me that people claim to know.
Yeah, now you're going to turn into that. That's basically what evolution is in a nutshell.
No, it's not. It's just, that's what I mean. You want to know.
Okay, well then what is evolution?
You want to know what it is.
Then let's define the term. What am I rejecting? Tell me what evolution is to know that I'm rejecting.
I was about to, but you just sort of kept going.
Yeah, you want to talk about that? Another professional tactic. Go ahead. I'm going on mute. Okay, so you don't have to make any other comments about what I'm hang on, you're interrupting me now. I'm going on mute. Yeah, I'm going on mute, and you can tell us what evolution is.
Once all your toys are out of the pram, I'll happily tell you about it.
Oh dear.
Good. It's pretty simple. Evolution describes how species diverge and change. It has absolutely nothing to say about the origins of life.
would they not have had to diverge from the original form of
It's a
life?
reasonable assumption, but it's not. I mean, it's sort of it's not a part of it. Like
If it doesn't diverge from the original, what would be the other reasonable explanation then? If you're going to deny that, you're denying things now.
I didn't deny anything. I'm just telling you that evolution doesn't talk about the origin of life. It talks about the origin of species, how they diverge.
Is it better to say a change in a population over time?
Yeah, that'd work. Just the idea that it talks about abiogenesis and stuff. Many people who talk about it do then talk about abiogenesis because, yeah, it's a natural thing to go, right, if it's all coming and it's progression towards a single start point, then maybe that's it. But that's not the field of evolution. That is the origin of life research.
Evolution of life, the origin of life, life evolved from. Pretty sure it's all around about the same stuff.
Oh,
maybe
yeah,
not on a
for theists, it needs to be. Theists have the one answer for both those questions, so they expect that evolution has the one answer for both those questions, and I think regularly divert from talking about evolution, which is very strong, observable, simple idea that you can observe with ant farms and worm farms and computer models and all manner of things. And so it's deliberately goes to talk about the mysterious bits. It's understandable.
Adaptation, you mean, can be observed?
Sure, yeah. Fingernails getting longer and stronger. That kind of stuff.
Fair enough. I suppose we just have to be around long enough, I suppose, to see a worm like get to whatever form it's going to be next, whichever advantageous form it's going to be. Unless, of course, everything just happens to be, because we're in the Goldilocks zone and all, like just at its most advantageous form that it's ever going to be right now. Like maybe that's it.
It's not the most advantageous. The whole point is it's competition between species. So it only works if there is selective pressure. Yeah, competition. Same way the free market works. Best things happen when there's competition. When there's no competition, things stagnate. That's why the thing I was saying about the trilobites.
So those with the most advantageous adaptations will thrive.
Yeah, for a certain kind of biome at a certain kind of time.
Right. So either we have to exist. Either your theory is we have to exist for long enough to see the worm potentially become whatever it's going to become, or we could potentially exist for infinite time, and the worm will never change.
This is what I'm saying. So the worm doesn't change to become a different thing.
But what was the worm beforehand? You could say it's got lineage.
God, what did I just say? It's like it goes in one ear and out the other. I think you're planning the next thing before you've even heard what I've said.
What's the lineage of the worm?
Oh my fucking God!
What's the lineage of the horse? What's the lineage of the horse? That seemed to be a favourite before.
Oh, my sister did a 4-hour-long podcast on it.
Right. So what's it expected to be next? What's it expected to be next, Iggy? Given enough time.
I don't know. Might evolve into something slightly smarter than a horse, like a flat earther.
Really? Wow. So what might a worm become next?
What a prick you are.
Let him go. He thinks he's fucking clever, mate.
Nah, he's a smug prick, and I'm going to tell him he is.
Yeah, he knows. No one gives a shit. So, if he feels good in his own lunchbox, let him. Wouldn't happen in a pub, I can fucking assure you that.
Wouldn't something already would have had to have evolved into a horse, and the horse had to evolve into something else already? It just left behind the horse, which makes no sense.
Yeah, it does make no sense. You're right.
Right. So that's not evolution, right?
No,
Or
no, that's what I'm saying.
adaptation.
I
That's
would
nothing,
imagine
right?
you'd want to. To me, it's the same as flat Earth. Like I wanted to understand flat Earth before I rejected it.
Moron.
What you're demonstrating is a misunderstanding of it.
Right.
It's
I'm
not
saying
suddenly
it's
horse
not
goes-
evolution. I just said it wasn't evolution. How am I not understanding? You agreed. So you're not understanding either? You agreed when I said it's not evolution. So we both
too
agree
busy
that's
being
not
coffee.
evolution, right?
I'm
In his
still
mouth,
trying
I
to
think.
understand what you mean. When you said when the horse, why did the horse already was the horse or something it was super confusing. What are you talking about?
What is the change of species? Is that evolution?
Change of species. What do you mean?
You act like that's a new term to you.
He's good.
What is what do they call change of species when that happens? When one species becomes
Speciation,
another over time, what is that?
That doesn't happen.
Yeah, it's
I
not what
agree.
happened.
I agree.
No, the population changes over time.
Yeah, it's like they all.
Population.
I mean, it can happen, I think, because they split, right? If they get separated, or some go a certain way and others go.
So now it can happen. A species can become a different species.
Not the way you're talking about it. The way you're. That's why I'm.
No, I'm talking about the way you're talking about.
Okay.
How can that happen?
Oh, the way I'm talking about
the way
it.
he's-
It's the same
Yeah,
way
he's
that
right.
fingernails get longer and stronger.
Oh,
Some people-
That's
some people
fingernails
are
getting
hairy
longer
and-
and stronger. That's not fingernails turning into a mushroom.
That's
The
right. That's
curtain
wrong.
ready.
That's misunderstanding it. Wouldn't you
Yeah,
want to be able
we're
to
talking about
understand
species
it?
to another species.
Wouldn't you want to be able to like steel man it so well that people went, "Holy shit, that's a really good rundown."
When do you want to explain your position so
Steel man
before you
bullshit.
tell us we're not understanding it?
Okay, I'll see how many words I get through it this time. Similarly to fingernails getting longer and stronger, things change a bit. There's a certain point at which fingernails are so long and strong, and the arms are so strong, and the hair is so long, and the canines are so long that these things are so divergent that they can no longer interbreed, and that's the point at which you would call them a different species. It's not like important point.
What, you rip her pussy up when you try and fucking get her wet, do you?
It's
You
not-
just
Is
can't
that
fucking
evolution?
fornicate anymore.
Is what you just said evolution? You got out about 30 words, made 3 points. Can I ask you if that's evolution?
I keep saying the important point is it doesn't.
Or you're going to keep going?
I'm going to make the one fucking point I'm trying to make, if that's okay.
No, you made like 4 points. And then I asked you, is that evolution?
On yourself going that you were talking about the other day, because I thought you were.
I'm wanting to know what evolution is, since you know.
Yeah, but then I said the most important point was, and then you started being the way you are.
Dude, other people talked in between that. What is your problem?
The important point is that it doesn't leave the other species behind. You don't now have something that is like, oh, that's the original horse, and now I've got a new kind of horse. Typically, they'll be growing and changing and shifting together. It's the same reason.
Oh, yeah, we have
people
monkeys
go,
and us.
We've descended from
Weird.
monkeys. No, we descended from a common ancestor.
Which had longer and stronger fingernails. No, let's get back to the fingernails thing that you said. Eventually, that adaptation, getting longer and stronger fingernails over time, would become a different part of that, whatever you call it, species. And over time, they wouldn't be able to mate. So it would become a different species at that point when they couldn't mate. Is that evolution?
That's one of the processes of evolution. Yeah, selective pressure.
That's a process of evolution. That's not evolution.
Yeah, there's multiple processes, right? There's also sex selection, which is, people who make sense and have shiny fingernails and bright eyes and are conversationally swift get laid more than, people who are fuckwits.
Prove that.
I mean, if that requires proof, then.
You just said one person that's more shiny and has good abs and good fingernails gets laid more than a guy that is rougher or overweight or whatever. You can't prove that shit. I know some really ugly people that get laid way more than you do.
He just said the other one's a fuckwit. She might not even know that.
You're looking down on people, aren't you, again? Which group are you in, that fella? You have shiny fingernails?
No, not really, but I do okay with women.
So you don't get laid that much?
Huh?
You do okay with women.
I'm quite happily with my
But
partner
does someone
now.
with shiny fingernails get
pretty
laid
well.
more than you? Or are you going to debunk your own bullshit? And why are we even talking about this? Why did you divert from longer fingernails, shiny fingernails, turning into a different species that can't mate with each other? And you're saying they do mate with each other. They just don't mate as often.
No, they can't.
Your bullshit's
This
getting dick
is
here,
the thing.
son.
You're not listening. So you're debunking stuff that isn't being said. And it's all it does is effectively demonstrate your incompetence at understanding it.
Yeah, nice try with that tactic. Yeah, divert it on to me when you have not told us what evolution is yet.
Species,
change in population.
Don't interbreed. That is the definition of what a species is, at least to my understanding, is a thing that doesn't interbreed with anything else.
Your
then how
nails
does something become a different species if it can't interbreed?
Oh, holy fuck, mate.
He's explained it at least 3 times now.
Yeah. Nails
How many times does he need to explain it before you said
we can't shag? Sorry, we can't do that.
I'm really enjoying this. I'm still waiting for that lineage there, Eggy boy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How'd you like the flat earther comment?
SE?
I left this conversation. We were talking about evolution, and now we're talking about how many chicks
still
a
talking
guy
about
gets.
evolution.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, there's sexual selective pressure is well understood, right? That's why birds have bright feathers. They do dances. Lions.
How many kids have you got?
Engage in combat.
How many women you may or may not attract is what proof of evolution, is it?
No.
How are those?
Rakia
No, it had nothing to do with it. He just went on to that.
No, Rakia asked me, is that evolution? I said, no, it's one of the processes of evolution. One of the other ones is sexual selection, which is if a mate finds you attractive, which is why, like, you find in bird populations, they have really bright colors, which isn't really.
I know the whole bird.
No, blackbirds don't have. Blackbirds don't really have colorful feathers. They have black feathers, and they're everywhere. You're saying you're saying the ones with. You're interrupting me now. You're saying the ones with more brighter colors have more sex and have more bright colored birds than blackbirds do, or crows, or buzzards.
I can explain it if you want.
Go right ahead.
Typically, bright-colored birds engage in what's called lekking, L-E-K-K-I-N-G, which is they'll do dances or calls or something to show their suitability as a mate, whereas duller-colored ones tend to not engage in so much lekking.
But they still have sex and reproduce just as much, don't they?
Were you really of the opinion until you opened your mouth just now that I thought that crows don't mate because
you said people with you said hang on that point if he can shut up I'll respond.
Okay, yeah, let's
you said I don't think he can shut up because he's the one that said humans with brighter fingernails and more groomed will have more sex, and birds with brighter feathers and more colorful feathers and do better dances will have more sex than others. That was your point.
Yes, but you're not. You
yes, man, yes, you agreed. Fuck off, man.
Are you going to let me talk? Oh, noticeably, you don't want to let me talk. I'm not suggesting.
You mean when I went on mute?
Holy
you
fuck,
ignorant
man.
Prick.
Just take a breath. Practice the thing you said you were working on.
Yeah, you take a breath. When I go on mute, how can I talk when I'm on mute? Are you ignorant?
It doesn't sound like you're on mute. It sounds like you're interrupting me. I'm not suggesting that birds of different species. I'm not comparing like the lyrebird or the peacock to the crow. I'm saying within a species of peacocks, for example, the ones with brighter, cleaner, more shiny tail feathers will do better than the ones that have ratty tail feathers.
Yeah, what about the humans? Are we different species? You know, the ones with brighter fingernails and better hair? So you debunked yourself, right?
Well, is it a question? Or, I mean, it appears that we are somewhere between a tournament species and a pair bonding species.
No, I'm talking about the same species of humans. You gave the example of ones
Jesus,
with
man.
brighter fingernails. Yeah, Jesus. Yeah, he's the savior. Thank you. Your example was with humans, and then you went on to birds. Humans with brighter fingernails and better hair and better looking would have more sex than humans without that. And then you moved on to birds,
Right.
which birds are birds, and you're interrupting me, right?
Are you really having
is this your
about being
tactic?
interrupted? Okay.
Is this your tactic? Yeah. Can you go on mute when I'm talking? Because I go on mute when I'm done talking. Or you just want to interrupt and clip on purpose to be the pretentious prick I pointed out you were earlier.
Rather than all of this, I can answer the question.
So you're still talking. You're not going to go on mute?
Well, you asked me a question. Do you want me to answer?
No, I didn't. No, I did not ask you a question. I was
no name
pointing
calling,
out.
Rakia.
Yeah, I was pointing out how you use humans, which are the same species in my book, with more clear fingernails and more groomed hair would have more sex. And now you've moved on to bird. There's no question there. Why are you talking? Then you moved on to birds, which birds are birds. They're different colors. You're still clipping. Smart guy. Are you so smart you can't go on mute when someone else is talking? I've made my point.
Focus, Rakia. Stop name calling.
So now I can answer. There are a number of ways in which sexual selection happens. My understanding is the three I know of are lekking, tournament, and pair bonding. Pair bonding, there's not huge selective pressure because with roughly 50-50 distribution between males and females, it's called assortative mating from memory, and that is the ugly ones hook up with the ugly ones, the hot ones hook up with the hot ones, and everything trundles along just fine. Whereas with lekking and tournament species, what you typically find is sexual mates coalescing around more attractive species. So if you look at humans, they've done DNA analysis on humans and found that we have our female ancestors that are twice as numerous as our male ancestors, suggesting something like 66% of women had kids, but only 33% of men did, because there were people like Genghis Khan who just fucked like a maniac and didn't leave much space for the ugly guy who's not very conversationally swift and isn't a very good warlord and doesn't have very shiny fingernails.
Is there a
Are you freaking serious, bro? Shiny fingernails. Sorry, Bandy.
Is there a connection between how many women we fuck to evolution? Like, because I left the. Okay, then. So where's the connection of how many women we fuck to one species turning into another?
Because it explains simple things like tournament species will typically have a vast number of female mates to a single male, and then obviously lots of males go without. What that will lead to is what they call sexual dimorphism, which is the males will be noticeably bigger, like bulkier than the females of the same species. Like if just bulls. You get a bull, you don't knock its nuts off, feed it exactly the same as all of the other cows and steers in the paddock, and that motherfucker is jacked. Huge.
Yeah, I know that. But are they still bulls, or have they turned into a zebra?
Right. So they're not turning into a zebra, no. Who's suggesting that?
Okay.
Things don't turn into other things. You know that, right?
We started on yes.
They must.
So a thing that exists doesn't turn into another thing that already exists. Is probably how I should have said it. Bulls don't turn into zebras.
But it does.
Then how did a fish turn into anything that resemble a human ever?
Yeah. Well, that's what we were talking about, evolution.
Sure, yeah, that's not evolution to him.
Lots and lots of small changes.
Well, so they do turn into different things. What a contradiction!
What I was saying was something doesn't turn into a bull doesn't turn into another thing that already exists. Bulls don't.
Yes, it does in your world over billions of years. It does.
Of course, it does.
You just said over little small changes. No one's saying it does it presto overnight. We're saying that you tell us it happens over billions of years, small changes. No, you just said small changes, things will change into other things. Right after you said things don't change into different things.
Right.
You're double speaking.
You're not listening.
Evolution.
I clarified the point I was making, which is quite simply something doesn't turn into another thing that already exists.
Of course not. No one fucking said that.
Well, Bandy just asked me, why doesn't a bull turn into a zebra? That's a thing turning into another thing that already exists.
You misunderstood the point.
You gave me an example of a bull still being a bull, right? And it may get more muscly, it may get bigger testicles, this and that, but it is still a bull.
Right.
Hasn't changed into anything else. Hasn't even slightly changed into anything else. Who's hot micing?
Yeah.
Chucky.
He's essentially saying, what's the next lineage? What's next in line for the bull? We know it's not a fucking zebra because zebras already exist. But what's next in line? If we could fast forward 3 million years, Eggshells, what is it?
Well, I mean, the bull's already an example of selective breeding that is from the outside, right? Bulls don't exist. Angus cattle don't exist in reality. There's bison and things like that, but we selectively breed them to make their horns shorter. So when we make dairy cows or bananas or whatever it is, we are showing that you can drastically change an animal such that, like, does a Chihuahua look like a wolf? Because that's what its lineage is, right? They're all descended from wolves. Is that a significant enough change for you?
Well, no. Still a fucking dog, isn't it? I mean, I don't know that that's even true, but it's still a fucking dog. It's not a fucking slime to a fucking human.
Right, yeah.
A Chihuahua's lineage is
Yeah,
wolves.
all modern
Really?
dogs are descended from wolves. It's my understanding. There's some actually now fennec foxes and stuff where they're breeding them from fox stock, but my understanding is all existing dogs come from wolves, which is why I think it's utter cruelty to have Chihuahuas and pugs and stuff like that. I think it's. I mean, if you said, "Hey, what wouldn't it be funny if we bred the shortest humans with the
Dumbest shit I ever heard.
silliest noses with one another, so we could end up with a really short, silly-nosed human," you would immediately go, "No, that's a cruel thing to do. You would never do that." But we do.
Just because we renamed the domestic wolf into a dog doesn't mean that it's changing into anything. I own the wolf.
No. I'm just saying.
Dog.
The morphology is significantly different between a wolf and a Chihuahua.
Just the name, dude.
Aren't they all still in the canine category, though?
Yes, they are.
Yeah, they're still part of the same species.
Same species. There we go. Still not a proof of species changing into another species, which isn't evolution in his book, except when the small changes happen over large amounts of time where that species can't mate with its own species and turns into another species, but still no proof of it.
It sounds more like adaptation rather than evolution, or whatever the word is.
Well, that's all I think evolution is. Adaptation over time.
Well,
you said it was population change a while ago.
So tell us again, what are them fingernails going to change into?
Claws. Don't want to
what are them fingernails going to change into eventually? Eggshells? Those nice shiny fingernails, what are they going to become into? Feathers? What?
I don't know. Who are you talking to? I haven't suggested anything.
When he said eggshells, he was talking to you.
Right. Okay. I haven't said anything like that. I started talking about fingernails because that seemed to be the point on which Whites was willing to agree that.
So you did talk about it.
Oh, okay. Are you going to do the clipping thing that you were having a tantrum?
Well, when you lie, yeah.
Little tantrum, like a little baby.
No, I'm not a tantrum. I'm just keeping you on point. You did talk about fingernails growing into stronger and more shiny fingernails.
Yeah, longer and stronger and something, getting closer to talons.
That's what he's asking you.
But he specifically just asked me if I think they turn into feathers. That's just
no. He asked you what they're going to turn into next, and then he represented a feather. What do you? He asked you just in case you can't interpret a simple question. He asked you what those fingernails that are getting longer and stronger in your mind, what they're going to turn into next.
Could turn into hoofs. Hoofs are just nails, aren't they?
Good.
So the fingernails are going to turn into hooves?
Or it could be aerials. Little antenna.
This is too
Pick
good,
up
man.
fucking
You can't make this
Skynet
stuff up.
from fucking Tesla.
What if hooves turned into fingernails? What if it's the opposite way around?
Sure, can do. I mean, there's a few cases of.
He said, sure. No problem. I can say whatever I want. Sure.
Well, I mean, I think there are cases of things evolving a certain way and then going back. And there's a kind of joke in biology that there is one step and it is only crab, because it, like the crab as we know it, there is a vast number of species that have diverged and then seem to converge back to something very crab-like, as if it's suggesting it's a very, very efficient or some way advantageous form to be in.
So eggshells, let me get this straight. Even though we don't have one single proof of anything evolving, no chain at all, you're still fighting for this evolution thing, right?
Early, he said he wasn't really a big fan of evolution.
Oh, I must have missed that part.
It was in the very beginning.
I don't remember saying that at all.
Well, Mr. Eggshell, even though we do see, I guess, what macroevolution, one crab becoming another type of crab, if that, do we make the necessary inference or this jump to saying that a crab could evolve into a human or something else other than a crab? I don't know about that. I think at best we have variations within crabs, within humans, but
yes.
I've never seen one crab turn into a different crab. You've never seen that.
Absolutely.
Never.
So what would stop in your mind, Lemon, those small variations stacking up to be such that it was no longer able to mate with other kinds of that same crab that you'd call it?
You have no proof of that. You have no proof of that.
The instability of the genome. If the crab could just become anything, it would become unstable and basically fall apart genetically. It would be too unstable to live, basically.
Now, keep in mind, fantasy now,
Narnia.
Don't humans mutate? Don't you guys? Don't humans have offspring that is missing a chromosome or has an extra? I wanted to ask, do they ever have an extra chromosome?
Oh yes, yes.
Down syndrome.
Oh yes, Down syndrome. Yeah.
Yeah, the Down syndrome is a missing chromosome on the 23rd pair or something like that.
But that's not extra information, gentlemen. That's an extra chromosome from that division, and that's looked at as deleterious. If that happened to the whole genome, the organism would die and it would be lethal.
Okay, guys, so let's steelman what I'm saying. You guys know I'm not an idiot, right? So let's steelman it. What we're talking about a species having an offspring. We know that species have different amount of chromosomes, right? So that's what I'm getting at.
Well, I mean,
right?
Both you and Lemon, I think, are bang on. Like 99.99 whatever percent. Like the vast number of mutations that occur are lethal or disadvantageous to the individual that has them. That's the suggestion.
And they're still human.
Mr. Eggshells, if we may, could we unpack this Down syndrome thing with the extra chromosome? When you have sex with another person, half of your chromosomes split off from half of your chromosomes so that your chromosomes can basically, or your genes can combine with half of their genes to make a whole person. The Down syndrome person is at a disadvantage now because they have an extra chromosome that cannot pair with another person's, chromosome because they don't have an extra chromosome. So you're not going to have proper pairing, and you're going to have a lethal event where the organism that they try to make or whatever is possibly not viable. So things need to match up, and they need to match up so much it seems like design riding on eggshells as opposed to random chance. At that point, we talk about a designer making things to function within bounds with some variation, yes, but outside of those bounds, things just don't work. At that point, it becomes less evolution and more like design.
No matter how many times a human has sex with a goat, when they're gutting them, I think you know a lot about the gutting of goats. You've been around it a lot.
Sheep.
That goat is not going to have a baby that's half human, half goat. It's not going to happen.
That's right.
Right.
That's the thing I said.
Species are never going to become other species ever.
There's nothing to map.
Not what evolution says.
The definition of species is that it's unable to share genetic material with anything else. So anything with inside something, which is why a bulldog and a chihuahua are still technically the same species, because although it'd be mechanically a bit difficult, they could share genetic material. Human and a goat, not the same species, cannot have viable offspring.
Which further points towards intelligent design.
It does. Okay. It does to you. I mean,
no, it does. It does. This is a fact.
Nature looks like evolution to me. It's understandably. It's
Nature looks like
but
evolution.
the evolution is only within very limited bounds, Eggshell. It doesn't appear to be going all over the place. It appears to be within very limited bounds, past which you have lethal mutation and nothing happening. So at that point, we're starting to talk about design or something like that.
Well,
one would assume.
For that to be the case, I would think that you would need to have that it is absolutely never ever could a variation be advantageous. Not that it is almost always disadvantageous, but it is absolutely always disadvantageous.
Well, we'd also need to see a general pattern, because by the broken clock fallacy, the clock does not have a mechanism that allows it to tell correct time. It just happens to be right twice a day by like a broken clock. Evolution or whatever would be like that. We need to see a generalized mechanism that is generalized and functionable enough to give rise to new advantageous, benefits and stuff. And we don't see that.
Well, you can see that. I mean, there's pretty cool computer programs. You can play them online yourself.
Fantasy, yeah.
If I can finish, you'd set the starting conditions, and then it will just randomly change, and you could sort of leave your computer on overnight and come back, and the simple heuristic it uses is it copies some of the code from the ones that get the food and doesn't copy the code from the ones that don't get the food.
And I get what you're saying, but it's kind of a chicken or the egg problem that kind of loops, because what example did you use? A knowing designer making a computer program. And I know that you're trying to illustrate the opposite, a lack of design that could somehow do this without a designer, but your example kind of belies that too. So it's kind of like we're in a loop. You had to appeal to a design thing to even show that. So I don't even know if we can get away from this problem anyway with any sort of viable example.
To clarify, the computer program is designed, but the iterative like species, if you will, the creatures that grow in it are not designed. They are randomized based on the inputs you give it. You can give it 0 inputs, but it's very slow because it's doing the equivalent of starting from bacteria. But if you start off and you draw it little legs, then that will be a bit of a head start. But
if that's the way that you're going to define it, riding on eggshells, that it could just happen after a designer puts in the inputs, then evolution as defined, or the way that people try to define evolution without a creator, is meaningless. People try to define evolution as if it makes a designer not necessary, but you did appeal to an example where a designer was there even initially, and then randomization happened afterward. So, I mean, are we going to define evolution that way or not?
I agree with you. I don't think that evolution is mutually exclusive with there being a creator. I mean, vast majority of people on the planet are religious, and also a fairly significant, I would say probably the majority, think evolution's the case.
But the thing, evolution invalidates itself with the claims that go against the Bible if you want to be Christian. Biblically Christian, it tries to basically say that death came before Adam's sin as a man. Evolution with various gradations of death would have to come before that part of the biblical narrative. So at that point of clashing, evolution as presented becomes a non-starter if you want to stay biblical Christian.
Exactly, yeah. If you want to stay a biblical Christian, then it doesn't. But I mean, the people I'm talking of are just, weak source Christians. They aren't as bothered by whether it comports with the literal interpretation of the Bible. I think vast majority of Christians see that there is incompatibility between the Bible and reality, and say, well, probably that stuff's allegorical rather than literal.
Or evolution as defined is deceptive and false, and just a theory from man without the facts of the Bible, assuming that you make the Bible your ultimate truth and trust it as fact in history. It could go either.
I'm not saying, I wasn't saying it was true. I was just saying that's the way I think many more liberal Christians see it. I think the whole thing's wrong. I think the possibility is that the Earth's flat, evolution's false, and God does exist in the Bible is literally correct. But I just think that's quite improbable given the available
or
evidence.
200,000 years of human study is right and the Bible's wrong.
There's no mechanism for evolution to work. The genome would be so unstable you wouldn't even have an organism. There is so much stability in the genome with a crab becoming another type of crab. People are very comfortable invoking a designer.
Why would it be unstable? Why would a process that...
Because there would be all these mutations breaking the DNA, reshuffling the DNA, and moving the DNA around, or whatever the heck you're talking about. You wouldn't have a design and a template that would be stable enough to make any sort of organism. That's like building a house, but you change the plan of the house so much, eventually you no longer have a house, you have a Boeing 657 jet. Do you have a house or not? Do you have stable elements in the blueprint or not? Or is it just, varying all over the place?
So
if there is change, sorry.
Go on, Chucky.
I was just going to be quick and then I'll mute. If there is a mechanism for offspring to be different than their parents, there is a mechanism for evolution to happen. That's it.
Yeah.
It depends on how different they are, though. As far as we can see, they're still crabs. And upon sex with most of these organisms anyway, half of your genes go off over here during meiosis or whatever. Half of your genes go off over here, and they recombine to make a full organism with the half from the female or whatever. So if there's nothing to pair with because there's not proper chromosome number, your 46 chromosome organism trying to pair with a 48 chromosome organism, and you have this extra chromosome lying around, how can you have a viable organism? There's nothing to match. There's nothing for meiosis to occur properly with. I mean, we just don't see a mechanism for this to occur even genetically. It's just a theory with no facts.
There's an important point here, though. Like what you're describing seems like it's suggesting that all members of the species are all of them constantly mutating. That's at least not my understanding.
They would have to match up. Yeah.
So my understanding of it is that the vast majority, like what it is, DNA is a thing that copies itself and tries to copy itself as successfully as possible, but thankfully sometimes makes mistakes. So the vast number of, like the overwhelming majority of humans on the planet are very, 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 very similar. It's
another problem with evolution.
Mutations at the edges are very, very rare. So it's not that the entire
but
genome of the human
are
species
edited
is being
out.
Jumbled around constantly. It is that amongst those 1 in a million people.
But the thing is, eggshells, mutations are edited out. The DNA is edited. They go along the DNA strand, check for mistranslations, check for SNPs, check for deletions, and get rid of the DNA if it has too many errors and stuff like that. There's editing. It's like transcribing a book at a book press. They're like, this isn't Harry Potter. There's too many errors in it. Throw this book out or correct them. It's the same thing. There's not really a mechanism to allow this mutation to happen. Most of the time it's edited out. Otherwise, it would be lethal or lead to a dysfunctional gene, DNA, or whatever.
So we're born. Humans are born with 300 plus right from conception. Some of those are beneficial to us. Some of those are detrimental to us. And some of those are neutral. And the thing about correcting the DNA, what you're talking about is the polymerase enzyme, and it doesn't always catch mistakes. That's not the case that it always catches.
Not perfect, but there is a mechanism.
Nucleotide mistakes.
Nothing's perfect, but in general, the mechanism appears to be editing.
Because polymerase doesn't always catch the mistakes.
Well, the thing is, I mean, depending on how early the mutation happens, you have a dead organism. If mutations happen early on in life, they tend to be deadly based off of what I read anyway. If you have a mutation in something, it can lead to a cascade of effects that can kill the organism. I mean, how can mutation, if you're going to present that, be the mechanism?
That's exactly what I said before, though. I said that it is, I mean, JS is going to know far more about this than I will, but what I said before quite specifically was that it is my understanding 99.99% of the time mutations are deadly or disadvantageous to the individual that carries them. Is that not right, JS?
I would say that harmful mutations are more common than beneficial ones. Neutral mutations are the most common, where they just don't have any effect. I wouldn't say 99% of mutations are harmful. I think the number's far less. Like the most percent are neutral. There's more harmful than beneficial, but it's not 99%.
How do you know what's harmful, neutral, or beneficial without going into the future to see?
Yeah, something that increases fitness for the organism is a beneficial mutation. Something that decreases fitness for the organism is a
Yeah, but how do you know this? How do you know this?
It's a little circular because how do we know something is fit? Because it helped them survive. How do we know that they survived? Because they were more fit. I mean, it's a little. It just seems a little circular. It doesn't really seem like an
No.
objective
How do you
metric.
know that that modification led to an increase in fitness? Like, how do you know?
I mean, what do we do? Count the organisms or something? Or I mean, it just seems circular.
Hey, there's got to be cause and effect. For that, you need fucking some sort of scientific study to be done of that cause to show an effect. You can't just say
You know what
shit.
I think God made a genome that is very plastic and somewhat malleable. But I think that that's evidence of design. So the way that evolution is argued, typically away from a creator trying to make him unnecessary, I just don't know if it can be argued in that way. You can still have a God that allows the genome to be somewhat flexible within the design created bounds. That's the best that I can see.
Definitely.
Also, it's kind of a chicken or the egg problem because you can't have one without the other. And the only way that I know to solve chicken or the egg problems like that, what came first, the DNA or the stuff to help interpret and express the DNA without a designer? Even if you have a new gene, that doesn't mean that the rest of the genome has structures in place to interpret the gene, to transcribe the gene, or to allow the gene expression. That's a chicken or the egg problem. It all goes together. These genes need to be made with structures that are in place to interpret the gene, transcribe the gene, and express the gene. That's not always there. That's a chicken or the egg problem. And the only way that you can, solve chicken or the egg problems like that, I see, is a designer that made everything in a certain way. That's like getting a mutation to get a third arm, but you don't have the mutation yet to make the muscles for the arm, the nerves for the arm, the socket for the arm, or anything like that, or the center of the brain or the spine or whatever that activates that arm or whatever. You kind of have a chicken or the egg problem because you need to make it along with the structures that will support that thing.
Stop using logic, Lemon. You're going to hurt them.
I'm just trying to see what evolution is trying to say here. As far as I can tell, evolution didn't really come from anything other than philosophy. I mean, it just seems like a way to explain away all the dead bodies that we see because of the biblical flood. They're just saying that these things evolved away and they died out and we don't see them because we evolved. Well, they just look like bigger versions of the animals that we have today. Still looks like a whale, still looks like a bird, still looks like an insect. It just looks a little bigger. That's all. It doesn't even look like anything really evolved per se. We found the coelacanth, which looked more or less unchanged from like quote unquote millions of years ago. I mean, what is this narrative saying?
Well,
I would hate to be on their side, Lemon, defending this.
I think those are pretty cool too. When you see those things where it's like what's that other one, the shark that lives for ages and is sort of genetically or morphologically pretty identical to what it was, the Greenland or something like that, lives for like 700 years.
No, isn't it the sixth gill?
The which one?
Isn't it the sixth gill shark or something?
Sixth gill shark could be.
We don't even know all the species of sharks.
Yeah, of course. Blunt nose, six gill, is this the one?
I think we find bigger stuff back then because the Earth was, more suited for life. There was more oxygen in the atmosphere, probably before everything got depressurized during the flood, and you could grow really tall. But I think it's more or less the same body plan, more or less the same organism, just a little bigger.
I'd like to read the definition real quick. We never really defined it. They said something about population change, and that might be what this is saying. I don't know. Just doesn't use population, but the process by which different kinds of living organisms are thought to have had, so that's basically philosophy, I think, developed and diversified from earlier forms during the history of the Earth. And then the second one is the gradual development of something, especially from a simple to more complex form. That's
and so
the
much of
definition
science.
That's pretty much bang on what I was saying. It's not talking about abiogenesis or the origin of those species, just how they diverge, also, as that says, typically, or as we use it colloquially, typically getting more complex, although I don't think that's always necessary.
It is talking about pretty much beginning to end, how the process by which the first ligament, you can put the first, because it always has to be a first living organism, are thought to have developed and diversified from earlier living, But you always have to have a beginning, right?
Sure.
The first.
I'm not disagreeing with your conclusion about that if it's saying that things have diverged, then that naturally points towards a single point. I'm not disagreeing with anything to do with that. I'm just saying that's not what evolution is describing. Evolution isn't describing.
I never said
how
that's what it
life sprang
described
from non-life, just how it diverged.
I said Genesis was a part of it. It's like saying French fries have nothing to do with McDonald's. Not a true statement. Evolution does have something to do with the beginning to the end, origin to the end times, process by which the first organism has developed to a more complex organism, like single cell to double cell to whatever, and then on and on and on till you have a microorganism swimming. Then you have those turning into fish or fish-like, and then those fish-like creatures coming onto land, and then those land creatures turning into other land creatures, and then those land creatures turning into, well, you and I.
Well, what are the limits of this process of evolution? Can I evolve the ability to survive fire? Can I evolve the ability to survive a sledgehammer to the head? At that point,
yes, I think.
I mean,
well, in their model, if you get hit over the head by a sledgehammer enough times and you have kids, then your kids will be able to withstand the. Okay, it's not okay. Good. Yeah, that would be. I'm glad you don't think.
You can't evolve
that way. I was making fun of you, right? When you call it stupid.
Stupid.
Well,
Lemon,
you're just making fun of your misunderstanding of evolution. This is what I'm saying.
No, I understand it perfectly. That's how I'm able to make fun of it. How would I make fun of it if I didn't understand it?
That's the point. You're just making fun of your own misunderstanding here.
I was clearly making fun of the fact that's kind of what it seems like
the intent was. But I'm just saying the way it landed was I don't understand evolution.
Really flat earther. Yeah.
Well, let's reason together, gentlemen.
Sorta.
Let's reason together, eggshells. What does the environment grab or mechanically grab hold of to allow you to evolve to do this? I mean, as far as we can tell, genes come as a package. There's no particular a single gene that, nature or whatever could grab for evolution to really mechanistically or whatever work. What were you saying?
You do not evolve, Lemon.
But what is you were saying that nature helps us do the survival of the fittest thing or whatever. What is the mechanistic portion that you grab or work on for evolution to work? Like when I work on the house, I grab the brick with my hand mechanically, and that is a process that we can more or less understand and see to build the house. What is nature or whatever grabbing as the functional unit for evolution? As far as we can tell, we don't even have that genetically because genes come in a package. It comes with good stuff, bad stuff, whatever, and everything in between as a package. There's nothing to grab.
Yeah, your answer is the genetics. The genetics are the building blocks of life. All of them. You don't evolve. Populations evolve. You will never develop the ability to withstand a sledgehammer blow.
But I would
maybe
suspect that if getting sledgehammered was a common experience, I don't know. What do you reckon, Chucky? If living humans were regularly sledgehammered in 1 billion years' time, I reckon we'd have pretty tough skulls. Like, I mean, a good example is goats and
weak-armed
animals that
people.
ram one another.
Or there'd be no humans left because their brains would be bashed in.
No, there might be some. The weak-armed people might live because they might run away.
Man, it's hard being on your side. I wouldn't want to be on your side.
Yeah, it's okay.
I'm
we
glad
don't want
you're
you on
not.
our side.
Well,
with your double hop jump, I'm pretty pleased with my allies.
Well, Chucky Brady boy, you do bring up an interesting point where some people may be smart enough to run away and survive, but they didn't get a more survivable skull. They still have a skull that's still as squishy and unsurvivable. They just happen to run, and you might get kids that can run faster, but nothing's happened with the skull. So it does look like there are some limits to evolution, even with that. I mean, and it's
right. Species that
You're
do
right.
get slammed in the head, like goats that tournament species again that engage in mutual combat where they slam one another's heads. They do have pretty impressive. They've got super thick skulls, but my understanding is they also have other adaptations. I forget what it is. Is it more fluid in the brain or something like that to handle the fact that they are hitting one another at, like, I would say,
Even
probably
better.
harder than a sledgehammer.
Look at woodpeckers. They're even more impressive.
Their tongue goes around their brain to hold their brain from rattling about in their skull.
Yeah, it's incredible what they do.
And that's why I'm asking Chucky Brady boy, how do we know that they got the survivable trait that would allow them to survive, namely a thick head? They appeared to get a totally unrelated trait that, happened to help, sure, but did it really make them survivable in the case of giving them a thicker head? No. So isn't that kind of a contradiction?
They didn't ask for a thicker head, but the person with, or the ram with the thicker head survived more than the thin head ram. And he survived past his stupid teenage years and was able to mate with a thick-headed ewe. Not you.
What's the ram going to evolve into
EWE.
one day? What other species, to conform to your evolutionary theory, what is the ram going to evolve into one day?
I've told you, I've answered this question. Flat earther.
A different kind of ram.
That's
just
right.
like mammals evolve into different types of mammals.
Chuckles.
And
they need as many way
evolve
out,
into
don't they?
different types of chordates.
Interesting thing about this whole thing is I'm still waiting for a definition for evolution to be able to even try to think about it. But here's the fun thing, right? The ram that you talk about.
Rakia's explanation's perfectly acceptable.
That's what I posted in the chat. He just read it. That's good.
Thank you, guys. You were saying, Cuddles Pirate, about the ram?
13 minutes ago.
Yeah, where did that ram come from that you're talking about? Were his parents rams, or were they fish? Were they dolphins? I mean, because if that ram came from a ram and a ewe, then where's this evolution you're talking about? Because if rams and ewes have rams and ewes, and dolphins have dolphins, and dogs have dogs, where's this evolution happening?
Double speak incoming.
No, it is confusing because the line is not sharply defined.
It seems like we would need to prove that they came from other stuff or other fish, and without a witness there, it's blind philosophy without facts. Even though science does have philosophy, yes, it's natural philosophy. Do we have facts to go with this philosophy or not? And without a witness, we can never know.
I think there are some pretty good bits of evidence that point at it, like the thing of where they did an autopsy on a giraffe. And they showed again, Chucky or somebody else is going to know this better than me, but it's the vagal nerve or something like this, but it's its nerve for its voice box, which goes from its brain just to its mouth or just to its throat, top of its throat. But because in other vertebrates, in other skeleton species that it evolved from, that nerve goes under its collarbone. So in the giraffe, you would expect if it's an intelligent designer, he just goes, well, I don't need it to go under the collarbone for this one, so it'll just go straight there, and it'll be a very short nerve that has a very low latency. But instead, for the giraffe,
laryngeal nerve,
laryngeal nerve, right? And
so what? You're just describing stuff within a species. Big deal. So what?
No. It goes. What I'm saying is because it goes from the brain of the giraffe all the way down its neck to its collarbone or some bone it's got to go under, and then all the way back up to the top of its throat. That seems to suggest that it is related to other species that have shorter necks that have this similar laryngeal nerve.
So what?
Yeah, but
so what?
Eggshells, real quick. I'm just gonna butt in real quick and go back to sleep. But I've been kind of hearing this as I'm drifting off, and I didn't I hear you say things don't become things they aren't already are? Didn't you say that?
One species doesn't turn into another species that already exists.
Then goodbye to evolution as you know it.
Well, then, okay, then what do you mean by that? That already exists, of course. Like it has to evolve into
Andy was saying.
What you're okay, wait. You're describing things that are adaptation related that could or could not be the case. What may be selective breeding and things we do see. But what the real question is that maybe you, or if you don't really have an answer, Chucky could answer. How does one species evolve into another? We don't have any evidence of that. That's what the real question is. It's not about whether we can identify adaptation. One species does not evolve into another species that doesn't exist.
No.
All right, real quick before you go there,
what I was saying was one species doesn't evolve into another one that already exists. I was saying that in response because
why do you? Why couldn't
it? Now explain how one
oh my fucking god! Come on!
But I know you don't have to explain it. We know what happened. We know what happened. Just
ask me a question and then filibuster the response.
I'm saying explain how one species evolves into another. Don't worry about whether you said it or how you said it. Just explain it.
Just let me say it. Fuck, man, come on. I was just saying species don't turn into a cow doesn't turn into a zebra. Zebras already exist. They've already got their ancestors. It's like saying, why don't I turn into my brother? If families exist, why not my sister?
How does a zebra become a bee? How does a zebra not happen again?
That's what I'm saying.
Was it
please let me just say this once more and then hopefully never again. A zebra doesn't turn into a bee because bees already exist. Species don't turn from a species that exists into another species that already exists.
Okay, no, we got to tear this logic, dude. You got to stop saying. Hold on, you got to stop saying something that exists because that's totally ridiculous, dude. Whatever lines of evolution creatures turn from creatures A into creatures B. Now, creatures B exist. So if we have more examples of creatures A, they could again be going through this path and have multiple mutations and lines and turn back into creatures B again. Well, you are making no sense with this qualifier of things that exist.
But the whole point, Don, is we never see one species evolving into another, whether they existed or didn't exist. They would have to have something that came before it. If we all came from fish, that's the point they're trying to make, and not whether adaptation works or whether there's selective breeding or whether there's mutations. It's how does one species evolve into a totally different species, which must happen if we all came from an original source. You can't explain that.
So, yeah, you're right in the idea that speciation occurs. One species does due to selective pressures. The descendants of them, it's like you have kids and your kids will probably be taller than, your kids will probably be taller than you. That's the way it happens. At a very, very, very slow pace. That's
adaptation, not one species evolving to another. That's adaptation within the same species. That's not the same.
So the question I keep asking that I still haven't got an answer to, maybe you can answer it, is where, if you accept that, where would that preclude the species turn into a different species? If you accept that small changes can happen on a scale you do see, what says that those small changes can't stack up over a couple of 100,000 years?
Become a totally
and turn into something that exists again already, Eggshell.
The limits of the genome is designed by the creator.
Small changes make a species turn into something that it's not.
He's saying that these small changes could somehow stack up to bigger changes potentially. But with a car, you can't change the design of the car too much. Otherwise, you don't have a car anymore. It's going to change within bounds. Even if you change the design or make it malleable where you could get like a wheel here, a wheel there, sure. But it's still going to be a car. The underlying structure will still be car. You can't put wheels on a car for a truck. The structure isn't there for it. You know, and even if you wanted to say mutate a wheel in this bad analogy, eggshells, a wheel for a truck onto the car, it wouldn't be, you know, balanced properly. It wouldn't be able to take it. There's no lug nuts for it. There's no structure to take it. So some of this stuff is a little theoretical, eggshells, even if there are changes. They're changes.
All those adaptations because cars are you know.
Well, what he's saying is all the information for that. All the information for that kind of animal to have mutations is already within its code to be able to do so. It doesn't have it within its code to turn into another species altogether because of the environmental conditions it has to deal with. That's ridiculous. I don't have an answer of how we all got here, but I'm saying I don't think it adds up, and that's what it seems to be like what you're avoiding. And
you keep presenting, everybody except Lemon keeps presenting things that evolution doesn't say, and then following up with that seems ridiculous. Indeed, when you say evolution in a way that it is, if you describe evolution in a ridiculous way and then say that's ridiculous, indeed, but all you've demonstrated is your misunderstanding of evolution is ridiculous.
Lemon, we're asking you to explain what you haven't. You can't say we don't understand it when you're saying it. One species doesn't become another that already exists. Well, if it already exists, it had to come from somewhere. So how do you explain that species ever was it there to begin with? You have to go through the process and give the details, not just.
I guess Roddy, for me to steal man your position, bro. It sounds like you're saying like the same mix is never going to happen again. We're not going to get lucky and make horses again. We're not going to get lucky and make, you know, pigs again. And either you got to teach me something, or I know I could teach you something. The way you're stating that things don't turn into something that already exists, that to me seems logically flawed. Writing. Can we like elaborate on this?
So there is some examples of stuff similar to that happening, which is why I posted the meme before about there is one step and it's only crab, and that is it appears that in the archaeological record, things keep turning into crabs. But when I say things keep turning into crabs, I'm simplifying it. They're not crabs, nor are they turning into the same species of crab. It's just that things seem to trend towards this 8-legged exoskeleton with nippers.
And then small changes
exactly
happen.
The same species.
But then you're claiming that small changes happen where it didn't need any of those legs and it turned into a snake. And that's how a snake became.
I know. I'll give them
keep saying such ridiculous shit.
Well, that's how they're saying that's how it would have to happen for evolution to be true. That's what people are arguing about.
It's dumb. Nobody who believes in evolution, who understands it even in the slightest, suggests that. You only ever get that from religious types who are trying to deny it. And that is the worst way to debunk something. That is to straw man and then point out that the straw man.
You don't have an answer.
Let me hand you two more. That was one.
Must be true. Dude.
You're not answering. Two more, bro. There's two more.
I can't answer your question about what doesn't happen and why it should happen. It doesn't happen. Go for it, Crux.
Okay. I mean, look, let me and him go two more sentences back and forth. So writing, obviously, okay, we can both assume, or we'll both agree, or whatever, that it's the small changes procedure. Okay, so we're both on board with that, and we're both on board with. I'm on board with at least eventually a car can turn into a truck, and you're cool with that too, right?
Yeah. Yeah, get bigger wheels, longer tray, something like that. Sure. Not an individual of the species, right?
And then it needs to fly, so the truck grows wings and becomes a plane. Is that what you're saying?
So right, but listen, so on Earth we could have cars, and then there's a bunch of stuff in the middle, and then we have trucks, right? Mm-hmm. Now, all the cars didn't have to go extinct, right? Yeah. And there still is cars. So I'm seeing there's a chance that these still existing cars could go through more small changes, and again, some of their offspring can turn into trucks again way down the road, right?
Yeah, so it's like as a broad thing, if you're not willing to say like this things turning into a particular Kenworth 701 or something. I made that up. I don't know.
But that's the thing. You're trying to say like this exact. I get what your point. I think I'm hearing. You're saying the exact circumstances aren't going to happen, and we're not going to get the exact Ford trucking. But I still make the case that we could. And you're saying absolutely it's not, and that is bugging the shit out of me, bro.
So
yeah, but wait, Don, real quick. I have to go back to bed. But Don, just real quick, you missed the beginning of the conversation where these guys were trying to get him to talk about how we all came from fish, and then eventually species have to turn into species for us to have an original source. And he keeps describing adaptations, and it's not at all what we were trying to ask for. And you're kind of misdirecting it now.
And I do apologize for that. I just want to pick on the one phrase I hear him saying. I got to learn something from what he's saying, or I think I could teach him something.
I think we're on the same page about it. Like eyes appear to have evolved twice. So octopus's eyes don't have the same kind of blind spot that we do, and biologists think that those evolved separately. Or things fly, or things swim, things sort of go into or come out of the ocean. Like you see whales have legs, their back flippers are legs attached to their spine that most other fish species don't need. All I'm saying is, like, if you've already got a zebra, something else isn't going to turn into a zebra any more than, like, here's another way to put it. It's quite probable, as I said, if you have kids and those kids have kids and on for a few thousand generations, it's quite probable those kids will be both taller than you and smarter than you. That's just the way things appear to be going. IQs are going up year on year, as are heights. Now, it's not going to keep going up forever. So that could happen, and somebody else's family could be getting shorter in the meantime, or something like that. But it's not like you're descendant, like Don the 15th is going to join somebody else's family, right? You could just have a convergent thing where these two families start to look the same. Does that make sense? Closer sense of what I'm trying to say?
Sure, but you're kind of selling me now a timeline of updates to the realm where the realm can never, go back to a point before. Because look, if some shit evolved into zebras, what is to say that there's not just another cycle of that starting right now with the old things that, A went to B, went to C, went to D, went to Z, right? So how do we know there's not A's right there turning into B's that are turning into C's that are turning into D that are going to turn into Z's down the road? I don't understand you.
I mean, I guess maybe put it like this. I guess it's not completely impossible. If you completely recreated the selective pressures that made zebras start growing stripes,
yeah, they're going to turn into
it is possible that you get them exactly the same. It's just of the trillions of mutations and the trillions of members of the species, it's just so vanishingly improbable.
I see limited variables in this realm. There are limited variables. Each variable is going to hit the A's, and a million different variables going to hit the A's. They're going to do what they do. There's going to be level B's, all these. But even though there's a million variables here in the realm, they're limited. They're specific, and they are what they are. So there could be there's constant formula of A's that are going to Z's. I appreciate a little wiggle room there, and then maybe you could not state it so confidently then, since you acknowledge it.
All right. Yeah, I should say it's exceedingly improbable. I mean, I also think I should probably. I know J Ace is gone; he would know about it. But I also think that some of the challenges that whatever, let's say, stick with zebras, evolved from. They were a series of individuals of the species, and that form is probably unlikely to exist anymore.
Okay.
Did you say writing that whales had feet and legs? Did I hear that before? You say that?
Like their flippers are very similar to legs. They've got all the same bone structures and fingers in them and stuff.
So they've got similar bone structure, but they're okay. Well, that doesn't mean that they had feet and legs. So.
Well, it just looks a lot like them.
Well, it may look a lot like them, but it's nowhere near evidence that they were.
I think it is pretty good evidence that they were.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, where's a
Please don't ask me for a thing that doesn't exist.
Right? Why not? Why not? We've got.
Okay, it's time for bed.
Right, we go into the museums. Why don't we see a whale with legs?
Well, you do.
Really?
Yeah, why doesn't it have flippers and legs?
Yeah. Flip legs.
Because it's
Legs.
legs turned into flippers.
Legs.
But I mean, I think that's pretty good evidence that it's, because I think it's even the same number of metatarsals or whatever you call them, little joiny bones, and little bones in between the bones is still the same across a vast number of different species.
Okay,
Yeah, but
so because monkeys have hands and feet and similar bone structures, thus we came from orangutans.
No, we descended from a common ancestor.
Same kind of thing, isn't it?
but whales flippers turn into feet eventually. But common ancestors is the answer.
Feet turned into flippers is what I'm suggesting.
Either way it goes, that's not common ancestor. That's something morphing into something that's different, and eventually walking, or eventually swimming. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's something morphing into something different. Sure, descendants of a.
And talking and communicating and having feelings and being able to say stupid shit like some people are saying right now. Like the ability
you
to have
demonstrate
free
that
will.
ability in spades.
Right, both of us did. Yeah. That ability evolved from what again?
Oh, people saying even more stupid shit.
So the more
We
stupid
evolved
shit
to
we say, the
less stupid shit.
But I thought our IQs were going up, just not mine, right?
Oh,
Not
no,
my kid.
I think we'd probably have somewhere close to similar IQs.
And we both say stupid shit. So we didn't evolve from anything. We're just human. That's called being human.
And it does seem to be pretty good. Like I found that one online.
Seem to be struggling,
Humerus,
mate.
radius, ulnar, carpals, metacarpals, and phalanges shown mapped across humans, cats, whales, and bats.
So we came from bats.
Not an original thought. You have to read it to believe it.
You're trying to wind me up.
Is that where
What
Batman
dumb
came
shit can
from?
I say?
Is that where Batman came from?
It could be interbred with a bat.
What the?
That was a joke, right?
Yeah, I think so. Look at this on 4x4 on Reddit. Uh-oh. It's at McMurdo. That Jeep obviously had sex. That pickup's mum obviously had sex with a bulldozer, and now it's hybrid bulldozer pickup. His mum right next to him.
In my defense, it's hard to tell what's a dumb comment or what's a joke comment.
They all if the question is valid, why don't species turn into other species today? And the alternate theory is that God created all these species, then isn't the same question also valid? Why doesn't God just magic new species into existence today?
Why would he?
I think they do.
Okay.
I mean, you would never know.
True. Yeah, you could go out and just find a frog in the forest and assume that it's always been there, but maybe you made it yesterday.
And I do.
Well, if you go with the creation theory, that means every animal was created separately.
Yeah. I just want to make sure I was like hearing it to the extent right. Like you're saying, it's very random. It's chaotic basically. And I get
it's like if you could just imagine everything is happening, every little mutation that could occur. It's going to be a tiny change, and just some of those are going to point in no particular direction. Some of those are going to point in the wrong direction, and some of those are going to be, a guy with slightly shinier fingernails, slightly taller, and slightly more conversationally swift than the chap standing next to him.
Here's what I would say though, like what was the thing right before human? What was the step right before us?
Homo.
What,
With
bat wings.
aren't we?
Okay, no, let's be real.
Homo habilis or something like that. I forget.
Okay, let's say Homo habilis. Was there any Homo? Are there any Homo habilises still alive?
They're around now.
No, I mean I'm serious. They're around now. Are you in the company of one?
Yeah, no, they are.
But no, seriously, are there? Are there?
Yes, there are.
Okay, so could that not? Could that not? Oh, okay. Well, let's just say there are.
Not. Okay,
aren't there? Okay, go.
What we need is we need an example of something that was a step before something, and then the situation where both of those are still alive. And then we could say, oh, well, some habilises mutated and got a little stronger, whatever, and it made human offspring, or the offspring has the mutation. We'd call that human. It was one step before, has a slight difference, whatever it may be, right? So this is me still attacking the point of writing was making that they don't. Why writing? Why another Homo habilis couldn't just have another baby mutate into a human again? Like I don't get. Like,
I mean, it's Homo erectus turned into modern humans, but Homo habilis was before the erectus, is what I've just googled. But I mean, for that particular example, my understanding is that their thought is that we pretty quickly exterminated all of the other Homo whatever species. We killed and interbred with the Neanderthals. So there's
so then that does
Neanderthal DNA in humans. But I think the idea is that we wiped out all of the habilis and erectus.
Okay, but let's focus on what we're trying to pin down here, man. We're trying to, statement of something doesn't turn into something else that already exists. It's kind of like you were kind of being like, look, zebras have already been unlocked, so nothing else is going to unlock a zebra.
Well, nothing else is going to become like join the zebra family when the zebra's got its own dad. But I don't know. It's an interesting question. So you're essentially saying, if Homo erectus did still exist, could modern humans re-evolve from that same thing?
And or whatever the thing right before zebra was, if that still exists, isn't it going to turn into? Can't they? You know what I mean? Like, there's got to be a situation where some of the lines are still in coexistence.
Why is there only evolution and not de-evolution?
Well, I mean, things in some cases do get simpler. I think they generally trend towards being more complex, more adaptive to their situation, and so hence more complex.
I hope
there are some cases of things being simpler. That's a good one. The male anglerfish starts off tiny little thing, and so the big one with the light is the female, is my understanding, and it's only one species of anglerfish I think does this. But the male is tiny and swims around till it finds the female, and then he bites her, right? And then sinks his teeth in and then just stays there. And as a result of not needing to move anymore, his brain is eventually absorbed or sort of essentially eaten by her body. And she just carries around this little nutsack of the previous thing that was. It's fucking weird. Let me find it for you.
On her back.
What the fuck?
Yeah, basically, yeah. And they were really confused for years because they thought it was like a hermaphrodite species or something. But then they're like, how can this one fish have two different kinds of DNA or something? I forget. Let me find it. Anglerfish male attach lose brain.
Cool story, bro. What does that fish evolve into?
A flat earther. How many times do I need to say it?
A mutant.
A spearfish.
Everything's evolving into flat earthers.
The point
we know we got you licked every time you say that. Keep on saying it.
But we don't know what the hell you're saying, because every time I look up the definition of evolution and look up pictures of it, it shows me from an ape, from a four-legged, walking on four limbs, then going upright and then going upright, less hair into a human. And you're saying that's not what evolution is.
No, he didn't say that.
I think he's
say that.
I think he's definitely agreeing with that.
So I am from an ape.
And apes could turn into humans.
Descended from a common ancestor. That's what that typical evolving man thing is trying to show.
You think my common ancestor is an ape because we look similar, have some of the same traits. That's
We
what
also have the
evolution.
same genetic.
Same traits, yeah.
Yeah, that's what evolution is to you.
We have the same genetics, almost the same genetics, and we can trace back our mitochondrial DNA to a common ancestor.
Yeah. So that's it, right? That's evolution. Humans came from apes. Apes came from what? Apes came from what? What was their common ancestor?
Frogs.
Mammals.
Frogs.
Okay. Mammals.
I posted the thing about the anglerfish in the chat.
Okay, so mammals. Cool answer. Mammals came from what?
Chordates.
Chordates came from what?
Animals.
Animals came from what?
That we don't know.
So it starts from I don't know to we know everything. Cool story, bro.
When did I say it?
Didn't sound like what I heard.
No, yeah, he said.
Did you say you knew everything, Eggshells? I don't think so.
He said we don't know. I asked him what animals came from.
Right.
And then what that came from. Yeah, we don't know. So the we don't know turned into we know all of this.
When did I say that?
You just said it.
No, you did.
That.
Twice.
So you're going to twist the words around. So you don't know where a mammal came from.
No, mammals came from vertebrates. Vertebrates came from chordates. Chordates.
So
came
you
from
know
animals.
all of that. You know all of that.
Yes.
Okay, where did animals come from?
Don't know.
So all that you know came from before that we don't know.
Correct.
So everything you base what you know is from the beginning of you don't know. From animals before that, you don't really know.
Yes, if you go back far enough, we don't know.
Just from animals, before animals.
Yes.
Did it cut out for anybody else?
You don't know where everything came from or how it evolved from the animals backwards. But mammals definitely evolved from just animals, right?
Probably.
And then the first mammal evolved into, what was the first mammal? Do you know that? Or is that another one of your I don't knows?
We don't know.
Pretty generic, right, to say mammals. So if you don't know all this other stuff, even when you say you know that it was mammals after this, and after that it was this, but there was a lot of I don't know even in between there. A lot of I don't know.
Why did God make, if he made the earth for humans, why did he make so many species that are already extinct by the time we got here?
It's just a process. Cycles is the enjoyment. You're made to appreciate what you do have, not fight for the negative.
I mean, but both, like this God thing, like there's force in it. Like there could be God, no evolution, God and evolution, no God and evolution, no evolution and no God. Like either one of them, though, it's like so irrelevant. Like we ain't gonna figure it out like by just being like, oh, some stuff has similar DNA, or some stuff mutates, or some stuff doesn't mutate, or we can't figure like. Regardless, we can't go back enough, Rakia. So why should we? Right.
Why are you saying my name? I agree with you.
Well,
but I'm not the one
you're
saying
attacking
I
them.
know.
You're attacking them.
I'm not attacking anyone.
Okay, you're pushing them into the position
I don't know part.
Bro, you're asking
Rakia,
me.
could you let Don talk though?
They should be less confident, I guess. No,
well,
I appreciate you clarifying. Like, they should be less confident. You're conversating with the other people and letting them know, hey, you're asking them, why are you having this confidence? And I get that, but it's like we all should understand that there's the same amount of confidence we can have, which is close to zero going back. And at least they are right. At least they are working on some connections. So what the fuck? I mean,
I'm not arguing with any one man. I'm arguing with the I know part. I don't know, and you don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. And I'm not even arguing with that one person on anything else. I'm trying to point out to whoever's listening that they don't know. Neither do I. I don't think we'll ever know. But to say you do know and base everything else on that, when you clearly have to say that you don't, is the problem, is the issue.
They do have a confidence on the little mutations, at least as far as
Yeah, they do.
For a couple generations and stuff. And that's what I don't even know if we really see. They still play with bacteria, and that's it happening in lab. Will they have like, look, this monkey just had a hairless baby, or look, how? I mean, seriously, like, look, this bird just something where they could be like, this is a change, and then this next change, and then also, do they add chromosomes? I want to talk about adding chromosomes a lot. I think that's a very important piece to the puzzle.
Yeah, I've no idea about adding chromosomes, but I mean, I think that like simple things like the banana or the mule or the modern cow are pretty good examples of that you can put selective pressure on something that it can change significantly.
But not into something else. Never witnessed. Never.
It just adapts riding. It doesn't turn into a zebra. Right?
That's what I'm saying. I'm not suggesting we can turn things into zebra. I'm just saying we can apply selective breeding pressure and make things change massively.
So not evolution.
It becomes a bit murky.
What's the most massive
a bit murky
that you're familiar with? What would you say the most massive example is?
What's the most massive example? Depends. What example of what exactly?
You know, like something really changing its form.
Jumping species or becoming half something else. A quarter this, a third that.
No.
And growing a third horn, turning brown, a banana turning a different color, you know, that's not that big. What is your most massive example?
But I mean, the banana's a funny one because what's his name? Ken Ham or something? He's an Aussie guy who was a creationist, and he had this thing, behold the banana, and used to do this whole thing about how the banana is clearly evidence of intelligent design because, you know, it's got 5 sides that fit perfectly in 5 grooves of your hand, and it's got you know a peel on it that tells you about its inner contents and all this stuff. You know, it's curved towards the mouth. God made it so that we could eat it, and it became pretty funny because they're not actually a naturally occurring thing. Naturally occurring bananas are horrible, and they are actually they don't replicate. Bananas don't have baby bananas. You've got to splice them to make banana trees. Splice, is that the word?
Yeah, that's another weird thing.
Graft, that's it, graft.
You know, that is the weirdest thing. The fact that fruits don't produce the same thing that they are. Or like when there's a weird thing like that, like you have to do that, what you're saying.
And a huge problem with this evolution thing, gentlemen, is philosophical. We haven't even begun to tackle the philosophical problems with evolution. Why would being be necessary of any sort, being a fruit, being a wolf, being anything? If you could just, you know, morph into anything else, at that point, being is unnecessary. It's like what.
Come back.
Lemon. You cut out, Lemon.
It's sorry. It's like Greg Bonson said, becoming is not being. You know, evolution implies an infinite chain of becoming, but no being. That's contradictory. Why would it be necessary to be anything if you can just evolve into this, that, or anything? I mean, that's a huge problem.
I like that point.
It makes being unnecessary.
I want to see a baby move, like, you know, a species got one extra little bump, then another little bump, and then another, and then it grew a tail or a leg, or just like think about all this. Think about it, man. We can't even think of a massive example right now to talk about what we've witnessed in this 100 years of highly advanced scientific cataloging. You know,
well, a house is a house because it offers, you know, structure and protection. It has to be made out of durable materials. It can't be made out of cement, otherwise it'll fall apart. There are necessary things to the construction, even of a house. What are the necessary things for the construction of an organism if it can just evolve all over the place? Why aren't we all just one huddled, metamorphic mass of evolving clay? Why do we have an insect here, a dog here, a cat here? You know, it just makes being unnecessary.
You need everything for the chain of life, don't you? Everything has a purpose, Lemon, doesn't it? A very specific purpose. Well, not man. Man itself doesn't, but everything in nature has a very specific purpose, a very specific job.
How does man not have a purpose?
Do you think specific energy make the reproductive cells? Oh, he said, does man have a purpose, I think? Was that the...
Well, man's purpose is to be here on Earth, but Earth could probably survive without man, but man can't survive without Earth.
I don't know if that's true. Man is a cultivator. They help other things come out that would be too weak or trampled by nature. We can bring out beautiful cultivations and varieties of flowers and organisms by breeding. But if we take that cute little chihuahua that we spent, you know, hundreds of years to breed and put it out in the wild, it would probably be snatched by a wolf or something. So we do have a purpose in that we protect and bring out other cultivated varieties. Without us, nature would probably trample these things and there would be less varieties without man's cultivation.
But Earth would still be there, right?
Sorry, what's it?
Well, the existence of Earth doesn't depend on humans. Like we can't destroy the Earth. Like it's way beyond us.
You know, you have evidence of humans destroying Mother Nature, not cultivating it, making it prosper.
But they can never fully destroy it, right? Like the Earth is very resilient, for lack of a better word. So
yeah, true that. But
we were put here to rule and cultivate. These animals have different ways that they could be, different colors that could come out. The cute little chihuahua, the fast horse, we can breed and cultivate and control in that way. That appears to be our purpose, to be smart in that regard, cultivate and bring out varieties that nature itself appears to be unable to bring out.
Yeah, but nature didn't need a cute chihuahua or a fast horse. A horse could have just done what a horse does. Now we bred the horse to be bigger and stronger or faster or whatever for our purpose, not their purpose.
And sometimes by serving another person's purpose, you serve a greater purpose. What would this horse be doing? It'd probably be smaller and a little less fast. So they got something out of the deal too, if you're looking at it on the species quote unquote level, I guess. They get a beautiful coat. They're, you know, beautiful to look at. They're fast. They're specialized. You know, man's cultivation does do, I guess, some good.
Did you guys see the black hole that Chronic was talking about yesterday? They released the image.
We missed it.
This is it.
Is that it?
Isn't that the old one? Witsit? That was the. I thought that was the previous one.
I think this is the new one.
Well, the new one just looks the same blurriness as the old one.
Yeah.
Oh, how disappointing!
You remember all of Chronic's predictions were wrong. He was describing that it was, you know, not the one in the center. They're saying this is the black hole in the center of the Milky Way. Secondly, it's not from some like side view at the edge, like he was saying. He also said that you would see one side much darker than the other side, but as you can tell, it's actually more lit up all around than the first picture. But anyway, none of that really matters, but there it is. I just thought you guys might want to see it. Everyone was so excited about it, and that's what they're excited about.
I predict, because Chronic has done this to me. It's possible that he says he didn't claim the things that you're saying he said.
Yeah, of course, or whatever.
You go, I didn't say that one and that one. Chronic, you better own this shit. You better come in here and concede, Chronic.
It's just funny looking though, right? We can all admit, like, this doesn't, let's be real, man. Like, for one, you don't just take a camera out there and snap, even if the black hole in outer space is real or whatever, you don't just pull a camera out there and snap a picture of the black hole. In theory, light doesn't escape a black hole. They say it was like an astrological or astronomical, you know, question that was unanswered for very long about how gas could be so close to the center of the black hole, and they can't figure it out. And so then they create an image, and then they create a CGI image, and so that's what this is. I mean, there's no such thing as a picture of a black hole.
Is this from is this supposed to be from the Webb telescope or something, or because that stuff's looking sharp now? The stuff they're showing from that finally.
Yeah, I don't think this is from James Webb. I think this was from some other thing about noticing the orbits of things or something.
Well, it's a bunch of radio telescopes on the Earth.
Oh, I did hear him say that. Yeah.
Yeah, so they have like these giant telescopes. Look, I was just listening to the conference and I just wanted to like run in the road. It was terribly boring, but yeah, I was just spamming the chat with "this is fake." But anyway,
yeah, it's like they have a bunch of telescopes that I think cover. Don't quote me on this, but like half of the Earth.
Well, it's spread out throughout the
diameter.
Earth, you know.
Yeah, so these different telescopes act like one giant eye. You know.
I can give you guys a 7-minute video where they explain what they do, supposedly.
Well, first they said that a black hole consumes everything.
Yeah. Well, this was supposed to be the biggest thing in astrophysics since the last blunt from Snoop Dogg. And I'm watching the press conference now, and they look about as excited as when man came back from the moon. They don't look very excited at all.
I wouldn't be that excited if that's all
They're
I had
just
to show for it.
They're just nerds, though. Like I'm kind of a nerd. I don't care, but they're a lot like Chronic. You know, like when Chronic came in, he was really, really excited just to talk about all the theoretical intricacies. That's kind of how they are. You know, like they just really like to talk about the theoretics of a black hole. That's all it is.
Because that's what they do for a living. I mean, you know, they're passionate about their work.
I have no problem with that. Just like I told Chronic, I don't have a problem with him. I have more respect for people like him that truly believe it and try to figure it out than people that are just like anti-flat earthers or whatever. But I asked him, like, so if you were to discover that this actually wasn't real, you know, what would you redirect all that energy to? And he couldn't answer. So I don't have a problem with it. But the problem I have is when these people are touted as some type of scientific geniuses and they stick their chest out. And when you're actually intelligent, you listen to them, you know that they're just bumbling around with contradictory theories. It's like, you know, someone can study unicorns, bro. I don't have to revere them. Like, they can come up with whatever they want. But when people conflate it to facts, that's the problem.
Yeah, you sound jealous. You sound really jealous.
Why would I be jealous?
They jealous for this. They just fanboys, dude. The passion is you really want, you know what I'm saying, the most. And you constantly hear from these people, no, I don't, nothing that would possibly question their reality, dude. Like, why are there not videos of everything, just probes floating around in space taking videos? And they'll be like, we don't, oh no, I don't want it. No.
They're not going to spend the money for flat Earth.
I can't waste $1. It would be a waste of $1. And you're like, dude, you're crazy. Just fucking throw the camera. Let the fucking camera go. Like, where is the fucking video of Beyond the fucking Bless the Solar System? Like, what are you talking about? Put on. Are you kidding me right now?
There would be individual companies doing that. Like, if they would allow it, there would be companies advertise. Like, all you'd have to do is put your little logo on the screen with it. It would be continuous advertising.
Whoosh past Mars. Whoosh. Look, whoosh past asteroids. Whoosh. You guys are full of shit. Talk about their fanboys. I'm passionate.
There would be a Nike satellite, you know. It would outline its logo as it swims around in orbit.
I mean, dog, if you was really passionate about this subject, you would dedicate 5 years of your life to go and study it.
You whatever, dude.
No, I would dedicate 5 years of my life to fight to go see what I want to see, which is what I'm preaching about right now, bruh.
You think Nike wouldn't have a swoosh on the face of the moon if it was possible?
Yeah, of course.
Come again, Rocky?
They would have a Nike swoosh on the face of the moon that we see every day and night if it was possible, dude. 100%.
If it was
Coca-Cola,
if it was feasible, yeah.
Or like a Trojan condoms would show an like the re-entry to atmosphere, you know, and like be safe when you penetrate, be safe when you enter. Yeah.
Dude, I could sell that shit. I would be the richest advertiser in the world if that was possible, because I would be the one selling it. That would be the greatest thing ever.
Yeah, why would we not? The part that makes it really fake to me is, dude, the first thing you would show is the space shuttle re-enter Earth's atmosphere from like an outside view, because that would be incredible to see.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. That would be one of the most incredible things ever.
You only see it from the third wall view of the window, showing flashes of fire or whatever it is outside the window, which is freaking stupid.
But at the end of the day, Don, ain't no way you more passionate than Chronic about this stuff, man.
You're wrong.
Forget all of that.
You're wrong. Not about what I'm talking about. I'm more passionate about the realness. He's passionate about. He's like a fanboy in that hobby or in that lifestyle. You know what I'm saying? And that social group. Like, dude.
Yeah, because like Don's saying, like, why can't we get these images, or why can't we do this? Chronic would say, there's no reason for them to do that, or why would they care to try to appease the flat earthers or whatever? You know, like he wouldn't care. That's what he's pointing out. He's passionate about the reality of it. Chronic's quote unquote passionate about the theories,
the society, and the whatever. Like, you know how you go into your thing and you're hype about the new Pokemon card or whatever that comes out, or like,
saying Chronic's like a scene. Like he's all about the scene.
Yeah, I mean, he's cool. Like, think about it, dude. Like,
he's like getting like astrophysics chicks and whatnot.
No, he's like a Star Trek.
Who wants more, and who's taking what they're giving? Like, he's taking the data disk. He's like, yo, I appreciate all this. Let me look for these patterns in this. I found my little, Jovian mass next to a white dwarf or whatever, and I can find, like, dude, like, he's got his thing, but I want more. Right?
Like, what more do you want? Like, so you want images
like,
of
how you throw a camera in the ocean and it just falls through the ocean and it looks everywhere? Let's do that in space. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
No, we don't have enough money. That's what they say. We don't have enough money. That's what the Globers tell me. Every time I ask for something like this, they're like, "Oh, we don't have enough money for that."
But I mean, there was that probe that went and touched the sun. So I'm sure.
No, it didn't touch the sun.
Yeah, I know. It
was 5 million miles away from the sun, according to NASA. It didn't touch the sun. 5 million miles away is nowhere close to touching anything.
Yeah, I know. But I'm sure between here and its distance to the sun, it took a bunch of photos. I mean, you can just go on NASA's website and look at those. Isn't that good enough?
Is it good enough? Is it good enough for you?
I'm just saying, doesn't that equate to dropping a camera down, into the ocean? No.
No, it does not equate. I mean, dude, I'm sorry. You can argue about frames and this and this and that, but
well, it didn't take any pictures.
Want that to equate? If you're a scientist, really, the real scientists know whatever physics they're looking for, whatever this and that. They don't have to take rare, limited assumptions from authority stage. They just don't, and they wouldn't. Why would you?
Right. Like, this is one of those things, like it's such a, okay, if the globe Earth is real and all this space travel is real, it's like us tiptoeing in a gigantic field that we know nothing about. There's no rules. No one knows the true answers. Admittedly, it's a bunch of theories. Admittedly, there could be huge discoveries that change everything. Therefore, people would come up with their own ideas and push for all kinds of new exploratory, observations and stuff. But that's not what happens. That never happens. It's just the status quo. Go from there, and you interpret our data and come up with whatever theory you can. It doesn't really add up.
And every new milestone is a stage event. Is a just, like this. It's just so weird, dude. Like, if you can't see the pattern here, like, you should just maybe trust like some passionate people's intuition, who are, who like people who can recognize their own bias, people who can see all the sides of things and all that, man. You got to start seeing a pattern of intellectuals smelling bullshit.
You guys be the intellectual smelling the bullshit.
Yeah, clearly, because we're the only ones questioning it.
You can see a pattern of people who can be passion. The passion can lead us to the mistakes, but at the end of the day, like, we could be like, oh, okay, well, here's what's left at the end of the table that's missing. You know what I mean? The passion is still, like, you might run into the lion's den being passionate. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, you still went in there. Who else did?
do you even think, like, do you ever test the validity of it in your mind, though, right? Or do you just look at it like, I have no reason not to believe it?
Like what exactly? Like when they say they're black holes and they show us these images of black holes, do I question whether or not that's real?
Yeah, if it's legitimate, yeah.
Yeah, obviously I question it, but I'm fortunate enough to be to have access to, institutions and equipment where I can try and verify these things for myself. So
You've seen a black hole?
obviously I question it.
You've seen a black hole?
You've seen something travel to
Seen a
Mars?
black hole the same way you've seen a black hole. All
Yeah,
I'm
with
saying is
data.
I'm
Yeah.
fortunate enough to have access to the people and the institutions and the equipment they use to verify what they saw for myself as well.
Yeah, what they
Okay.
turn into telling you that is a black hole. Yeah, it's just data, right?
No, if they say that this is a black hole and this is how we verified it's a black hole, I can take what they've used to verify that for myself.
It's no different than me. I would have to
What?
trust that person and the
No,
interpretation
you
of the
don't have to
data to
trust
tell me
them.
that there's being a black hole. That's
Listen,
all you're doing.
yeah, but Rakia, if they say we use this telescope to look at that thing, I'm fortunate enough to have access to that telescope to try and look at that thing as well. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, fine. Are they seeing a black hole through the telescope? Because that's what they're talking. That's what we're talking about.
Not see a
No,
black
they're
hole.
not.
You can't see a black
What
hole.
are they seeing? Right,
They're seeing
exactly. Because it's actually light. It's actually light. It's not black. Is the meaning? But what are they seeing again through the telescope?
They're seeing the accretion disk in front of a black hole.
Exactly.
You can't see the black hole itself.
And
Yeah,
then they're
obviously.
interpreting. Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. So you have preview to that, to see the same information that they see that I can see, and then we would have to all agree or make the interpretation that that is what a black hole is, or behind it is a black hole, which is actually not a black hole. It's actually a gravity well, which is very, very bright.
Right,
So
and
bright you wouldn't be able to.
we're supposed to
You
just
lost
believe
me.
that they're
You
all that
lost me,
everything
Rocky.
that they're telling us is just fake. That's what we're supposed to.
No, who
No,
said
you're
that?
supposed to be
first.
honest enough to admit
Nice
that
straw man there.
you're supposed to be honest enough to
Probably
admit
P-ball.
that you're supposed to be honest enough to admit that it could be a different phenomenon in the sky, right? You're supposed to admit that.
Definitely. My mind is open to the possibility that we could be wrong about this.
And we
But
shouldn't
I'm
be
not
telling
gonna
kids
I'm
it's
not
definitely a
gonna
gravity
I'm not
well.
gonna, run around saying it's fake until I have evidence to believe that. But I'm not gonna run around saying that I 100% think this is real either, because my mind is open to the possibility that we could be wrong about it,
Well, that pretty
Which is
much is what
fine.
you do. You pretty much do say it's real. Like my point is that you should be honest. They have no idea, dude. They're looking at the sky, and according to their own story, they're not even seeing the actual black hole. According to their own
Yeah,
story, light can't escape a black hole. According to their own story, they take data charts and they create a CGI image. And so you have to admit that it's not about you just assume it's fake. No, you actually test the validity of the positive claim of what's there. That's what you would do.
And that's what I've done. In my own private and professional capacity, I've been fortunate enough to be able to test these things for myself. And
The
even though
data
I've
that they're
tested them
getting.
myself, I don't believe 100% that it is what it is. There is,
exactly.
that 10% of me that tells me we could be wrong about this. And
Listen to what you're saying. You're saying you've actually had the preview of testing it yourself, seeing all the telescope information, looking through the telescope yourself, looking at all the information and data, and you still don't think it's 100% true. That's what we're saying.
It's reasonable.
Yeah.
It's reasonable.
Isn't that the position I should hold?
Only in space, only in the theory of deep space. Because if I did the same
Rakia,
thing,
what is
hang
wrong
on, hang
with
on,
my
hang on.
position?
Let me finish.
Screen.
I'm
He's
making a point.
Okay.
If I did that selling you a house and I showed you, well, look through this telescope. Oh, wait, I don't see a house. Yeah, but behind those trees is a house. You just have to trust me. You wouldn't buy that house, but you're buying space 90%.
It's not houses are sold, so that doesn't work.
It was a good analogy, son.
If it's a
I
reasonable,
don't know about that.
if it's a reasonable,
It's not how houses are sold, so that wouldn't work.
Yeah, but that's how space is done. That's the whole point. You have to trust. You have to theorize.
No,
you have
I
to
wouldn't.
imagine.
I wouldn't buy. I'm sorry, I wouldn't buy that house.
But you're
I
buying
wouldn't buy that
space.
house.
Yeah.
You're buying the black hole
Space is
theory.
different.
Stop
That's
being
his point.
stop
That's his
being
point
triggered.
is that you would never buy the house, but you buy
No,
the
I
story
wouldn't.
of
I do.
space. That's
I buy stuff I buy stuff from Amazon without touching it all the time.
Yeah, great point. But if it doesn't come, you know you didn't get it. You can't prove the black hole thing. It's not Amazon. It's not a delivery of a product.
Yes, you can. They deliver.
Brenda,
Even
The
though
scientists deliver.
that's
oh
a bad.
my God. They
whatever,
deliver the black hole, Brenda.
Yeah, they don't deliver the black hole to your doorstep.
The point is, I buy stuff from Amazon all the time because they are reputable.
NASA is not delivering the black hole to your front door. They're saying, look at this, order this, right? Trust us that it's going to be delivered. Now here's the data of what you're buying, and we're never going to we're never going to deliver it to your front door. You're never going to touch it, use it.
You can get the data from NASA.
Anyway, great, Brenda.
You can get the data from their instruments anytime you want.
Actually, that's not true. Actually, Jaron tried to. It costs thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars to even try to ask for any of the specific data.
Yeah, you can still get it.
Oh, you can still get it. It just costs 20 grand.
Yeah, you can still get it.
So what? So
Like
what? It's
what
still
data,
data.
though?
It's still data.
Like the raw data image, like the raw data for the images that we see from the telescopes.
It doesn't matter. It's just data. You can give me the same data, and I can send you a picture of a unicorn.
He just denies. They deliver.
I'm not denying. I'm not denying the house is there. Yeah, tell me what I'm doing again, and make yourself sound really dumb.
They deliver.
Okay, watch this, Brenda. Brenda, is it possible that that's a different phenomenon in the sky, and they're wrong about what they think it is?
It's not possible based on our current theories of physics. No.
See, so let me ask him: is it possible that that is a different phenomena in the sky?
No, because it conforms with our current theories about physics.
So you see how there's a spectrum of globers. You have to give it to the other guy. He's at least honest enough to say, I can admit that, yeah, it's possible. Right?
The possibility is very small, though. The possibility is very small. I put a number to it.
It's extremely
less than
small.
10%. Yeah.
Oh, so now it is possible, Brenda.
Right. So we have. It isn't just. It isn't just a black hole in isolation. The black hole is predicted by one of the most successful theories in all of physics, which is general relativity.
Nice word.
If the black hole was wrong, everything else would have to be wrong. That's what makes it so unlikely.
Has general relativity been proven?
Yes, it is.
General
Yes, it
relativity
is.
has been proven.
Yes.
So it's 100% objective.
It's objective. Of course, it's objective.
It's objective and it's been proven, and thus it's impossible that it be anything else.
Oh, we know that general relativity doesn't conform with quantum mechanics. We know that there's something wrong about it.
Okay, so it's not 100% objective and proven.
Nothing in science is 100% proven. Science doesn't prove things.
Oh, you just said it was proven. You just said
it was.
Yes, I did.
That's why I asked, what do you mean
you're
by
saying it's not.
proven? You know, because I wouldn't say it's been proven, but I would say we have evidence to validate it, to back it. There's observations we've seen that agree with the theory, the mathematics, and the modeling. But like Brenda's saying, we know it's not complete. We know and we admit that there are errors with it, you know. But it's the best idea we have
Don't
right
defend
now.
Brenda and what she said.
It's not
We want to
it's
talk
not the
to you
best-
because you're honest. Brenda's
No,
not being honest.
I'm
the
just
best idea
using.
we have.
I was
It's
just
not the best
using the
idea we have.
colloquial form. I was just using the colloquial form, which is what you were talking about.
It's not the best idea we have. So Nikola Tesla, the person that gave us our very electrical grid, he said that any attempt to explain the planetary movement of celestial objects without acknowledging the luminiferous ether is a futile pursuit destined to oblivion.
Yeah,
Therefore,
he was wrong.
we have a
He's
different
wrong. We
framework.
disproved the ether. He's wrong.
Brenda, you see how you have to impulsively interrupt because you're like a religious zealot. It's like, how
But
dare
he's
someone
wrong.
question? You're basically like, how dare someone question my interpretation of Genesis?
No,
Right?
it's not that. It's not interpretation. He's just flat out wrong. We proved that the ether doesn't exist.
No, you didn't. So
yes, Michelson Morley proved that there is no ether.
Oh, they proved it? I thought we could prove things. I thought we couldn't prove
You
things.
can prove that science doesn't prove things positively, but it can disprove things. It's called falsification. You can prove that the Earth is not
Stationary?
flat. You can prove that the Earth is not flat.
Can you prove that it's not stationary?
You could prove that the Earth is not stationary. Correct.
So you can prove that the Earth is moving.
Yes.
So you can prove things.
You can prove You can prove things by falsification.
Proving that the Earth is spinning is a positive
in 1
claim.
minute. Unbelievable.
The Earth spinning is a positive claim.
Why do we give this airtime? The other guy is honest, at least.
Yeah, you're right. Fair enough. But my point is it's very simple, bro. It's very simple. Objectively, this is just a theory, and it's built upon another theory that's called relativity. These are theoretical
theories aren't just theories.
Brenda, stop.
Why is Brenda allowed to interrupt over and over again?
These are
Clearly don't want to talk to her.
These are theoretical interpretations of observations, right? Observations, how you interpret them, that's philosophical. That's subjective, right? Science is not observation alone, then come up with a theory. That is not science, okay? So
That's
science
exactly
is
science.
science.
Stop lying. Science is based on observation, hypothesis, and theory.
Science
There
is
it
where you
is.
test
Broke down.
things. Okay, so if I just look at something in the distance and make up a story about it, if I get all the way up to it and find out it's different, that's because my initial guess was just a guess. Okay, that's all relativity is, and that's all this idea.
Relativity is not just a guess; it's a theory.
Yeah, a guess.
No, a theory is not a guess. A hypothesis is a guess.
Yeah, of a cause and effect relationship. Yeah, and the theory of relativity claims that.
Hypothesis is a guess.
Relativity claims a hypothesis.
No.
Yes.
A theory is not a guess.
Okay, so your theory doesn't have a hypothesis?
Well, learn what a scientific theory is. Just put it into Google. What is a scientific theory? How is it different from how usual people talk about theory as just being a guess? Okay. Educate yourself.
You think that you're teaching me something, and that shows
I am. I'm teaching you the difference between theory as used by general people and a hypothesis.
Brenda, I'm going to mute you. If every time I talk you interrupt me, I'm going to mute you. Okay? And I never mute anyone. It's just ridiculous. Okay? So it's a theory. Okay? Now, when you say, oh, no, it's a scientific theory because we ran tests that we think verify it. Cool story. We all know what you're talking about. The point is that it's just a theory. It's just a guess. Okay?
No, that's wrong. That's wrong. It's not just a guess. It's a scientific theory. You are wrong. Objectively, favorably. Google it.
Why don't you read what I just posted? What was the test that you performed?
They looked in the sky and said a black hole.
You could perform tests of general.
Right. The silence there was golden. What was the test, Brenda?
A Google test. Yeah, Google tests of general relativity. It's a whole page on Wiki.
What?
Atomic clocks, bro.
Why don't you?
Atomic clocks.
Yeah.
Can one of you champs read the paragraph that I posted?
But for scientists, a theory has nearly the opposite meaning. A theory is a well-substantiated explanation of an aspect of the natural world that can incorporate laws, hypotheses, and facts. The theory of gravitation, for instance, explains why apples fall from trees and astronauts float in space. Similarly, the theory of evolution explains why so many plants and animals, some very similar and some very different, exist on Earth now and in the past, as revealed by the fossil record.
There you go. Now you've been educated.
Wow, now pseudoscience is real.
Educated.
Pseudoscience is real now. I'm wrong. So it's impossible that this was something other than what they're claiming about the black hole. That's actually impossible.
Well, it said explain, not prove.
Because I just listened to an entire panel of people that are live streaming right now talking about this very black hole image, talking about how they're not sure about all kinds of different things, and that they've just had to build speculation. And for one, they still can't explain how the gas gets so close to the black hole. And they literally explain the process of how they've had to update what they think about this quote unquote black hole over and over and over and over. So when you say that they know it for a fact, when the people that actually gave it to you are sitting here being questioned.
Are any of them questioning whether or not it's a black hole?
They're saying that they're literally admitting that they're just coming up with all kinds of theories that have to keep being changed about what's going on.
About black holes.
About what they're seeing and about how they're...
Yeah, about black holes.
All of a sudden they found out there was gas really close to the black hole, and that doesn't make sense. definition of a
close
black
to the black hole.
That means that your supposed definition of the black hole has now been drawn into question.
No, that's it. The gas is close to the black hole,
which is
right?
supposed to be impossible. Yeah.
Black holes aren't impossible.
No, gas being that close to the black hole is supposed to be impossible. I just now watched the freaking interviews with the people that came up with the image.
So they've had to adjust their theories about black holes.
No, they haven't. They still haven't fully figured it out. Yeah, they still haven't. They still haven't fully figured it out, and they've had to change what they define a black hole as. That's correct.
Yeah.
Okay, so
about
it's not
black holes.
definitive. It's just still changing.
That's how
did they
science
change the
works.
definition of it? Did they change the definition of it?
Yeah, the behavior of a black hole. Yeah, they had to change.
No. You said definition of. I'm asking for your claim that they changed the definition. Now you're shifting to.
If you change the actual if you change the actual mechanism and characteristics of the black hole, you're changing the definition of it.
But they're still looking at the black hole.
That's what you.
Yeah, it's a black hole.
They don't even claim they're looking at the black hole. They don't even claim that they can actually see the black hole.
They're tracing this around the black hole.
No, in front of it.
In front and around it, yes.
Yeah, in front of it. So you're not seeing the black hole.
all around it.
Well, of course not. Nobody thinks that you can see the black hole. You see what's around it.
So you don't actually know it's there.
Sure you do. You know it's there because of what's around it.
How do you know what's inside it? How do you know the characteristics of what's inside it because of what's around it?
It conforms with our best theories of general relativity.
No, it literally doesn't, though, because the gas was way too close to the outside of the black hole. You're not listening.
Because they know where, because they knew exactly where to point all of these radio telescopes around the world. I don't think they just point them anywhere.
Well, they also admit they're not sure about the exact location of the black hole as well.
Well, I think they do because they wouldn't have known where to point it.
Well, there's a general area in the sky.
He means decimal points. He means decimal points. Big deal.
Oh. Yeah, you don't know where it's at. So the
image
isn't
decimal points. Decimal points.
The zealots like Brenda, they jump on here and they act like they popped up a telescope and took a picture of a black hole, and that's not what happened. They put it to a general area. They found out that they're a little bit off about the location. They then guess, so they decide on their best guess of the location. They then find out the gas is too close, and then they're never looking at the actual black hole. They're looking at some little disk in front of the black hole, and then they're coming up with what they think is going on in the center based on what they see on the outside.
Remember to breathe, Whitson. Remember to breathe.
Oh my God! Even though they're actually admitting that they're constantly discovering things contradictory to their prior assumption of the characteristics of a black hole, which means objectively they admit under their own admission, which is still being live streamed. You know, your heroes are still talking about it. You should go listen to them before you put your chest out. They admit that this is like the one thing that they don't really know much about at all, and that everything could completely change here in the near future. And that's really exciting.
Isn't that how science works?
Well,
yes, it is how science works. But he thinks science is religion, where you have dogma that is solid for centuries.
No,
that is what you're doing.
Theoretical science works. The theoretical part.
Yeah, and that's not science.
Not science.
Yeah, science is theoretical. Yes, of course it is.
Not all of science is.
Well, it's based on theories.
No,
theory is the highest form of science.
Yeah.
You know what's
funny? See how dishonest this conversation. See how dishonest this conversation is right now. Like
science isn't looking out your window and saying, "Oh, the Earth is flat because it looks flat from my window."
No one said that. Nice try again, B-ball.
That's a straw man.
That's what you say all the time.
You're getting weaker and weaker with your arguments, brother.
It's a straw man. But this is the point, dude. If you're constantly having to change your story drastically, if every time you come up with a new story because you fixed what you found, messed it up, like whenever you say, "Oh, well, this is dark matter," it has to be there. Listen,
science.
Here's the point, Brenda. If you run around with your chest out talking about how real it is until it changes, and then once it changes, you're just like, "Oh, that's science."
But
then
that's science.
When you were running around bragging about how you knew it was a fact and it changed,
It is
you
a
were
fact.
objectively wrong.
It is a fact.
It was a fact. What B-ball just said is what theoretical science does. They look out their telescopes in the deep space and go, "I think this."
No.
That's what you're
But
doing.
then they test it. But then they test the hypothesis.
And prove them wrong over and over and over.
Yes,
and over
they
and
test
over
it.
and over.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
So Brenda, what does that mean?
Only religious dogma is never wrong.
Very simple question, Brenda. Does that mean that? Does that mean our old claims about the black hole were wrong?
Probably.
No, there's no probably. They had to change it.
They didn't change what a black hole is, as you claimed before, did they?
They changed the characteristics of the black hole, yeah.
No, the definition. I mean, the prediction of what should happen around the black hole might have changed, but that doesn't mean what's defined to be a
No,
black
the
hole
prediction didn't change. They saw something that didn't work with their prediction. So it wasn't that the prediction changed.
But it's
It
still
was
a
that
black
it was
hole.
forced to change because it was wrong. Okay.
Yeah, but
So
that prediction isn't the definition of a black hole. It's just a prediction from the model they have.
was the previous claims of the black hole wrong? Yes or no?
What claim?
For one, that there's no way that gas could get very close to the black hole.
That one appears to be wrong, yeah.
Right. So if you were going around on Discord bragging about how you knew exactly what a black hole was and that gas could never get close to it.
Nobody ever said that, though.
Hey, that gas can never get close to it. That gas can never get close to it. Then you would have to admit that that
Nobody's
was wrong,
ever said
right?
that, though.
No,
I've never heard
second
anybody
part-
say that.
Yeah,
That is what
you
you
said.
said.
If I was bragging about that I know what a black hole is and that I know that the gas cannot get so close, I would be wrong about the second part. It wouldn't make me wrong about the first part in which I say I know what a black hole is. A black
Well,
hole,
here's
what a black hole is wasn't changed by this. It's
here's
the
the point
original space in which radiation or matter can escape. That's what
Okay.
a black hole is defined to be.
Yeah,
And
here's
that's
the point that you
important.
don't understand. That they didn't have to go into the specifics of the gas and how close it can get. It was just understood based on the definition of what we understood a black hole to be. So what they called it an astronomical unanswered question. An unanswered astronomical question that it perplexed the astronomical world to this day.
Yeah,
so
there's
now
lots of
Actually,
those.
no. I mean that's not only from the definition of black hole. You also have to understand. No, of course not. If I just say there's a regional space in which radiation cannot escape from because of its gravitational field, that's not enough information for you to know how close gas can get to it. You need the whole model. You need more information. You need to understand how physics work to know that. And that's what's being challenged, not the idea of a black hole itself.
Okay, so is it possible that your idea of the black hole is wrong when you find out that gas actually is way closer than it's supposed to be able to get to it?
Well, it's always possible, independent of that, but that's not what it's happening. This isn't showing that the definition of the understanding of what a black hole is different.
It's drawing it into question, dude.
No, it's not throwing that into question.
It
Yeah,
literally
it's
is.
only-
I just now listened to the people that gave you the picture say that.
That's not what they're not saying. It's throwing into question what a black hole is. It's
Yes,
throwing
they
into
are.
question-
They literally
No,
are.
they're
Go
not.
watch it. How about you go watch it then?
No, they're talking about their concepts, their theories about the modeling, the mathematical modeling of how black holes work.
No,
Not
what a black hole
holes
is.
themselves.
No,
They
yeah,
don't think
what a black hole.
They don't think it's no longer a region of intense gravitation where nothing can escape. They don't think that.
They think that they were completely wrong about the black hole. That's what they
No,
think.
they don't think they're completely
It's your
wrong.
interpretation. I actually don't even think that's your interpretation, since you're purposely switching between.
You haven't even watched it. You have no idea what you're talking about.
And Brenda is saying
I
she
know
knows
what you're
all
saying.
scientists
I can
think.
hear your words. That's what I'm.
Brenda
talking
thinks she knows what all scientists think. That's ludicrous in itself.
Did you watch the press conference, Brenda?
No, I haven't seen it.
Okay, then. So you're saying they are not saying something when you haven't actually watched.
They're not saying that black holes don't exist.
You don't know that.
I didn't even say that's a straw man anyway. I'm saying they're
No, that's
saying
what Winston is saying, that black
they're
holes don't
admitting
exist.
they're admitting that their entire understanding of black holes could be wrong, and I just heard them say it
Yeah.
out of their own mouth.
Winston, do black holes exist?
The area in the sky you call a black hole is a real area in the sky.
Yeah, a real area where gravity is so intense that nothing can escape.
Why would I make such
He
stupid
didn't say that.
scientific
That's what a
claim?
black hole is.
Why would I
be
make such a
stupid
stupid
to say
claim?
that. That
That
would
was-
just be a theory.
Do you think that such things exist?
No, why would I make such a claim?
Oh, because everybody, the physicists believe that.
Not
Well,
all
what
of
if
them.
what if it's just a magnetic field? Magnetic fields have black holes in the center.
What?
What,
What are
you're
you
saying they
talking
don't?
about?
Magnetic fields don't have a black hole in the center?
No,
Really? What's in the center of a black hole? I mean, of a magnetic field?
nothing. It's just a field.
Usually a magnet.
Yeah. What are you
Yeah,
talking
so
about,
what's
Winston?
yeah, but there's an area around it, right? That's called it's
The
pure.
magnet?
It's actually you're
The magnet?
confused. You don't ever know what you're talking about. You never know what you're talking about.
What are you talking about? A magnet?
What's the black
Magnets
circle in the center of a magnetic field? It's not just the magnet. That shows how ignorant you guys are. But you guys are
First,
arrogant at the same time.
What are you talking about?
Magnetic fields don't have color. What you're talking about?
Ignorant and arrogant. It's insane.
If the magnetic field,
let me try to
magnet
understand what
wasn't
you're
there,
saying.
the magnetic field wouldn't be there.
Yeah, but there's an area around the magnet, buddy. You're still lost. Maybe you should
That's
stop
the
being so
field. That's
arrogant.
the magnetic field.
Wait,
The field
all right,
surrounds the magnet,
but
dude.
No, there's a
Winston,
concentration of dielectricity in the
are you
center of the
saying,
field.
and you think that creates a black hole?
I'm saying it could be perceived as the same phenomenon when you're just looking at it using
No,
Why not?
it can't
Why not?
be. Because
Why not?
the magnets on my refrigerator are not going to suck the refrigerator inside of its event horizon. That's why.
You think that's completely not analogous?
You said it was a black hole. There's a black hole. You said there's a black hole inside my refrigerator
Wait,
magnets.
are you saying magnets don't suck things into it?
Hey,
No, they don't. What
You're
are you
just wrong
talking
about
about?
everything.
if
You're
there
wrong
was
about
a
everything.
black hole around the magnet, you couldn't see the magnet because it would absorb the light.
I mean,
Yeah, you can't. You can use a
first
ferrocell. You don't see the magnet.
Yeah, first of all, we don't even have electromagnetic fields affecting path of light. So, I mean, if a black hole is defined to be something that even prevent even light from escaping, and you're pointing to magnetic fields,
you're wrong.
Things we know don't affect light. So
Yeah, magnetic fields don't affect light.
how in the world could that be considered a black hole?
You're wrong. We use a ferrocell, and the way we see the magnetic field is light. It literally forms the field by bending around the.
No.
So how's a ferrocell work? How's a ferrocell work?
It affects
You
the
don't
fluid,
see
doesn't it?
ferrocells just out there in nature, Whitson. You know, this is what you saying isn't happening out there. Number one. Number two, we don't have a natural magnet or magnetic field strong enough to bend light where it won't reach your eyes. Even
I thought you
Earth's
said it couldn't bend light at
magnetic
all. I
field
thought you said it
isn't that
couldn't bend
strong.
light at all. I thought you said it couldn't bend light at all.
Yeah, it can't.
Okay, so what's a
But you said
ferrocell then?
there's a black hole. You
What's a
literally said there's
ferrocell?
a black hole at the center of
In a ferrocell, isn't it
magnetic
just a
fields.
fluid?
So if there's a
Isn't it
black hole,
affecting
that means whatever's there is bending the medium so much that the light from there is not reaching our eyes. That's how you have a black hole.
Oh, it's a very cool story. So anyway, how the ferrocell work? Hey,
Ferrocell
Hold
isn't.
on, B-ball. Hold on. B-ball, your mic is really crappy, mate, so you might want to fix it up. Sorry, mate.
fluid.
Yeah, you do sound bad, B-ball.
You're really bad, B-ball. You might want to fix your mic. Go back.
Ferrocell, you put two pieces of flat glass and you surround it with LED lights, and then you're able to see the magnetic field in a certain spectrum of light. That's all you're doing, and the
With the
lines of the
fluid.
light are based on the field.
Yeah, which doesn't mean the electromagnetic field is affecting the path of light.
It
The
literally
fluid
does.
is. No, the fluid physically does, and the electromagnetic field affects the fluid you're using. It doesn't mean that if you can if you shoot a laser, if you shoot
Now
a laser
we're getting
through a
somewhere.
magnetic
Now we're getting somewhere. So
if you-
if there's a
what-
fluid medium, hey, so if there's a fluid medium, can
interrupt me,
the
please.
hey, so cool, I will.
Okay, but
So if there's a
Bacon
fluid medium,
wasn't talking though. I mean,
Yeah,
Bacon,
you
Bacon
gotta,
wasn't done talking. Yeah.
You gotta let Bacon finish with it.
Yeah.
oh my god,
If you
Oh,
send a
come
beam
on.
of laser
You
through
ain't
a
the star
magnetic
of the
field,
show, bro. Let others talk. Go
you
ahead,
don't
Bacon.
get it bending. Yeah.
The
That's it.
ferrocell
See,
has
this is why I
has
do
a
it. This is why I clip
ferromagnetic
him, but
fluid.
Brenda's turn. See, this is why I clip him.
Brenda, quit it. Hold on.
Like I normally never interrupt that guy. You can ask him. I never interrupt him. But whenever she's in here, I have to because it'll just be
no.
them two talking.
No. She's muted with it, all right? So, anyway, Bacon wanted to say something, so let him
No, I
say
was done.
something.
Go on with it.
Okay, cool. All right, then, go. Sorry.
You agree that the fluid can result in perceivable lines of light bending around the magnetic field.
No.
You just
What do
said
mean
that.
the light bending around? No, I'm not. I didn't say light bending around the magnetic field. The lines you're saying isn't the
perceivably.
path of light. It's just where the light is going through the fluid.
Right. So perceivably.
Yeah, I'm not perceiving as path of light. I'm perceiving as lines. What they
Of
are
light.
are up to you.
It's of light, lines of light. So my point is, if it's a fluid-like medium out in "quote unquote" space, then we'll be able to observe the same effect. Yes or no?
I don't know.
Well, you do know. You do know.
I don't know what you're referring to.
Well, you said that we need fluid.
It's
Yeah,
pretty
I'm not
simple.
saying it's impossible, but there are a lot of things you would need for this to happen just out there in space. Where you would need to first find this fluid. You would need to find this really strong magnetic field that's affecting the fluid, in such a way that light only travels along these specific paths. And if this is what was happening, we wouldn't see light the way we do. We don't see light only on specific paths, and then where there's no light, it's darkness. We don't see light come to us in strips, in bands. We see light everywhere.
And what is or
I
isn't
don't know.
possible isn't really relevant to the question I asked, which is how would the center of a magnetic field be considered a black hole if we don't see it affecting the path of light? You can then say what could be possible or couldn't be possible if there was a medium or if there wasn't.
It does affect the perceivable path of light. I just explained it to you with a demonstration. That means I'm 10 steps ahead of your claim.
No, your example mentioned the ferrocell, and the ferrocell does affect the light, but not the electromagnetic. If you don't have the ferrocell, if you only have the electromagnetic field, it does shit with light. So how can that be a black hole if you only see playing with light when you have a ferrocell?
Okay, so if you don't have the magnetic field, would you see the same thing under the ferrocell?
No.
Exactly. So it's a combination of the fluid and the medium you're perceiving it through, and the magnetic field. The magnetic field, the perceivability of the light in the medium, and the interaction between the two, objectively.
So we only have black holes in electromagnetic fields when we have a ferrocell. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that's when you can perceive the field.
Which is not all I'm asking. I'm asking if there's a black hole when I don't have a ferrocell.
Yeah, there's an area of dielectricity concentrated at the center of a magnetic field. Everyone knows this.
Yeah, so
there's no such thing as dielectricity.
So your objection is completely irrelevant if you can. I'm sorry, Brenda, but if you don't have, without the ferrocell you still have a black hole, then trying to argue that you can see with the ferrocell is completely irrelevant, because if I don't have the ferrocell, I shoot a beam of laser in a magnetic field. It doesn't affect the light, and that goes against what a black hole is defined to be.
No, because you're assuming the medium that the light is in space. How are you not understanding that? Jeez Louise, if the medium is fluid-like, it would be like a ferrocell. It's a very simple concept, and I can physically demonstrate it, which means if you have a fluid in space, you would get the same type of perceivability, yet perceptibility.
Then why are we not seeing black holes everywhere?
Why are we not seeing black holes everywhere?
Winston, what you should do is explain to them your model of light and what you think light is. I think
he's wrong about that. Ferrocells work by refraction and diffraction.
Understand him better, as
Yeah,
what
light-
he's saying, because
light is the
Ferrocells-
medium.
any of us know what Winston's really saying. Right?
Yeah, ferrocells function by refraction, because you have the fluid, the ferrofluid inside of there. The fluid is affected by the magnetic field, and the fluid refracts the light. It's refraction and diffraction. It's not bending light. Magnetic fields cannot bend light.
Okay, so cool straw man.
I put a link to an article debunking your model of what's going on.
Hey, does the magnetism bend the fluid?
Yes.
Is the light perceived through the fluid?
The light is refracted by the fluid.
Right, so why can't that happen in space, Brenda?
Because there's no fluid in space.
Okay, so if there was fluid, it could happen then.
If there's fluid,
thanks for playing. Thanks for playing.
If there was fluid, there could be diffraction in space, sure.
Thanks for playing.
What do you mean? You haven't won anything.
Yeah, I did.
No, you haven't shown that magnetic fields can distort light. They can't.
That's a straw man.
No, it's not. That's what you claim.
You called the center of a magnetic field a black hole, which would imply they affect light, and you're not demonstrating that.
I just demonstrated that if you have a fluid-like medium to carry it, the perceivability of light will take the lines or the path of the magnetic field itself, and that's all you'll be able to perceive, which is what we do when we look in space.
Yeah, but that's not addressing the point that if you don't have the ferrocell there, and you still have a magnetic field, and you still have light, now they don't do what they should do if there was a black hole there.
Right,
and
it's
you're
a
not addressing that. You're just
a naturally occurring ferrocell, buddy. How do you understand the concept? Space acts as a naturally occurring ferrocell due to the fluid medium that encompasses quote-unquote space. It's very simple.
How that supports your claim?
How does it not?
Because you're saying there's a black hole inside of a magnetic field, and it's not affecting light. So how can that be a black hole there?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Your definition. Okay, I'm not using your definition of a black hole because I'm not a psychopath. I'm talking about what you're calling a black hole. What looks like a black hole, like the literal word black hole. Okay, there's a literal black hole in the center of a magnetic field. Now, not based on your definition of what you say it does to light and all this other nonsense. Now, what I'm saying is when you use a ferrocell with the naked eye, you can just see the magnet. Okay. But whenever you use a ferrocell with the fluid, you can actually see the lines of the magnetic field, the light around that black hole center around the magnet. Now, if there's fluid-like medium in space, that would be the same thing, wouldn't it?
So I was under the impression that we are all talking about black holes, but apparently you're the only one that is not talking about black holes. You're just the one who used the term black hole.
What he means, Bacon.
Oh,
you guys don't understand.
I thought you were speaking to
him.
Yeah, because
no, I was speaking to you guys. I was telling you, ask Whitson what it is he means when he's talking about black holes and lights, because you guys don't understand what it is he's really saying.
He clearly is referring to something else.
Yeah, something very different. He has his own idea.
Yeah, so
saying there's a black hole in the middle of the magnet.
That's called pseudoscience. It's called pseudoscience, Whitson.
Hold on, B-ball, mate. You got to keep yourself on mute. Your mic is absolutely shocking.
Yeah, it's trash, people.
It's absolutely trash, man.
Magnetism does not bend light. There's no direct link between magnetic fields affecting the path of light. Only indirect. The path of a laser beam will not be affected by a magnet. If the laser beam is shined through a fluid, the beam will deflect at angles according to the refracting media.
Okay, all you can do is read Google, and that's not my problem.
That's not Google. That's not Google.
Yeah, you just read Google a second ago to get your little answer.
That's not Google.
I know for a fact
I didn't read Google. Stop telling me what I read.
What's the magnetic field then, Brenda? Define it right now without Google. Define it.
What is a magnetic field? Is a region of magnetic and electric charge.
What? Okay,
it's a region of where objects are influenced by magnetic, the electrodynamic field, right?
How can you use the word to define the word? So anyway, what your side actually says is it's the exchange of virtual photons.
Yeah, that's the ultimate cause.
So that's what you think a magnetic field is?
That's not what the field is. That's the mechanism.
That's what manifests the field.
Yes, it's the exchange of virtual photons. Yes, I know that.
Okay, so that's what you believe. Now, that's called
not what I believe. That's not a belief. It's not a belief. It's the fact about science.
Virtual photons is a fact?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Virtual photons?
Yes.
So they're not real. They're just virtual.
No, they're real. They're just virtual.
Yeah, so they're not real.
They're called virtual because they exist for an extremely short period of time.
And can't be observed.
The Casimir effect has demonstrated that virtual particles definitely do exist.
No, they're called virtual photons because they can't be observed or detected.
Yeah. But the Casimir effect shows that virtual particles do exist.
But how whenever they can't be observed or detected?
By indirect means.
It can't directly be observed or detected, but apparently you can indirectly, which is the experiment Brenda's referring to.
Okay, but you're not actually observing it.
But that's okay.
Indirectly, apparently you are.
Indirectly is not an observation.
You can't see bacteria, but you can indirectly with a microscope.
You can see bacteria.
Not without a microscope, you can't.
Okay, can you see virtual photons with a microscope?
The definition of seeing doesn't define it through a microscope.
Okay, so do you guys see the picture I posted here? Do you see the center of the magnetic field? Zoom in on the center of the magnetic field.
So that's the black hole?
Now that is a black hole, literally, correct?
No.
It's a circle that's black.
It's not a black hole as defined in physics. No, it's not.
I've already pointed out that I'm not using your freaking definition.
And this is due to refraction and diffraction. It's not magnetic fields bending light.
No one said that it's bending light.
But Ken Wheeler does.
If the only thing that you can do is repeatedly say a straw man, then you're losing. Okay,
Yeah,
so the
but
point is, you're looking in the sky and you're seeing something like this, okay? And you're trying to figure out what it is. Now, you think that this is in a vacuum. Now, this is in a fluid. Now, if also what you're seeing in the sky is in a fluid, okay, you would get the same effects because the fluid would allow the perceptibility of light that manifests the same motion, perceivably, as the magnetic field, okay? It's very simple.
I've never seen such a thing in the sky. Where do you see such a thing?
Well, do you see the quality of the pictures you have? It's like it's like walking a mile away from this and then trying to take a picture of it.
I've never seen these objects in the sky. Where do you see them in the sky?
Did you hear my rebuttal, or are you just a robot?
Can you show me an astronomical photo where this object is in the sky?
So you are a robot.
Just show me an astronomical photo. You said that these things are in the sky.
What was my rebuttal, Brenda?
You said these are in the sky.
What was my rebuttal?
Well, you're offering this as a hypothesis for what we see as black holes, right? Isn't that what you're doing?
Correct. But what was my rebuttal to Brenda whenever she said that? Well, we don't see this in the sky. What was my rebuttal?
Walk a mile away and take a photo of it.
Thank you. So that's why you have very low quality.
That's why we have telescopes, dude.
Dude, have you seen the low quality of the images?
They seem to be very high quality to me from telescopes.
That's a high quality image right there?
No, generally from telescopes are high quality.
We're talking about this image right here. We're talking about this phenomenon.
What about it?
Black hole. So is that high quality?
That's an extremely distant object. So yeah, it's as good as it gets.
Thank you for making my point again.
Yeah,
What's your point?
Well, what appears apparently he just have a hypothesis that there's a fluid in the sky, and that what we see as black holes is, I mean, there's a magnet behind a ferrule cell, right? Something like that happening in the sky. That appears to be just a hypothesis that he just brought up. That's completely irrelevant to the subject we are.
Yeah, that doesn't look anything like the Ken Wheeler photograph. That doesn't look anything like it.
Yeah, even if you blur this one, I don't think it's gonna look like the one we're shooting in the sky, because the one.
Go ahead.
The one you send appears to be like have a black circle, not a black spot in the center, right?
It does have a black spot in the center. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but it has a black, the black circle around it. It's much more like visible.
Yeah, I don't see the black circle around another circle.
The reason it's much more visible is because you're right beside it with high quality. How is it that you're not?
It's just an ad hoc explanation.
You mean like how your explanation of black holes are ad hoc, and I just watch the people that actually
black
do it?
Holes are not ad hoc. They're predicted by general relativity.
Brenda, you can't help it. Every time I'm about to destroy you, you have to interrupt me. It's because your subconscious knows I'm about to destroy you. So stop interrupting so much. Okay, so the point was I was just offering an alternative, pointing out that, in fact, mine's more viable. I can physically demonstrate exactly the mechanism on Earth. You cannot, which means I'm 10 steps ahead of you. Am I saying I know for a fact what's going on in space? No, I'm not crazy people like you. What I'm saying is I have a more viable option.
This is what you do. This is why I have to interrupt.
You guys are sad, man.
You're on crack.
No, so I'm not on crack. I've never even seen crack.
You've never seen crack before?
No, like on videos. I've never seen it in person, though.
Oh, he's never seen the other crack either.
Yeah, the fact that you guys want to act, you guys want to act like I do drugs because I can talk fast.
Whoa! Don't say you guys. Say Brenda.
Mic check. Mic check.
What's up?
That's better, people. That's better.
Way better.
So because you found something that kind of looks like a black hole that you want to claim that's what's kind of going on in space.
Have you found something that looks like a black hole that you can claim?
I can draw a black hole I can draw something on a piece of paper.
Okay, so you can draw something on a piece of paper.
That's what's going on.
You can draw something on a piece of paper. I can
notice how Witsit is interrupting him, but he's not getting called out on it.
No, I'm not interrupting.
Yes, you are.
2 points for Witsit, 0 points. Brenda -1, Earth -1.
Yeah, like you guys should just be honest. Okay, I see what you're saying. You can physically demonstrate a similar phenomena. It's very simple. You have a theory. I've now postulated a different theory. Only mine can actually be physically demonstrated as viable.
Sure, you found something that kind of looks like it. So what?
So because if you have a ferrule cell in real life, it makes viable that there's one in the sky with a magnet behind, where we see what we call it black holes. Because you have one in real life, it becomes a viable hypothesis that we have one in the sky.
It's not a viable hypothesis because
hold on, Brenda. I can make mashed potatoes look like a black hole. Does that mean there's mashed potatoes in space? It could be.
I'm doing my very best not to interrupt. I'm trying to follow the rules, and I'm trying. And if people ask me to stop, I'll stop. Okay. The Wissit's proposition is not viable because it's a thin film of oil and particles suspended in oil. And we know that there's no such thing in space. Space is empty.
It's empty, or is it full of all the stuff in the universe?
Yeah, that's what
There's galaxies in space, but I'm talking about that area, right, between stars, between galaxies. It's a hard vacuum.
Yeah, you don't know that that's true.
Yeah, we do.
That's not what NASA says. But hey, when did you go verify that? I'd like to know. And I'd like
That's not how science works. You don't have to go personally verify things. Science doesn't work that way.
Well, verification is part of science, and this is how verification works: is you actually go to what you're talking about so that you know because you've been there. Get it?
No, verificationism is literally a fallacy that was debunked in the 1950s. It was called logical positivism, had the verificationist principle, and it was falsified in the 1950s.
So theory,
check Karl Popper and verificationism. Google that. You'll get probably to Wikipedia page on the verificationist principle. It is not accepted part of science. Science, you can't verify things, you falsify them.
Incorrect. That is absolutely incorrect. When you're doing a science.
Go ahead. I'll shut up.
Look, someone blurred it. Look, it looks similar, doesn't it?
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
The other one doesn't have a black ring around it.
Well, because the surrounding of it is black. You're in space. Good try. Try again.
No, the surrounding isn't black. The surrounding is that orange glow with the 3 bright yellow dots.
All right, listen real carefully. You see the black hole would be the center. Then you have the red that they show you, the orange around it. Then that black circle would basically be space. Now, on the ferrocell, there's light outside of that ring. Okay? Are you getting it?
So you're just cherry picking the parts of the image that you think correspond to what you see in their image.
No, it's not about cherry picking anything. It's that it looks the same. And if you're dishonest,
only parts of it look the same, right?
No, the entire internal area, which is the part that we're talking about, because that's the part the picture claims to have.
Right, literally the part that you think looks like it, but not the other part.
What part doesn't look like it?
The part that's outside of that ring.
But the part outside of the ring in the black hole image is just black, though.
You're just cherry picking parts of the image that you want to use. That's all you're doing.
Does anyone else agree with her? Okay, so we can move on. You do agree?
Agree on
what?
Yeah, that's so agrees.
I don't agree. Good kid out of town.
Okay, so
Sorry, I just got back. Agree on what?
I can't believe you threw me under the bus there, Nate. Jeez.
Yeah, so those don't look the same at all.
What she's saying is that black line around it is different, but you see how the whole background's black in the second image, right? So you wouldn't see a black line around it.
I think you would.
And you kind of can. You can. Yeah, exactly.
Well, it's not just that there's that black ring, but there's a second, very fainter orange ring around that black ring, and then more black. And I don't see that in the other image.
Dude, there's orange light around the whole entire thing. The backgrounds are different. One's orange, one's black.
I see a black center in your image, and then the donut around it is orange, and then there's another black ring, and then there's a second thinner and fainter orange donut, and then more black. And that's not what we see in the original image.
Okay, so since you're critiquing my physical demonstration on the Earth, which is obviously limited because it's not in space, it's a physical demonstration, can you show me your physical demonstration, take an image so we can compare and contrast and see which one looks more like?
A physical demonstration of what?
Anything that supposedly replicates a black
hole. You mean
hole.
a black hole? You can't. We can't physically demonstrate a black hole.
Well, LIGO claims you can.
I don't know. No, what are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, you didn't know that.
Just say what you're talking about, dude.
LIGO claims that they can collapse two black holes in on each other. You didn't know that?
No, I didn't know that. Tell me about it.
That's it. Just pseudoscientific claims of black holes.
What are you talking about, Witchy? That's not true.
Yes, it is.
Just tell me about it.
They detect black holes crashing into each other. The gravitational waves from two black holes. They don't make two black holes crash into each other. What are you talking about?
Well, they combine the phenomena of black holes.
No, Witsit. They don't.
Oh, they don't. Oh, they don't.
It's an antenna. It detects these things. It doesn't make it happen.
Okay, I'm not talking about making it happen. So whatever. If I said made it happen and that makes you happy, cool story. You know what I'm talking about. And they claim that they actually can isolate black holes on Earth. So your excuse was wrong. Would you like to try
an
again?
Antenna. They can detect black holes. Are you accepting evidence from LIGO as evidence of black holes?
I'm saying that if you think it's evidence of it, you should provide it, since I've given you a physical demonstration to show the phenomena we see in the sky.
You said you wanted a physical demonstration.
That's right.
Right.
LIGO's not physical.
I would think that you would reject an image.
LIGO's not physical. I'm postulating an image. Actually, a picture. A real picture. I know you guys are not used to those, but this is a real picture. Okay.
Right. So I guess I take it that Witsit accepts that LIGO has proven the existence of black holes by detecting the collapse of two black holes into each other. Is that right?
No. So all you can ever do is strawman what I say. Do you not think that other people notice it? Do you live in this world where you think it goes unnoticed? Every response you have for me is a strawman.
What do you think the LIGO shows?
I think LIGO is pseudoscientific assumptions. You are claiming it's accurate. You also claim that this claim of a black hole is accurate. I'm telling you I can physically demonstrate something that looks like the same phenomena on Earth. Now you're saying, no, look, they look different. They're not exactly the same. While you're talking about looking into the vastness, you're talking about looking into the vastness of space with low quality compared to right up close. Now I'm like, okay, since mine's not good enough for you, do you have one? The answer is no, you don't have one. So you show all kinds of really hypercritical critique towards whatever I postulate, but you have nothing to even compete with it.
Well, if you're accepting photographs or images, then the image that you posted there of the black hole is my image then.
And that proves that that's a giant thing of gravity.
It's evidence.
No, it's not.
Why is it not evidence?
Because it's nothing more than an observation. You've made up your assumed interpretation of it.
Evidence is observations are evidence.
Yeah, I just gave you evidence that it could be a different thing if it's a fluid-like medium.
What evidence did you give me that it could be something else?
Do any of you guys have any contact with anyone that is like actually does this for a living? Because I guarantee you that if you say hypothetically, if there's a fluid-like medium, could the magnetic field result in the same type of phenomena? They will tell you yes, and they will tell you Brenda's an idiot. So if anyone has anybody that actually does it, let's bring them in. Let's talk to them. I'll call them right now. I know for a fact that that's the case. Now, what the contention would be is, well, we know it's not a fluid-like medium, and that's what you guys should claim, is that it's actually a vacuum. It's not a fluid-like medium.
What evidence do you have that the center of our galaxy is filled with a fluid?
I think that the entire region.
Brenda, quick second, Brenda. Why are you calling Brenda names with it? You losing the argument?
Does it sound like I'm losing the argument?
Yeah, it does.
Well,
But
then
why
you're
are you
just
calling
you're
me?
deluded. Well, because
Yeah,
she keeps
no name call,
intentionally
please.
straw manning me, bro. She's being dishonest. She's just intentionally straw manning me, and you guys sit back there and cheer it on.
Actually, I'm trying to understand your
So
position,
you
though.
call her names when she's strawman?
I said that the other person would say any. Okay, so without Brenda's name in it, the person that does this for a living, if you told them there's a fluid-like medium and explain what I've explained to you guys, they would definitely say anyone that claims otherwise is being ignorant. Is that better?
What do you think anyone who would measure the shape of the Earth would think of a flat earther?
Well, what a
Oh,
cool
this
non
is
sequitur.
much
What
better.
a
It
cool
sounded
non
so much better.
Non sequitur?
Yeah, do you know what that word means?
Yes.
Okay, so what you just said was not related, was it?
No, I'm talking about people who are experts in their field, who work at it for a living, same as you are. We're talking about the shape of the Earth, same as you are. So what do you think those people would call you?
I know numerous people that have studied like astrophysics before, and they now think the Earth's flat. What about those people?
Yeah, name two.
Oh yeah, no.
People who have studied astrophysics before. Who are you talking about?
Just a couple people I know
Nobody.
that study astrophysics in college.
Yeah, I know a guy who says you're an idiot, but I'm not saying you're an idiot. But these guys I know, they say you're an idiot.
Okay, so now that you've just distracted away from the point because you're scared, if they use a ferrocell, you have two flat plates of glass, and then you have a fluid, and then you're able to see the magnetic field with light because it bends the fluid. The magnetic field bends the fluid, and the light then shows you the outline of the field. Now, if outer space had a fluid, you're doing the same thing with this black hole. That's convenient because that's exactly what it would look like because that's what the ferrocell shows the magnetic field like. Now, she said, no, look at all these intricate... What?
But where's the glass?
I don't know. What's our container?
What?
What's the Earth's container? What is it?
Yeah, what is it?
I don't know what it is. I'm not claiming to know what it is. It can act as the same. I said this is a naturally occurring ferrocell, so not that it's identical. You know how dumb it is to say it's.
Necessitates these two planes of glass.
No, I don't think so. No, I don't even think
what's it? I've been trying to understand what you actually are, what your position is, and so as I understand it right now, you are claiming that there's a natural ferrocell, meaning two plates of glass, of thin glass with a thin fluid between them that is producing the image that was in the press conference earlier today. Is that correct?
You're using a telescope. Does telescopes have like any
Dude,
type
just
of...
answer the question. I'm just trying to figure out
Brenda,
what your position
I want everyone to know
is.
that I'm going to end up leaving because the psychopath that is Brenda. Yeah, I called her a name. Get upset about it. Oh no, Austin called her.
What's it? I just want to know what your position is. I
got a phone call. Brenda, shut up. Brenda, shut up.
I'm
Brenda,
trying to get it from you.
Every time I talk, you interrupt me, bro. Every time I talk, you interrupt me, Brenda. Every single time I talk, you interrupt me, Brenda. Every single time.
Hold on. Everyone
don't
just
call
take-
names.
I'm not interrupting him.
Hold on, Brenda. Hold on. Everyone just calm down. No more name calling. Don't interrupt, and let's just get back to a conversation.
Oh, okay, so I'll repeat my question. Is it the case that you propose that there is a naturally occurring ferrocell in space, which is two thin plates of glass or some other transparent material, and a thin ferrofluid with a magnet behind it that is producing the image that we are talking about? Is that your position?
No, not as rigid as that. Now you impulsively want to interrupt me again because you're using a telescope to observe it, which has got a plane of glass there. And all you're doing is looking at the magnetic field out in the sky. So there's a naturally occurring ferrocell effect where the fluid allows you to see the magnetic field shape with the light. Do you understand now?
So now you're saying that because telescopes have glass, which they don't, they have a lens. They don't have a window pane. They don't have a flat glass. They have a lens, and that there is fluid in space, and therefore it should look like the Ken Wheeler image, right? Is that right?
It objectively does look like the ferrocell images.
Yeah, but what I said is correct, right?
That the way that you perceive it, sure. Can you look at the black hole without a telescope?
telescopes don't have a flat plane of glass. They have a lens, dude.
Yeah, they have a lens. Okay.
Yeah, it's not a flat plane of glass.
So you're perceiving the light.
There's not ferrofluid on the other side.
So you're perceiving the light through the lens.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Perfect.
But that's not the setup of the Ken Wheeler ferrocell. That's not how it's set up.
Well, I didn't ever say it was exactly the same as a physical demonstration. I said that it was as close as we could get. Did I not say that like 20 times?
No, you didn't say that 20 times.
I did say that like 20 times.
So you think, so I guess glass, no ferrofluid, what? I mean, this doesn't make any sense with it.
The space is a fluid medium, bro.
What space?
Quote unquote space. The sky, it's fluid.
The sky is air, Witsit. It's not fluid, it's air.
Actually, it's the absence of air.
No, the sky, telescopes are on Earth and they are in the atmosphere. There's air.
Yeah, but the observation we're making, air is a fluid, but the observation we're making in space is supposedly in a vacuum.
Also,
I'm saying it's fluid.
Witsit, if I remember correctly, they created this image from radar telescopes, not optical telescopes.
Okay.
So
the way that you're getting the light,
no analog at all.
Watch this. Hey, Brenda, if there's a fluid-like medium, would it change the perception of what you think a black hole is at all?
If there's a fluid-like medium.
Yeah.
As long as there's no change in the density so that there's refraction, light would travel through it. It would just travel through it slower.
Okay, so whenever we look at the magnetic field without the ferrofluid, we can see the magnetic field?
Huh?
So can we see the magnetic field without the fluid?
You can't see magnetic fields unless you have bits of metal, like metal filings over a piece of paper, like you did in kindergarten.
Oh my gosh, dude! A ferrocell image.
A ferrocell is just those metal filings suspended in oil, dude.
Okay.
That's all it is.
That's right. So the fluid allows you to see the magnetic field's manifestation.
Indirectly. It's indirect, yeah.
Okay. So if there was a fluid-like medium instead of a vacuum, then you could be looking at a concentration of magnetism.
No, you'd have to have magnetic filings in the fluid. The fluid itself isn't going to make the magnetic field visible.
Well, it's not exactly the same mechanism. You're using radio. So all you're detecting.
What does radio have to do with it?
Well, because you're not understanding. So the difference is that we use the filing so we can see it, right? On the Earth.
Well, yeah, but they didn't take the image with an optical telescope. As I understand, it's multiple radio telescopes scattered across the Earth.
That's my point.
What's your point?
Well, you probably would have to not interrupt to fully hear the point, wouldn't you?
I didn't interrupt you. I waited till you're done and asked what the point was.
No, you didn't. So the point is that on Earth, we use it's an optical observation. Now you're using radio for this. Okay. So what you're doing is you're just getting back certain types of radio waves, and then you're using that data to distribute what you think that you would perceive. Okay. That's all this is. You didn't take a picture of anything. Well, you'd be able to do that if it was a magnetic field, because the energy of the field would cause a differentiation in the radio waves, wouldn't it?
I don't know.
Well, yeah, of course, objectively. So that's all you're doing, and then you
don't
formulate.
Know.
I do know.
You don't know this stuff. I don't know it. You don't know it.
Okay, so this is I'm no longer talking to her.
Interesting conversation.
I mean, it's a bit on it. I think that if anything, a Glober should be honest, be like, damn, even if I think Austin's completely wrong, I have to admit that is kind of a crazy idea. And the truth is that it actually has more viability because I can physically demonstrate it. Now, not perfectly, and I haven't tried to, and maybe in theory you could, using radio instead of just optical imagery, right? And that would be an interesting test that you could do. But this is eons above just looking up in the sky, assuming it's a vacuum, and then making up stories about it, and then being consistently wrong about your stories, where gas is way too close to the center all of a sudden, but we have to change it. Never mind, we were just wrong. That's science. right? See, my side is much more tangible and viable.
Except it doesn't have anything to do.
The question that you should have started with, though, is how the heck did they get a picture of light escaping from something that light supposedly can't escape from? To shine back on us to be able to take a picture.
The light wasn't past the event horizon, so it wasn't trying to escape from the black hole.
Yeah, it's a prediction of the theory that black holes would have an accretion disk around them, and the friction in the disk would cause the material there to be superheated all the way up to X-ray and emit a great deal of light and X-rays and other stuff.
So all the CGI servers have absolutely nothing to do with the fact that you have an image, which is not a picture, by the way.
Right.
Two different things.
Right. The event horizon. That's a global network of radio telescopes.
Right,
and they take the data. They take the data and they convert the data into an image. This is pretty common.
Oh, so conversion. So machines that were programmed to interpret things the way people programmed them to interpret things are interpreting things the way people programmed them to. Interesting.
Yes. That's how science works.
No, that's not how science works.
That last black hole.
Yeah, so if I have an instrument that can see infrared light that I can't see, it can convert that into an image that I can see.
Brenda, do you know how much data there was for that last black hole image?
I don't know, probably billions of terabytes or whatever. Who knows?
Yeah, it was so much they had to ship it. They couldn't even send it over the internet. It would have taken hundreds of years or some ridiculous number.
Okay.
The amount of data that you could have made any image out of that data.
You don't know that. That's not true.
You could have made it look like anything. You can pick and choose which pieces.
You don't know that.
I mean,
you have no basis. You have no basis for saying they could make any image out of that.
I'll take that claim because that was a very strong claim. You got to back that up, Jim.
The computers are programmed by people to tell them what people are supposed to see. So somebody could get in there and edit the programming to have it make a different image. Duh.
Yeah, somebody could. Blue fairies could have done it.
Yeah, but Brenda, these guys are making claims now. All they gotta do is back up their claims.
Well, they're just paranoid. These are just paranoid conspiracy theories. Somebody could have messed with the data. Oh wow!
Not a paranoid conspiracy theory.
That's literally the definition.
His point was that it could be changed into something else based on programming, and we're talking about computers that were programmed.
Yeah.
And you're saying, no, that's not true, but it is true, but it isn't true. So make up your mind which side of the fence you're on this, please. Because you're confusing the shit out of me.
I'm sure that's a daily occurrence.
Yeah, and Cuddles, you are straw manning Jeremy because that wasn't Jeremy's point. Jeremy's point was these guys had so much data they could have used it to make any image they wanted. So Jeremy needs to back up that point.
Yeah, I wouldn't take that. Any image. I don't know if they could have made a unipart out of it, but you could have. I know. You know what I meant, Nate. Stop.
I stick to the simple things like verifying the moon is a solid object. Which one of y'all in this room has actually verified it? Not appeal to authority fallacy, not appeal to consensus fallacy, not any of that crap. Actually verified it yourself.
That's a demand of pseudoscience, right? That you have to verify. Science doesn't verify, it falsifies.
So then what happens when science proves something?
Science doesn't prove things, it falsifies them.
Did you do an EME bounce and it didn't work?
That's incorrect. Science verifies that when in their hypothesis, it verifies that their independent variable had an effect on their dependent variable. That is what science does.
It doesn't prove it. It doesn't prove it.
It verifies it.
Yeah, it verifies, but I think Brenda just misspoke on that one, to be fair.
Yeah, you think so? Because they've been telling us the same thing for years, Grim. You think she misspoke, or you think that's what they think?
No, she said every time there's an EME bounce, it validates that the moon is a solid object.
Because I think they've been telling us it doesn't prove things, that it, falsifies.
Right. Proof is proof in the sense.
Sorry, go ahead.
Proof in the sense of a logical proof, which is, 100% certainty. Science doesn't give you 100% certainty. It gives you degrees of confidence.
Yeah, that's what I thought I've been hearing for years there, Jeremy. Not the verifying part. That might have been a slip of the, you know what I mean? I don't know.
So the whole sentence, science doesn't verify things, that was a slip of the tongue. Science only falsifies things. It doesn't verify things. That's a slip of the tongue, Grim.
Well, I don't know. I'm saying it might be. I don't speak for Brenda. I'm just saying it seems like it, because I've heard her say prove things before, but never slip the word verify in there. I think she just used your word verify on accident, or maybe, in my opinion. And I don't even like Brenda.
She said that 5 times today.
Well, I mean, shit, I've done that. I've said the wrong shit and fucking burnt the wrong neuron passageway for a minute and kept doing it until I realized I was doing it wrongly. Haven't you?
Yeah, I guess. But do you guys look at this magnetic field? That could never be what we're seeing. It just looks exactly the same.
Well, yeah, I agree. That's pretty interesting.
Yeah, Graham, we're talking about how to use ferrofluid, right, to get these images. If the sky has fluid in it, then this could be all that you're seeing.
What are these images? These are ferrocell images, are they?
Yeah.
Fluid dynamics to plasmas, though, right? And you're seeing fluid dynamics.
Okay. Yeah, that supports my point. They say that we're not seeing fluid dynamics.
Do you have evidence for a fluid being in outer space?
Do you have evidence of it being a vacuum?
Is plasma treated as a fluid? Do we treat plasmas as a fluid in mathematical equations?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so there you have it.
Yeah, plasma in space?
Stars. So, do we have evidence that space is composed of a fluid with it?
Yeah, it's the most hyperlogical thing, because you're claiming there's nothing there, nothing cannot exist.
Well, I'm not saying that there's nothing there, and so you don't have any evidence.
That is No, my evidence is that it's the only viable option or framework.
What's the evidence?
It's the only viable option or framework.
That's not evidence. What is your evidence?
It is evidence. It's called antecedent relationships.
No, there's no such thing as an antecedent relationship.
There is when you're talking about dark matter in your narrative, though, right?
The point is that space is mostly empty, right? There's little bits here and there called galaxies, stars, dust clouds, things like that, but it's mostly empty.
No, that's misunderstanding. Remember, because when we got into interstellar space, we found it was full of electrons. For some reason.
Full of electrons. I don't think so.
Oh yeah, it was very, very dense. Remember the IBEX mission in the Voyager 1 and 2? And they got to those points where
space.
We thought this would be a vacuum, empty vacuum space, but it's full of electrons. Where are they traveling?
The heliopause?
Yeah, past the heliopause, remember? Past the heliopause. They're trying to figure out where all these electrons are coming from because they weren't expected.
What's the density of those electrons?
I don't know. There was some interstellar density that was, they called it, NASA said, way more dense than they ever suspected it to be. And they don't know why there were electrons that were, they don't know how they flow in empty vacuum space over those distances. So there must be a medium for those electrons to float across, like maybe a plasma where it's an ionized gas where electrons float freely across it with no friction. Right? You know what I mean? Like
electrons don't need a medium. What are you talking about?
To travel in vast distances in space, they don't. The inverse square law drops on an electron, right? It can't just move through empty space for a long period of time.
Why not?
Remember?
Why not?
Because that's why we said that there was no electrical connections in space, because of the inverse square law of electricity in a vacuum. The epsilon, dude. I mean, man. Sorry, I didn't even mean that.
Well, actually, I hear teenage girls call each other dude all the time.
Okay, all right. So it was.
You hang out with teenage girls.
Teenage girls call each other dude. It's just a general name that people use these days.
It's a befriending term. I call everyone bro.
Yeah, it's all right.
Yeah,
I didn't tell you no.
dude
I
is
didn't.
okay, but bro is kind of lame.
By it before, but I don't mean anything by it right now. So just for the record.
Well, bro is more befriending.
Well, Brenda, I'll say Brenda then. I just skip the other shit. Forget about that part.
Look at the
But
pictures, bro. You know that looks
real
like a
quick.
black hole, bro. You know that looks like a black hole, bro.
Yeah, it's just a torus, right?
Yeah.
Isn't that what we see? That's like a normal. That's a pattern that it makes, the plasma makes on its own as it separates charge. It doesn't even need like any outside interference as far as like, other than its own interference of itself to create these toroids, right? Just needs a current.
That's correct.
So I mean, it would be natural to find these everywhere.
Exactly, especially out in the sky where we have all kinds of crazy stuff going on.
So, I mean, we don't have like a way to prove it at this point, but there is a lot of evidence that points towards it that gets marginalized and swept under the rug, I guess.
And think about this too. They say this is the center of the Milky Way galaxy, right? And so like it even works within the heliocentric paradigm, which is why it's so funny. It doesn't work in the sense that you have to assume the medium, you'd have to change it, but it causes this orbital motion, right? And they say gravity does the same thing. Like gravity effectively acts as magnetism in space. That's what's so funny about people pushing against it so hard. It doesn't make any sense.
Well, I think people just got polarized to the arguments because a lot of the arguments that first came out were so badly formatted that it just seemed ridiculous at its face. So it became a thing that could be laughed and scoffed at immediately, pointing at the original messed ups. The you know what I mean? Like the people who first, like the first time I ever saw somebody say, look, neutrino dreaming, it's an article that was written to debunk electric universe. And they said that there are no neutrinos. Ha 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 ha, how wrong they are. But they never did say that, though. They said there were not enough neutrinos for that particular thing to be occurring at that particular place. They never said there weren't no neutrinos or they didn't exist, as the article suggested, which did not debunk electric universe, though it touted to have debunked them by every one of these guys. It's hilarious. So no, the real argument isn't really being addressed. That's what's really going on here.
Well, yeah. I don't know. All of the critiques of electric universe by people like Professor Dave and others, and many others, show that it's pseudoscience. And
you remember when Pierre Robitaille made a video responding to Professor Dave, and he proved that everything so-called, he's not even a professor. This guy Dave. Regular Joe Dave tried to say
the guy with he has a master's degree.
He's not a professor though. Okay, he's a liar.
Excuse me, but I go to university. I call my teachers professors, even though they don't have PhDs. So if you teach at the university level, you're a professor.
Okay,
what are you majoring in, Brenda?
Yeah, but
Which school does Dave teach at?
Robitaille, he's a professor for real, or teaches at a college for real, and this other guy, he doesn't. So I mean, in reality, Marie is the professor. Dave is just the guy with a PhD.
Dave's arguments, I think that they succeed. He tore Robitaille a new one.
Yeah, because you didn't look at Robitaille's response video as he explained that Dave was incorrect about the particular. I think it was some sort of electrochemical reaction where something can only occur in this one particular stance, and then blah blah blah. I don't remember exactly the framework, but Pierre came back and said here and responded to every single point that idiot tried to make against him. He responded to every single point and crashed him. You got to watch the video so you can understand that Professor Dave was posturing and bullshitting, and you've been tricked by this guy to not focus on what's really going on.
Brenda, I'm just curious. Brenda, could I ask you a question? I just want to know, what are you majoring in? I'm just curious. What are you majoring in?
Biochemistry, I think, and also science communication or something like that.
That's pretty cool. All right.
Right, he has a bachelor's of science in, I think, biochemistry, and then a master.
You or Professor Dave?
He's asking what you made.
I thought you were
Yeah,
talking about
I don't
Professor
know.
Dave.
No. I mean, Professor Dave isn't a real professor, but he did used to teach chemistry. Yeah.
That's
At a
I would
private
call that
school or
person a
something.
professor.
Okay, you can if you want to. Fine. I was just curious as to what it is you are majoring in, because you said
I'm a senior. I'm a senior. I'm 65, and so here at the University of Minnesota, I can take courses for non-accredited, which means it's not towards a degree. So I can I pay
What
I
do you
pay
study?
just I'm taking philosophy,
Nice.
religion, and history courses. I take courses as they interest me.
Okay, that's pretty
That's cool. That's what you should do anyway. So
Yeah.
But I'll look into what Dave said if he had a response to to Robitaille's response.
I'll link you to it right now. How about that?
But
I'll just link.
What school did Professor Dave teach at?
I'd be
What school
more.
did Professor Dave teach at?
I'd be. Oh, I have a phone call.
I don't know,
I'll
Jeremy,
link
but
it- I'll link it-
I
I'll
just
DM
know
it
he
to you.
taught at a school in Cali somewhere.
Because he told you that, or
Private
do you know his name? What's his whole name?
Dave Farina, right? That's his name. Am I
That guy's
wrong?
so scared to debate me, bro. It's so funny. I DM'd him one time.
Oh.
He's
But yeah,
scared to
that's his
debate me.
name, Dave Farina. Right? That's his name, Dave Farina.
Sure.
I don't know. Jeremy asked. Like, I don't remember that's his name.
Yeah, I mean, who cares, Jeremy? If this guy was a teacher, it doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, no, I was just wondering.
Like, I don't dispute that he tried to teach some people out of a tech. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if he tried to teach somebody for a year.
I used to be a teacher for like 9 months, but fuck that shit.
What school did you teach at?
I'm not telling you. Gonna go dox.
Hey, that'd be a really good debate, though. With it, if we debated the Professor Dave, I think that'd be amazing.
Yeah, I tried to set it up, but he won't do it.
I don't know if he would.
He won't. He already turned it down. He said he didn't want to propel. He said he didn't want to propel my career.
That's a reasonable. That's a reasonable quandary that a lot of people are in. If they respond to people who are promoting a pseudoscience, you run the risk of promoting or platforming that pseudoscience. So
He just had a debate. He just had a debate with Dave Weiss, though.
They like to debate things they can easily win, though, and then they can use that excuse, Brenda, when there's things that are going on that they can't easily win. They can say, "I don't want to give you any," you know what I mean, and act like they're just above you and they won't respond to you. And if they were actually being reasonable, they would actually respond to it, right? In a way that was fair and reasonable, so that both sides of that argument could be heard. And if he's confident in his position, he should be able to easily destroy the other guy, right?
Well,
But I wouldn't propel the guy's future if he could destroy it.
Well, I agree with Brenda that that's the reason most physicists don't want to argue flat earthers, but Professor Dave can't say that because he's argued flat earthers in the past, so he is being a bit of a hypocrite.
And he makes flat Earth videos that get millions of views. If anything, he brings more attention to it.
I don't think it's millions. I don't think it's millions. I think it's thousands.
It is. No, it's millions.
Yeah, it's millions. You actually DM'd him, and what he said? What you said?
Yeah, I have the DMs. I can show you the DMs. He said, "I'm not going to debate you if you can't even respond to what I've already said in my videos." And then he just calls a bunch of names, and then I destroyed his moon argument, like destroyed it. And he just didn't respond to it at all, and just said he wasn't going to propel my career.
So, what's your moon argument? What's your moon argument?
Yeah, where his argument about how the moon proves the Earth's not flat.
Oh, yeah, that's really good.
No, it assumes solidity and the medium and the characteristics of propagation between here and there.
Yeah, we don't have to assume solidity with the moon. It's not an assumption.
Well, you have to now invoke people walking on it. So cool story, bro.
Yeah, well, we've got actual pieces of it back here on Earth.
Okay, well, cool story, bro.
Well, no, so you're just denying evidence then.
That is completely wrong. There is no evidence of the moon on Earth. It's
Yes,
all
there
been
is.
destroyed.
We brought
No,
rocks back. We brought rocks
they
back.
admitted they've lost every single one.
No, they haven't.
NASA has said this. I thought this was common knowledge.
Oh, show me the.
Even if that's true, have we not shot radar to it millions of times?
You shot radar to an area of concentration of energy. Cool
Do
story.
what's it?
What's it? Yeah, the same spot as the moon.
Yeah, a concentration of energy.
An energy
that
does
same spot that looks exactly like the moon.
It's called radar.
Okay, but no one's arguing that it would be that spot. The point is, it's arguing what you think that it shows. How about you?
It
keep up
shows
with
that
what
it's
I'm
solid.
saying?
It shows that it's solid. Your claim is that it's not solid.
It doesn't show that it's solid.
Yes, it does. If you bounce radar off it, it shows it's solid.
And how
Can
does
you-
this
can you bounce
concentration
radar
of
off of
energy
plasma?
block out the sun during a solar
It doesn't.
eclipse?
Can you show me that? Can you show me a video of the moon actually approaching the sun and then eclipsing it?
We can show the moon during a solar eclipse. Yes.
No, you
Yes.
can't. And in addition, you also can't. The problem that you don't understand is there's something called polarization of light. If you take like two polar lenses and you move them in different directions, it'll make the entire image you're seeing through the lens disappear at a certain angle. So even if
that's called a non sequitur.
no, it's not called a non sequitur because even if in theory, if in theory that moon was to go in front of the sun, it had a different polarization. It would have
my
that
cat's
same
breath
effect.
smells like cat food.
Okay. Anyway,
Yeah,
so
nice try using Glowbusters Bob's argument.
what? I'm not using anyone's argument.
What the fuck does a polarized filter have to do with anything?
I'm trying to explain that based on the polarization or the emission of whatever those things are in the sky, then you can actually cause something to appear to disappear based on the polarization. How do you understand that?
So for some reason you think the moon is two polarized filters that rotate when you get near the sun?
No. So
Okay,
the
so what is
combination
it
of the
then?
polarization of the sun and the moon can result in that. And again, I'm not even claiming that the moon goes in front of the sun because there's no evidence of that.
Except for the fact that we measure it all the time.
You measure it?
Well, we know where the moon is going to be. You can track it yourself on a window in your living room.
Okay, and then we can watch the moon go in front of the sun and block the light.
Yeah.
No, we can't.
Why can't you?
Because that's never happened.
So what's happening during a solar eclipse then?
Well, that's a good question. I'm not claiming to know that. I mean, like for one, like it could just be an actual like process of energy. Like it could effectively be a battery that charges at different stages and cycles.
If you want to know, are you interested in knowing what actually happens during a solar eclipse?
Do you think I don't know what you think happens?
Yeah, go
I
ask
think
a
you're
7-year-old.
making claims about what's happening. You're making claims about what's happening.
No, I'm not.
He's
I'm literally
saying-
saying I don't know.
Yeah, he's saying
Isn't it
there's no evidence. He's saying there's no evidence that the moon gets in front of the sun,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I think the evidence is overwhelming because, first of all, we have tracked the right ascension and declination of the moon for every single day, and if you follow that during a lunar eclipse, it actually matches the one of the sun, and it has the same angular size of the moon. Is what the moon should be according to its motion. So I mean, this is sound like overwhelming evidence that that's actually the moon.
There is certainly a correlation. Yeah.
Isn't there also only a very specific spot on Earth that you can see the solar eclipse? So in other places you can actually just you can just see where the moon is compared to where the sun is, and it's nearby. Like, I mean, there should be a way to if you can see that the moon is near the sun in on certain places on Earth, while there's also this eclipse happening, wouldn't that be enough evidence that it's the moon doing it?
No, we debunked
is that
the
the
heliocentric
moon?
model's claim about the eclipses, though.
Is that the moon during a solar eclipse? Huh.
I'm only asking during the because I don't know all the answers here. I'm just asking, like, if anybody's like, don't we? I mean, isn't it? Can I get some affirmation? Like, isn't it only in certain locations on Earth during that time of a solar eclipse that the we actually see it. In other places on Earth, they don't see it happening.
Yeah, you're right.
Right? Can't they see the moon from those other places? Or
It'd be kind of hard because the sun is so bright, it's kind of washing out. You really can't see it. But I mean, it's there.
I was almost there. I was going to say with equipment. Yeah. Can we see the moon though? Because I think I saw the moon as it was actually covering the sun. They dialed down the exposure.
In the chat right now.
They dialed down the exposure, and you can see the full moon blocking the sun.
It's in chat right now.
That's Photoshop.
No,
it's
not.
levels. Levels. It's called levels.
Oh, what's the source of this image? You have no idea. You just saw something that confirms your bias on a flat Earth disinformation page, and then you think somehow this is proof. You guys have no consistent standard of verifiable proof. It's ridiculous.
Give me a minute. I've never really even looked for it.
I'm not talking to you, man. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to people that have seen this before, and they're claiming they know it's real.
Again, this is a case of when in doubt, just call it fake.
No. This is objectively not a picture that was taken objectively. So you guys should admit you just posted something that wasn't real, but you guys will never do that. So what you'll do is just change the subject, ignore it. And
I posted the source right there. It's from a solar observatory.
Okay, and this was a picture they took. They just took a picture.
It's from a solar observatory.
Did they just take a picture of it?
Was that picture taken subjectively, if not objectively?
It's not. They didn't just take one picture and then see the moon. That's not what happened.
No, they took that picture.
No, they didn't take that picture.
Do you even need
why
that?
Do you say that?
Isn't like as obvious that is the moon as it should be? Because
why does
eclipses have been known and predicted for thousands of years, my man? What are you talking about?
Yeah, because
the fact that the fact there's a correlation between the sun and the moon and eclipses is well known for over thousands of years. What does that have to do with anything?
Because they know the moon is going to go in front of the sun.
No, we don't know that. We would see the moon go in front of the sun.
Then
why did they use that to predict it?
In the same position in the sky.
What?
And the solar eclipse happens when the moon and the sun are in the same position in the sky.
That's right. We're in an intricate energy system that has a cycle.
Yeah, so that's the moon.
No, physical obstruction is literally a non sequitur to the fact that there's a cyclical nature to the eclipses. How do you understand that?
I'm saying that that's the moon. I'm not talking about anything else. I'm just saying...
You're saying the moon's physically obstructing the sun.
No, I'm saying that's the moon. When you're seeing something going on blocking sunlight, that's the moon. If you don't want to call it physical, if you want to say it's something else, you feel free. But don't say that's not the moon. It makes no sense to suggest it's anything else. Because it's exactly where the moon is.
Yeah, it certainly does have a correlation. I already said that.
I'm not asking if it's a correlation. I'm saying that's the moon. You can see it's the moon. It's the same size of the moon. It's where the moon is supposed to be.
Dude, we don't have a solid object that's isolated that causes eclipses. This is just pseudoscience fairy tales you guys believe in.
If you don't think it's a solid object, that's the moon, regardless of what it is. Arguing that might not be the moon is just stupid.
How many non-solid objects have shadows?
There's no. What's a non-solid object?
Well, you said the moon is not a solid object, so I would assume that you think it's not solid.
Object
right?
assumes solidity, dude. That's what object is.
No.
Yes.
No, gases are not solid, but they are objects.
Oh, gas is an object?
Yes.
Okay. This is not an object. The moon's not an object.
Fog is a thing, but it's not solid.
It's nothing more than light. It's just light, man. It's just light.
So you think? So what do you think the moon is?
State, mate.
It's light.
So what's it? Just say what it is you think things are. So if you think the moon isn't a solid object,
it's plasma. It's plasma.
How does light block light and cause a shadow?
I already explained how. Were you not here? So it's called polarization. You can use a polar lens to do it.
Yeah, lens isn't light. Lens is an object.
Light.
But what does the lens do to the light?
Yes, polarization is not light. What's it?
Oh, okay. There's naturally occurring electromagnetic polarization in our atmosphere. I guess you guys didn't know that. So there's the lens part. So what does the lens do to the light? Do you guys know?
So you're saying the moon is a lens?
No, you guys don't know.
Is the moon a solar filter? Polarizing filter?
Did anyone say that the moon was a
Here's the photo I found right now, and he gives you the camera he uses, the exposure that he uses, and he claims this is all very real photos. Let's check it out.
Okay, so polarization, dude. It's pretty simple.
What about polarization?
That's not an explanation, Witsit.
Polarization is not light either.
I never said it was. That's called a straw man. I'm getting out of here. I got stuff to actually do. For 2 hours, I've been in here, and all you guys have responded with every single time.
I'm just trying to figure out what.
There's Brenda interrupts me again. Peace.
I'm just trying to figure out what it is.
You know, I see it.
I'm just trying to figure out what it is he's saying, and then he spurgs out.
I think he left.
Well, the one thing I heard him saying is that we have no evidence that the moon is getting in front of the sun. I think that's. I mean, that there's no way you can defend that.
He's doing the thing where he doesn't even think it's solid. That's just ridiculous. You can see shadows on it.
It's not a physical object. Wrong.
It has shadows.
Yeah, Rocky.
Do you know about the moon?
The shadow is just the absence of light.
Yeah.
Yeah, caused by solid objects interfering with the light. Yeah.
Yeah.
Look,
It has mountains. It has mountains. It has mountains and craters. You can see them.
Look, yeah, the craters on the moon. Why do they have a? They're flat. They're not craters that we see on Earth, right?
The craters cast shadows, dude.
Yeah, but the craters, they don't go down. There seems like there's a solid, some sort of hard surface.
If they're
only
not
slightly below the surface of the moon, and we can see this in all the craters. Not only are they perfect circles, but they don't go down. Why is that? You tell me.
They do go down. You can see the shadow.
You can see them. Look at a photo of the moon, mate. You can see the shadow.
You can see the shadows.
They're not all craters. There's a hard inner. Nah, mate.
So the moon is plasma. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, and it gives off its own light.
It doesn't.
Where have you heard this
It's
from?
not a physical object.
Where have you heard this from?
I know the nature of reality, and we know how the celestial bodies work on the grid system, and you can observe it.
Video.
Your own consciousness. No, I never heard it from anywhere, actually. It's called connecting dots and putting the information together.
You read it in the Bible. You read it in the Bible.
Well, actually, I'm not religious. I'm not exoteric religious. I'm a Gnostic.
You read it in the Bible.
The Bible does the Bible say the moon is plasma?
I think there was a guy in the 70s or in 60s or 70s that was claiming that the moon was made of plasma.
A guy who can't be tracked down.
Plasma.
Yeah.
And I've told you how it works. And I have images that prove the system.
Right.
Let's all slow down. We're getting a little over talky. Let's slow down a little bit, guys.
Does plasma have shadows?
Well, it depends. It gives off its own light, and we know this. And then seemingly it goes in front of the sun, and that's when an eclipse is.
Then
how does plasma can block?
What about during a new moon, though? What about during a new moon?
How do you get a shadow to cast on a light bulb, dude? That's giving off its own light. How does a shadow?
I'm talking about if the moon gives off its light, then you'll see a shadow from a tree or whatever object is in the way. It's like the sun. I've told you this. It's not reflecting the sun's light.
The shadows we're talking about are the shadows that are actually on the moon.
On the moon, all right.
From the moon, blocking the light from the sun in the same direction as the sun.
Right, potentially it comes from the sun.
So there you go.
Potentially, yeah, sure.
So there you go.
You still haven't answered my question. Well, it is to a certain extent because it's colder.
If it was self-illuminated, there wouldn't be any shadows. If it was self-illuminated, it wouldn't have shadows on it.
Well, that's the thing. It's you don't understand how binary works. So the light seemingly is, bouncing off it, but it can bounce off plasma. It can bounce off a hologram. This is how systems work. We know
That's
this.
That's not how things that emit light work.
You haven't answered my question. Regardless, we're not arguing that there's a shadow on the craters and the moon can give off a shadow.
Yeah, we are arguing that.
We are arguing to where the sun's coming from.
Exactly what we're talking about.
Right, sure. Maybe that's a thing, but you haven't answered why the moon is seemingly solid past a certain point. The craters do not go fully down, and they're perfect circles. That's what my question was. I'm not denying that there can potentially be shadows from allegedly where the sun is. Seemingly.
And not all the craters on the moon are perfect circles.
Right, but there
I
are
had
a
this
lot
discussion last night, and they're all made of perfect circles, pretty much.
No.
But you haven't answered my question to why the craters don't go.
They're not perfect circles. You're just wrong. They're not all perfect circles.
You can post a photo, and we could all have a look at it, mate.
Right, but you said all though. That makes a problem because there are some very
almost all of them. There's a few examples, but they're made up of seemingly circles. It's almost
There's a simple explanation. That helps your argument a little bit, right? Because you can't, if you say all, then you can be easily debunked. You know that. It's clear that there are some, but there might be another explanation as to why those are circular. I mean, they do have.
What's the explanation?
What are the chances?
For the standard model, but if it's an electrical discharge that's causing it, that would create those. There's octagons and shit too, and those craters. Why would there be octagon craters on the moon if it was just impacts, right? But there's also that's an electrical signature of a discharge. Those shapes. So I mean, those shocks happen around the edges of in machinery when we do electric machining and stuff on metals and different things. Anyway, there is another explanation as to why that could be the way that it is, that they've been discharging electrically, and that there's still like some stuff going on a smaller level where the craters collect electrons very low in the crater pit, and they still are excavating and moving and maybe even widening those craters. We have dust storms on the moon, and there's no wind on the moon, so it's an ion situation where ions are kicking up the dust and electrons are kicking up the dust. So this is kicking up dust is a form of electric machinery that could still be going on a much lower level at this point right now. We're just watching it happen slowly and not realizing it's even happening.
All right. So, what are the chances that? Go ahead, Kosha.
I was saying there's another explanation too, but it makes it so this is what you would expect in most cases, but because the impacts of those craters occur when the meteors collide with the moon. At the exact moment that they collided with the moon, and at that moment when they happen, the impact actually pulverizes the asteroid or whatever. So at the moment of impact, there's an event where, like I said, it completely implodes the asteroid on impact. It's not going to be sliding across the surface, and so it makes a circular crater.
That's an intense shock wave.
Hold on, Graham. 1 second, please.
I was just aiding him.
I know, but you went, and then he went. So, what are the chances? In the heliocentric model, they'd all have to hit square on, right?
No.
Oh, you're saying no?
And how are these meteors? If the moon is always facing the direction of Earth, how are these meteors even coming from the direction that they can be in relation to where the Earth is and making these perfect circles? If you look at how a plane crashes into the ground, and you look at how the ground deforms, it's not a perfect circle.
There's more impact craters on the dark side of the.
All right, they're talking about
more impact craters on the dark side of the moon.
Hey,
We've never seen the other side of the moon.
They're talking about such high velocities that coming in at an angle would still make, because it liquefied, and the shock wave liquefies the surrounding ground, right? And then it causes a transverse wave. What's it called when it's like a ripple in a pond? Transverse.
I don't know. This is sketchy, Graham.
Anyway, well, no, they do this in a laboratory, so they do show that there is there is a possible mechanism for some of that, right?
So hold on. Let me talk. Let's talk about the lab thing real quick.
Possible mechanism for the hexagonal crater craters.
The lab thing. Let's talk about the lab thing real quick.
Yeah.
All right, you know what? My bad. This other guy was trying to go. What was your name? I don't want to steal it from him. What was the other guy's name?
Earth? Is that you? Or was it Vanu?
I don't remember. Whoever it was, welcome now. You're welcome to keep going if you want. I don't want to steal the show from you.
Yeah. Anyway, if while he's waiting, though, I think what Kosho was talking about was the shock wave that causes that. Even at an angle, the wave is so great that it liquefies everything around it, and the shock wave, the ground behaves like a liquid at that point for a moment during this intense pressure rising of the air, because it got so hot, it liquefied everything basically, and so then it behaved like a liquid, and it became more like even if you shoot a rock onto the water, you know what I mean, the sideways, you still get a circular ripple in the water, and I think that's sort of the same kind of thing with the shock wave.
Oh, I see what you're saying, but it doesn't look like it was. I mean, when you look at it, it doesn't look like it was liquid and then got stuck solid as a liquid. It looks like it's, it looks like it's rock, right?
Well, yeah, it would be liquefied
like
rock.
jagged rocks and shit, not something that got liquefied and then.
Yeah, I mean, but I guess when they got to the moon, I know this is the part that's gonna piss you off.
You couldn't do hold on, Graham. My point is, you couldn't do that with water and then like freeze it still somehow to make it look like the way the craters look.
No, you could. You take hot water and you go out in a good below freezing, right? You take the hot water in a dish, and you splash it, and it freezes. And you can pretty much kind of see what it is that is happening. I don't know if that would actually work. I know you can take hot water and throw it up in the air, and it'll fall back down as snow. But I mean, there might be a way to do this other thing.
Even if you could manage to, trap it somehow and make it solid, quick like that, like it would be like wavy and shit. There's no atmosphere on the moon to. It looks jagged and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like jagged rocks. It doesn't look like a water. Somebody threw a rock in the water and then it got, flash froze somehow. Wouldn't it be like all bumpy and shit, or like wavy bumpy?
Yeah, I don't know, dude. Honestly, I just know different mechanisms on Earth, but I mean, there's no pressure here, so I mean, like that. So it's gonna, you know what I mean? How fire and water and everything, they behave different in different pressures. So I mean, it's hard to really imagine it being the same as on Earth. You know what I mean? Because I don't think it would ever be the same. So because of the situation. So I mean, it could, for all I know,
on Earth as it is in heaven.
Well, except for the fact that we don't have an atmosphere in heaven as we do on Earth. If we did, we would be able to breathe on top of Mount Everest. Yeah,
this crater thing is, and I said it's a well-known thing. I mean, I have posted some stuff from NASA now that kind of describe the like the state, the order of events and how it ends up like that. But the simple fact is, well, one of the things that is pointing out on NASA at least is that the most common, just like I guess Vanu was suggesting, one of the most common angles they should come in at is not 90 degrees, be on average 45 degrees. But even still, it's irrelevant because, as I said, the speed at which they come in, they don't come in like an airplane. They don't come in and then slide. Although sometimes they do, and actually they do have craters like that on the moon where it does look like they're coming in horizontally. But they are rare. Most commonly, they come in and then they impact on. I mean, they explode on impact and they vaporize completely to the point where none of the rock is, intact anymore. At which case they're gonna explode right there at that point, and they're gonna create a more or less circular crater, regardless of the angle.
Yeah, but you got to explain why. The liquefaction of the ground, the shock wave, that all of that is like, that's what they want to hear. The rest is like a story without any real explanation,
Well, no, I mean, the speed. There's a certain speed for any object internally to keep its structure, and if it if it impacts at a velocity greater than that, then it's not gonna be able to keep it structured. And,
have you got anything to look like? Grim said you did something in the lab, but have you got anything to look anything like anything what the moon looks like? I feel like I said anything too many times there, but
a lot of times, dude. Yeah, hold on.
All right, show us one thing where they got in a lab in a vacuum to get it to look like what the moon looks like.
Hold on.
Because it looks all jagged and shit, bro. I don't know if you'd get that if something liquefied. I mean, maybe. I don't know.
Give me a second.
Like I don't want. It's got to be like it had to happen in like in a vacuum. How fast do they say the comets and asteroids and meteors and shit are moving?
According to NASA, hold on, I saw the values of signal online.
According to NASA, and like you guys can verify it from the ground, right, with all your math.
What'd you say to me, dude?
Can you verify it with all your math here on the ground? Because I mean, I just
verify it.
I don't want to go out. I don't want to go forward with something with according to NASA.
Yeah, well, guess what? According to NASA, by the way, who are the fucking people in our country, right? We're not going to go to the fucking Department of Education or people who work at the mailbox or whatever the fuck else. We're going to probably go to the people who work in identifying where these things are coming from and how fast they're coming, okay? Anyways, they have a lot of data on these impacts since they are studying the ones that are hitting the Earth and the Moon. And they claim that, let's see here, like on average, so that there's different ones that, it depends on where they come from. They can range from, looks like 11 kilometers per second, transfer that's per year, to about 30 to 53 kilometers per second. So let me see how fast it is.
You said 33. What was the slow one?
About 11. So that's about, oh damn, dude, that's pretty fast. That's more than 100,000 miles per hour. That's crazy. Yeah, so about 25,000 miles per hour is 11 kilometers per second, which is escape velocity. It's to about 11 to about 100,000 times, 100,000 miles per hour. Anyways, I heard this explanation from Neil deGrasse Tyson before, and it made sense when he described it, because he was basically describing like every structure has an internal energy that's holding the structure together. Like, if you have a metal slab, or if you have I don't know, a fucking structure made out of sand or something, there's going to be an energy that is required to keep the thing intact and held together. And if you if you strike that object with an energy greater than that that's holding it together, then it's not going to be able to be held together anymore, and it's the integrity of its entire structure is going to be destroyed. That's exactly what happens whenever something like that hits something. The same thing that happens when you throw like a snowball at a brick wall or something. It doesn't have the integrity to be held together anymore, so it explodes.
No, it's a little different than that.
How's it different than that?
Because the velocity is so high that it actually liquefies the metal, the rock, everything. It's a shock wave that liquefies the solids. It's not just coming apart.
Listen, let's just see something that looks something like what the moon looks like, one of their craters.
Yeah. Well, if you really want to just look up some comparisons from the electric universe where they do electrical machinery to other things and then compare them to craters that they've seen on planets and the moon. They replicate these things. They replicate the octagon or hexagonal ones. The circular ones with the dendritic, or what do they call it? Rifts. Those little rifts that look like water's been pouring down them. Except those are scallops, edges that the electrical machining does. Scallops the edges like that. There's no explanation as to why that's happening on the moon. Why would there be scalloped edges? There's no water running down there, is there? There's no, you know what I mean? Like, no, there's no reason for. And then craters on top of craters, on edges, crater edges, on the highest peaks. That's electricity does that. They do crater lip edge on another edge of a crater in the electrical machinery. But there's no real way to say that you got another perfectly circular crater on top of another one, and you didn't liquefy the area around the other one. It still stayed the same. Like,
dude, this whole liquefaction thing doesn't even make sense.
Then it couldn't be on. Yeah, it couldn't be on the lips of the other ones if the liquefaction thing was occurring. That's what made me think to rule out the actual impact theory for a lot of those craters on top of craters and the crater chains, those little chains of craters where it's like ding, 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 all in a perfect row after another. That is clear machining. We see that in welding and shit all the time where somebody does that. And so those are called that's electrical machining. There's so many different evidences for why these aren't impacts or lava chambers or any of the things they thought that they were and claimed that they must be. I mean, because the damn lava chambers are empty. Those so-called collapsed lava chambers. Where's the collapsed tunnel? It's not on top. The material for the collapsing isn't there either. It has been machined away. It is clear and empty. So like on Earth, we see volcano chambers. You see the top of the tunnel falls down into the tunnel. You can see all the debris from the top of the tunnel inside the crevice. That's not there on the moon. The tops of the tunnels have fallen into space, not down into to the ground where they should be. They've been electrically machined out and excavated off of the moon. Into theory, not that I know this is true. I'm just saying. The electric theory just seems to make so much more sense for the moon, to me anyway. There's a lot of stuff on it.
So that we shouldn't be worried about the circular ones. We should be worried about the hexagonal ones.
No, I mean, concern yourself with all of them, right? Because there's if they're all present, you have to be concerned with all of them and figure out,
Why doubt Gosho's going to be able to show me anything that looks like something we see on the moon from whatever he's saying? It doesn't even sound like you could get a shape like that. I mean, maybe you could. I don't know, but
no, the hexagons they can't figure that out. They don't have the
I was talking about even the circle ones, bro. Even the circle ones, it looks like jet. Like I don't think you're gonna get that from a liquid. Something going from a liquid to a solid like that.
Well, I think they did it with a ballistic gel and a bullet, and something like that. I mean, they have a theory that they think it can work, and they, to them that's pretty solid. To me, it's an explanation, but it doesn't satisfy me. So
a ballistic gel.
Well, I think
and a bullet.
A bullet and ballistic gel. It's like
it looked like a crater though, like something you would see on the moon. I know what the ballistic gel is. Yeah.
Yeah, they shot it like at an angle or whatever, and I guess it caused like the shockwave caused a circular crater, even though it should have been an oblong crater.
Yeah, but did they get it to look all jagged and shit like the moon looks like?
No,
or was it?
No. It was very much smaller scale. There's no way I could be sure that was the explanation that would satisfy me, because it didn't satisfy me, but it satisfied so many of them that it's all it took for the story to stick, is what I'm saying.
Yeah. Has your guy Sky Scholar come out with anything good recently?
Yeah.
He's the one I got that info from on the black. We were talking about black holes earlier, and Robotham. What's his name again?
Pierre Marie Robitaille. Yeah, Robitelli.
Oh, I like Robitelli. Let's go with that. That'll stand out. It sounds like a pasta.
Yeah.
But yeah, he tore that black hole shit to shreds. They were supposed to have 3 satellites or 3 whatever they are, telescopes looking at it at the same time, and there was times where they only had 2. And they got so much data back, they couldn't even send it over the internet. They had to ship it manually because it would have took like 100 years or something to send the data over the internet.
They're so full of shit. To me, it's just hilarious. Because that's one way of covering your tracks.
How
you don't put anything
how
on
do
the
you put
internet.
that much data? How do you put that much data together? Let's say you did have that much data and you had to have it all shipped.
What Marie was saying, or Pierre was saying, was he also said, that they just selected from some computer generated images that they already had in stock.
That's what I'm saying. They pick.
Yeah.
How do you pick which pixel you're going to use out of all that data?
This is what's funny. They have so much. All right, they call it signal to noise ratio, right? But they have so much noise that all they have to do is filter out the negative of the signal. So they could go, I could have so much noise, I could just put any signal I want in there, filter out the rest, and there the signal will be.
Yeah, Robitelli went deep on it.
It's like I have the whole alphabet as all my information, right? But I'm looking for D, right? So all I got to do is record the whole alphabet, and then erase all the other letters out of there, and D, there's D, got it. It's a trick.
Could they have made any? Do you think they could have made any image they wanted to out of that? If you could pick and choose from all the data, could you have made a unicorn out of that data?
Yeah, absolutely.
You think so?
Yeah,
I could see that earlier because I was like, I don't know, I'm not willing to die on this hill, but
absolutely,
yeah,
I could have made a fucking dragonfly out of that data.
Yeah, no doubt. That's what I thought because it was so much data. Like you're getting all the letters of the alphabet essentially. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You heard, Nate? Literally anything. I didn't mean like literally anything earlier, but I guess it is literally anything.
Yeah, I mean it's if the signal I'm looking for, if I'm claiming this is the signal, it's a signal that it just doesn't make any sense that people are falling for this so hard, man. People are too busy in their regular lives to really give too much of a shit, I think.
My favorite one was when Jaronism. I think it was Jaronism. He did it. He was like, "Look, the picture of the black hole," and it was like, "Oh shit, that's a dope picture." And then he like zoomed out, and it was Snoop Dogg's blunt or something.
Yeah, that was a good one.
That's good. Good times. Good times.
But for everybody else in the chat, about, I don't know, fucking almost an hour ago, I posted that Professor Dave getting his ass debunked for real by Pierre-Marie Robitaille. You'll see Pierre-Marie Robitaille with his World Star sunglasses on as he knocks Dave the fuck out. Roll up, fellas, and enjoy the show. I got to go for a little while, but I'll be back. Thanks for having me on again, guys. Jeremy, you're great
No
as
doubt.
always.
We'll see you. We'll see you, Grim. Thank you. We'll see you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'll be back in 5. I got to jump in the shower real quick.
Yeah, I just got back.
And I wanted to talk about moon craters.
Coach was about to show us a pic. Coach was about to show us a picture when they recreated in a lab in a vacuum that looks like the moon.
I was going to show you a picture of anything. I didn't say anything like that. But the explanation I gave you is the actual explanation for it. But
NASA's got a big ass gun that where they can simulate that stuff. It's
amazing.
amazing.
Yeah, that's
right. Yeah. Grab one of those pictures, Coach. I thought you were doing that whole time.
No, I was talking to somebody on the phone. Hold on.
Dude, come on, man. Get your priorities straight, please.
I think it's NASA Ames that has that thing. It's a huge ass gun, and it shoots like a BB. Little tiny size objects. But it can whistle those things out at 25,000 miles an hour or some silly thing. And they can shoot it at all kinds of surfaces, at all kinds of different angles, and see what the effect is.
Okay, yeah, here we go.
But the reason that the craters are always, almost always circular is that in order for it to be elongated, the object has to be literally almost parallel with the surface when it strikes. At anything more than just a few degrees, the energy release is enormous. It's more like an explosion. And the resulting crater is going to be hundreds of times the size of the little object that hit. So you almost always get something that's close to circular, unless it's really, really shallow when it hit the surface. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, this was like a 45-degree angle. And like you said, perfectly circular.
It's definitely going to be circular at 45 degrees.
And that's that they said on their website that 45 degrees is an average. It's understandably an average. What you would expect for the angle at this point. Hey, Vanny, just like Blue was saying, this video I posted, if you check out this it's a hypervelocity impact in the NASA Ames vertical gun range. They simulate these exact events in the lab to show you that verifiably they do exactly as we suggested. The impact will vaporize the the object, in this case the bullet, whatever's being projected, or in the case that we're talking about, the asteroids. And because they vaporize at that moment of impact, that it just behaves like an explosion, like Blue said.
Yeah, I think of it like a stick of TNT. It doesn't matter whether the TNT is laying down, standing up, cocked at an angle. It's still just going to make a big circular hole in the ground.
All right, but do meteorites, work the same way on Earth? I don't think so.
Why would you think they don't?
Regardless, well, I don't even believe meteorites are an actual thing, to be honest with you.
When they had that one in Russia, they found the actual meteorite. What do you think happened there? Oh, they made it up. Hey,
Is that true?
Let's call it a meteorite.
I don't know, man. I don't think they've ever found.
Well, that's the best thing you said so far. I don't know. That's okay. You don't know.
Well, show me then. Show me this meteorite that they've apparently found. Because
there's hundreds of pictures of it. Where you find it?
You're the one. You're the bloke that needs to prove.
I'm not a
this Russian meteorite.
Anything. You're the one that's making.
Look, all right, sure. I've looked at this experiment that Kosher posted, and it makes sense. Look, so we see what's going on here with the sand. I don't know what angle they're shooting the projectile from.
Doesn't matter, right?
It makes a circle, but the difference we see is we can't explain this flat surface. Is this allegedly because of moon dust being blown, which isn't observable? We can't see any lines or patterns from as if there was a wind on the moon. If you see the image I posted, I've been having a text discussion about the flat surface the moon has at a certain depth. If you look at the craters on the moon, it seemingly hits a hard inner layer.
Zanik, if you look at Jarvis's, I think Jarvis just posted a picture. There's like a crater. There's like a big crater with little craters in it, and the big crater kind of looks like it's flat.
It looks like it's flat. Oh, why is it looking?
But they're all like that, and they're all like that at the same depth. And this is what my point is. How can this be explained?
They're not the same depths. That's for sure. We can see that just.
They're all the same depth.
They're not the same depths.
Well, they are. That's the crazy part. If you observe with a telescope,
I can see. I can look at Jarvis's picture and I see.
You're just saying it's not the same depth because you can't believe it to be true.
Why, when we have these discussions, it becomes an argument because you just talk over people? Just let me say something.
Sorry, mate.
I see about 20 that are very shallow, and one that's very large, and a few others that look similarly the same depth. So they're not the same depth, are they?
Well, do more observation.
I'm looking at the picture.
You can see it for yourself. No, they're all the same depth.
Your statement is incorrect because I'm looking at the picture that you are. And you're saying they're all the same depth, yet they're not. None of them are.
To a certain point, all right, sure, there might be some that aren't as deep.
There's a lot of them. And 1, 2, 3, super shallow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 super shallow, super deep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Go by the shadows.
Explanation in this image I just posted from NASA. Part of it has to do with what Grimm had said, which is not the reason why they're circular, the liquefying thing, but there is a liquefaction of,
You only can compress that material and melt it and combust it to a certain point, and then it becomes almost infinitely hard. So no matter how much force you have, the increase in force will not counteract the density beneath it. So that's one of the reasons why you don't have these. Let's hit the planet super fast, and then it goes twice as far. No, it doesn't. That's not how it works for forces through a substance like this. Because there's think of it as like a compression of the material.
What's the substance? What do you think it is?
I mean, any dirt, any kind of related to dirt on Earth. If you were to fire
We're
something,
talking about the moon.
Hold on. If you have a gun and you shoot into the ground, do you think you have a Colt 45, and then you get a howitzer? How much difference is the depth of the hole, especially for the same caliber shell, just by velocity increase? You're not going to get a linear relationship between depth and with speed.
I never brought up anything to do with speed. It's the fact that they're all the same depth to a certain point, and you don't see any rubble on these flat surfaces.
That's the point, though. Why would they? That's the point. What causes the depth? What causes it? What causes the depth? What causes the crater?
What we know is it's called a crater. That's all
I
can tell you, mate.
What causes the crater?
Well, how many years do you think I've lived? Has anyone seen a
yes.
A meteor crashed on the moon and recorded it? No, I don't think anyone ever has.
Yes, they did.
Somebody
they recently have.
It's never been observed. That's all.
They did. They saw They actually saw it. They time-lapse photography, saw the impact, and then later recorded it.
Well, no, there was
according to you.
According to
no proof.
Oh my god!
There was eclipse in 2019 when we were all watching the eclipse. Soundly recorded it. Another gentleman called Kaiser Cube recorded it, and during that eclipse, while everybody was recording it nonstop, there was a meteor impact on the moon during the footage.
I'd like to see that if it was real.
Yeah, Kaiser Cube still has a video on his channel, and it's about a 5-minute video time lapse of the eclipse, and then there's a I kind of remember where the timestamp was where the meteor happened.
You don't think it was CGI?
Oh no! I mean, everyone saw this, man. Because like I said, Kaiser Cube was recording it when it happened. I was watching on Soundly.
I don't know who Kaiser Cube is, man.
Well, yeah, but everyone in the world that was watching this was watching it at the same time. So it was observed by many people.
Well, that is interesting if real, and I'd love to see that.
I'll post Kaiser Cube's video because his is, like I said, a short 5-minute time lapse, and it's in that video as well. But,
yeah, and I hope lots of people recorded it, not just Kaiser Cube, because this can be CGI. This is one example apparently of all the time someone seeing a meteorite, and so they observed it turn into the flat surface. They watched the whole thing. They got it on record because that would be an amazing moment, wouldn't it? Like,
but what? I mean, it was.
I doubt any of you guys have seen a meteor actually hit the fucking moon, but you're telling me you have.
It's in this video, and I'll post his video, and then I'll post something else that's mainstream media or.
We saw one hit Jupiter too, or Saturn.
Jupiter.
We saw one hit Saturn. Yeah. All right.
So I gotta find the time lapse. I remember it being like 2 minutes in, so let me find it real quick. And the time sample one.
Yeah, we all watched Shoemaker Levy 9 shred the shit out of Jupiter's atmosphere.
Yeah, I'd love to see it with my own eyes.
There's something that you can't ignore, and that is the moon is not just a big ball of dust. It's actually a big ball of rock covered by a really thin layer of dust.
And what type of rock is it? Doesn't look like anything we can see.
The surface
dust.
Mostly
selenium. Selenium seems to be a very convenient material.
I think silicon. I know it's got a
no, selenium. Selene means moon, and selenium could have something to do with the moon.
Well, whenever that word was made up, I don't think they've been to the moon yet. So, but one of the theories about what the moon even is based on an impact that happened early on with the Earth, at which point, there was a large planetary object, and what happened was that it transferred some of its core to the Earth, so that's why we have a kind of a bigger core, and a lot of our surface got transferred to this object. So it's basically an object that's made up of a lot of stuff that's kind of on our surface, and so yeah. But I think I remember silicon being one of the main elements.
Blue, what were you gonna say about the Jupiter impact? Blue?
Sorry, you did say that I made up some word. Selenium is an actual thing.
No. Since you made it up, I said when the word was made up by the people who made the word up. I'm saying you made it up.
Yeah, all good, man. All good.
Did you see the video of the impact on Jupiter too?
I mean, if
all these amateurs are doing this, there's no CGI. People are all doing it at the same time. They all got multiple sites watching this planet get hit by a meteor. multiple videos from different people. Isn't it coincidental at the exact same time, exact same moment, they all see this impact and they get pictures of it? Blue, you had a statement about that, didn't you? I heard you in the background talk about the impact at Jupiter.
Yeah, I was talking about that years and years ago when Shoemaker Levy 9 got ripped apart by Jupiter's gravity. And, you saw those impact results on the surface of the Jupiter's atmosphere as it rotated around. The impact was actually just beyond the horizon of Jupiter when the thing hit. But everybody remembers that, right? It's been, 20 years ago, 25 years ago?
I got the video I got on the chat is from 94, but I think there's another one too, right?
Okay. Might be. But there were these huge black spots that suddenly appeared every place where pieces of that thing hit Jupiter.
Right.
Isn't Jupiter just a gas giant, as in like nothing solid about it-ish?
Yeah. Probably something solid towards the center of it, but
yeah, but then maybe we assume that a comet is something more solid than it actually is. So maybe we're just seeing more of a reaction as opposed to two solid things hitting each other.
Well, at the speeds asteroids are moving, it doesn't very much matter. Just the friction of coming in contact with an atmosphere like that, whether it's the atmosphere or a solid object, a solid part of the object, you're going to have close to the same effect. It is rapidly going to get vaporized.
Yeah, Vane, just a second, go ahead, Blue. I think you're still saying something. To respond to Vane about the that event. It doesn't look spectacular in the shot. That's correct. It looks like it's
Is that the one you were talking about earlier? That footage you just showed us of this one dot of a light. Is this groundbreaking evidence?
Absolutely. This is not from one person. This is not from one person's footage. This happened on everyone's footage at the same time. Everyone.
It looks to me like a glitch of a pixel more than a meteorite.
Absolutely, that's what it looks like, and that's why I'm telling you that on everyone's footage of this event, when they were in their backyards with their cameras.
So there was a phenomenon. There was something that was observed, and doesn't necessarily mean it was a meteor. That's just the first thing you'd assume, right?
I think there was further evidence. I've seen further evidence of that location afterward. I have to find that too, but.
Right, so there was a weird light on the moon. I can agree that this was observed and people recorded it, which is interesting. But it clearly, I don't think that's a meteor, mate. Honestly.
Well, that's the least. That would be the least strange thing, if it being a meteor. If it were something else, it would be much stranger.
Exactly right. That's just the way people, brain, wash to, see things and come to conclusions about these phenomena, right? So I've seen UAPs in the sky above Sydney, lights that move around, and they're intelligent lights. I'm sure many of you guys have seen them as well, and you can't actually push it across to someone because it's on their frame of reference. They can't conceptualize what it is, so they fall to the, they say, oh, you saw a satellite, blah, blah, or it just instantly goes over their mind. If you know what I mean? Like you say it's the most basic thing because it saves brain power into actually trying to figure out what it is. So that's all I can say, mate. It's not a meteor. We got to figure out what it really is.
Blue's footage is cool too. The one for the Shoemaker Levy. At Jupiter. It's pretty cool.
Just quickly, if things were to float in space, just say, and it's not the free falling, and it's nothing to do with anything moving, blah blah, and stuff just generally floats above, let's say, 200 miles or something like that. Is that a possibility that allows us to make things move up there? You just give them a bit of a boost, and then they'll just move in that direction, that trajectory. Does that make sense? Could everything just be floating high up? You get to microgravity without needing free fall, etc., etc., etc. And pretty much what you're looking at is just floating objects, maybe with thermal winds or something like that. That's allow a current or a draft or whatever.
You answered that if that could be possible or something, but the thing you're suggesting is understanding something that we don't know to be possible. So we'd have to have some, because like things don't float, you know what I mean? So if things don't float in things don't float without resting above another medium. So like balloons will float because they're still being pulled down on top of the atmosphere.
But if there's no pull at a certain altitude, then irrelevant maybe of things like buoyancy, maybe I'm sure that comes into it. But if the effective gravity itself is less and less and less and less and less, you get to a point where there must be an opposite reaction to something. I don't know.
Well, in order for that to work, we would have to have some physics that doesn't match anything that we know about. The inverse square law would be completely wrong. The gravitational acceleration at the International Space Station, for instance, I think is about 88% of what it is here on Earth. So it's less, but not a whole lot less. That implies that nothing's just going to float around up there. If it doesn't have an orbital velocity associated with it, it's going to be accelerated toward the Earth. It's unavoidable with the physics as we understand it.
Yeah, cool, man. I've got the same numbers as well, looking up. Just general discussion, really. Thanks.
Yeah, I'm not arguing. I'm just...
I know, it's just the sound of my voice. No, I'm a very neutral person, so I might sound like I'm serious, but no, I'm a jokester, really.
That's an interesting idea. I just don't know how to make it work.
Yeah, your question is it kind of answers itself. Just because it's like if like Blue said, if you're asking if something would be possible and it's based on physics that we don't currently subscribe to because I've never seen evidence of it or whatever. So you couldn't say something. You couldn't say can something be possible that we don't really have any knowledge of. So.
That's cool, man. Thanks for your feedback, guys. Always.
And then Vanu, here's another. It's not going to impress you, of course, but this is from that same event. This is some more images. I like that top one though, because this was studied. Give me a second, phone call.
So the only evidence they have that's a meteor crater or a meteor impact is this flash of a light that comes and goes like that almost looks like a faulty pixel observably. I'm not denying that they saw this and they saw it at this certain point on the moon, but I don't know, saying it's a meteor impact is not very convincing, to be honest with you.
Well, it's from a rock that was a few hundred feet in diameter maximum. So you wouldn't really expect to see the rock. We don't have any technology that would show you the rock itself.
So is that supposed to be an explosion? Like whatever it is, it's giving off light, and I've seen the video and it looks like just a frame pixel, mate. Doesn't look like something that's real.
That's the kinetic energy release on impact, which is
so it's an explosion.
Very much.
And today, we can zoom up very far on the moon. Did people have, a before and after to show the crater? or they just have this random flick of a light that, to me, it proves that it's actually, you know, a plasmic hologram, like I've been saying it is.
I actually do have, or at least I think I've seen some images that were made showing that the actual impact crater. And I don't remember if that was from Earth-based telescopes or from the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, or where it came from. But I saw something somewhere. I could look for it.
I mean, you'd hope there was a before and after, right?
I don't think you'd see. I don't think there's.
Well, we can zoom up very close on the moon. Telescopes can do this.
We're not constantly videoing every square
Well,
inch.
you'd think somewhere's recording that, right? You'd think there'd be one telescope recording it in full detail. I mean, it seems possible to me. I don't see why. You know, that's amazing footage if they actually had eyes of this meteor landing, right? That would be selling like crazy, that footage.
Well, it'd be great if you had it. I don't think astronomers have got nothing else to do other than just point at a spot on the moon and hope one day a meteor is going to hit it.
Well, they can, you know, get close-ups of the entire moon with just one lens on the whole thing. They don't have to zoom in on certain points. You know, cameras are this bloody powerful. You can do it on a fucking phone camera, eh? So how's a telescope doing?
I thought you were talking about seeing the rock come in.
Well, exactly. You'd be able to get someone somewhere is going to be recording the full moon in full detail at all times, right? I mean, you'd hope so. You know, what I'm saying is a phone camera can do it, so you'd assume any sort of other camera can do that.
Yeah,
and there's someone doing it 24/7.
You're not going to see.
Apparently not.
You're not going to see 100-foot rock coming in space with a phone camera.
Apparently not. Yeah, of course you're not, because it's not real, in my opinion. Of course.
Well, of course not, because you're.
Of course, there's no rock coming in, so of course they can't record that.
Okay, whatever.
Apparently, I don't know how true it is, but apparently we can observe like those solar flashes from the moon, the sun. Sorry, like it seems to be the same thing, right? Like some sort of energy dispersion. I don't know how you would scientifically call it, but apparently we can see these things with the sun. I don't know how true it is. Personally, I've never actually looked at the sun with a telescope. I think it needs certain filters. But it looks like we're seeing the same thing, right? Surely someone knows about sun flares, I believe they're called. Have all the globes been stumped? Is that what's going on here?
What are you guys even talking about?
Talking about sun flares, mate. Do you know anything about sun flares and its relation to this alleged meteor crater on the moon?
Meteor crater on the moon?
Yeah, so there's this footage being shown of apparently a meteor hitting the moon in real time, and seemingly all the footage shows is like a flash of light, like a pixel, and I'm relating it to flares of the sun. Right? I don't think it's a meteor.
Like solar flares.
Exactly, I'm talking about solar flares, and I need someone to tell me about this thing.
Is that what Blue was telling you about?
What I'm saying is, what are solar flares, and can we observe it with telescopes? I reckon this is what we're seeing on the moon here. We're seeing a moon flare.
A moon flare?
Apparently, mate, that's what's going on here. So maybe the source of these meteor craters on the moon, quote supposed meteor craters, they're apparently, I'd say, they're moon flares, mate. And this is the reaction we see. Because we can see it on the sun, and I don't see how it could be any different to what's going on the moon. And it's been recorded here. We've seen this flash of a pixel going on the moon. I can explain it a million ways for you, mate. I'm just explaining the footage that has been presented.
Yeah.
So, look, how could the debate be any different? We agree that the sun is made out of some sort of energy. It's a luminary, you know. What is it made out of? Fire? Lava? You tell me. How could so the moon is the exact same size as the sun, and we can see this with eclipses and whatnot. So why is the debate, why is it all of a sudden triggering if you bring up that the moon is related to the sun somehow, and they're not these separate entities that are seemingly perfect distances that match the same size? What if they're actually similar and they're the same sort of plasma, but you got some sort of yin and yang shit going on here, mate? You know, this is how you got to see the celestial bodies on the grid system. So how was the moon not plasma? Has it been tonight? All I've heard tonight is that the moon could apparently be made out of celium, some sort of rock. And this is, we don't know this. I don't think anyone has studied these alleged moon rocks and found no one can even tell me what the rock's made out of. They've apparently got the rock. So I don't know what's going on there.
Crazy.
The whole fucking thing's crazy, man. And these are the questions I've been asking on this Discord, trying to get the truth on the Truth Awakenings Discord.
You mean the Earth Awakening?
Same thing, mate.
Is it?
Well, it depends how you define Earth, right? And I'd say Earth is the system that we share, and that the same system that we're in tune to, and we just call it the Earth, Mother Nature.
Yeah.
I mean, because even flat earthers, it's in the name, flat Earth, globe Earth. It's the system that we share. It's like the second body, right? And we share the second body.
Yeah, the second body. You're so dramatic, man. Do you talk like that on purpose?
Well, of course. I think answers are always dramatic. How can you have a non-dramatic answer, mate?
A non-dramatic answer.
Non-existent. It's always like a spearhead.
Real quick, Nate, apparently I was actually right earlier. It was literally anything. I mean, I don't know 100%, but Grim equated it to, you get so much data that you have every letter in the alphabet, and now you can make like any word you want or make it say anything you want. So,
no.
Are you sure? Do you know how much data it was? They had to mail.
It was a lot of data.
Bro, they had to it was so much data, they had to physically bring it somewhere in a Mac truck. They couldn't even send it over the internet. It would have taken hundreds of whatever years.
They had to what?
They had to ship it physically, manually in Mac trucks, hard drives on Mac trucks, because it was so much data. It would have took hundreds of years to send over the internet.
Why did you read this?
Bro, that's what happened.
So, but where would they have taken the data to then? Because you understand this was a worldwide project, spanning,
Yeah, and they
I
had
think,
to
from the
take
South
the
Pole
data
to Spain. Like, which way, like, what is the central location that they taking all of this data to? Wouldn't it be easier for the individual places to store the data and then they just create a shared network over which they have all of this data? Why do they need to take it all to a central location? For what purpose?
Because it was a jumble of data. Like, all the data had to be gathered in one spot so that you could pick the pieces out that you wanted. You know what I'm saying? Whatever pixels you're going to use, you just pick that pixel, and one computer needs to do it. So
why does one computer?
Like, it needs
Wouldn't
to
it be
be in one
easier?
spot all at once.
Why, Jeremy? Wouldn't it be easier if different compute? Like, wouldn't it be
Bro, I
easier?
don't do. No,
Read
Nate.
this
Okay,
somewhere.
I don't know.
All right, but did you read this somewhere?
Somewhere, yes. My microphone's messing up.
Okay.
1, 2, 3.
I can hear you. Could you share the link with me when you have
Bro,
time?
I don't. I'm getting out the shower. I got to do dishes. Get
Like I
something to
said,
eat. Get
when
my
you
kid off
have
the bus.
time. When you have
I'm
time,
never gonna
Jeremy.
have time, dude. I never have time. No, don't
All right.
don't hold your breath for that.
What are the keywords I should Google here? Like, what did you Google? Do you remember?
Dude, this was so long ago.
Okay. No,
Search
then it's cool.
amount. I mean, if I had to guess, I would say amount of information from black hole picture. I don't know.
Osho, do you sleep or what? You were here last night, like 8 hours ago.
Tell him the game don't stop.
Yeah, I remember this motherfucker was
He's
here
on a
like
phone call.
he was
He's on
here
a phone
all
call.
day. Yeah, he was here all day yesterday. He's here all last night. I fucking go to sleep, wake up, come back on. This guy's still like, it's amazing.
He's going hard, bro. That we've been killing it here lately. They got to defend the globe. They got some guys hanging around that kind of can do it. They're kind of globe liabilities, but Kosho's top 10 globe earther.
Is he really?
Bro, he should.
Yeah, bro.
You should get like a place, like a show, like Neil deGrasse. This guy's way better than Professor Dave Explains or fucking Simon Dan and fucking Fag.
Kosho's top 10. Ask him anything. He'll be an expert on it in 5 minutes.
You guys really think Kosher's a top 10?
Ask Kosho
okay.
anything.
Got me tagged. It took half a ton of hard drives to store the black hole image data. Yeah, they just stored it on hard drives. Half a ton worth of hard drives. Yeah, they stored it on a lot of hard drives.
To ship them somewhere, they all get processed.
Then why did it look like just like the end of a cigarette butt? If they had that much data, the fucking image was shit.
You got so many pixels. You got so much. There was so much interference and shit. There was times when there were supposed to be 3 telescopes online, but they have data from only having 2 telescopes online. Like, it's a mess. It's a huge mess with these people.
All right.
I don't know, man. The picture that I saw, the picture of the black hole, looked like I could fake it. I'm not saying it's fake, but
Jeranism did it. Jeranism faked it. It was Snoop Dogg's blunt.
yeah, that's the fucking yeah. I remember. I don't know. I don't really watch Jeranism or whatever, but I seen that meme of Snoop Dogg's blunt.
Yeah. Yeah, Grimm equated it to getting as much data as like say you were, it was the alphabet. You would get every letter every time because there's so much interference or something, and then you could just pick whatever words you wanted to make out of it because you had every single every single letter to pick from.
That's a good point. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure if you, you know how when you like put your the antenna up and you get that white static, I think like through a certain amount you could probably even manipulate static.
Talking about from the 90s.
Yeah, but I'm just saying like if you take that static, right, and you basically do a data manipulation on it. I mean, with enough manipulation, you can make even static look like something. So.
The black hole pick wasn't too convincing. I mean, let's say that is what it actually looks like. What does
No,
that? What does that mean?
that isn't what a black hole looks like. It's just the accretion disk in front of the black hole. We'll never know what a black hole looks like with
Why?
trying to use optics, because light can't escape a black hole. We would maybe be able to look at it using gravitational waves, but optics, it would be
You know why
difficult.
light can't escape? You know why light can't escape a black hole?
Why?
Because it's the strongest force.
Because what?
No, it's the strongest force. All that electromagnetic force, strong force, weak force. Gravity's got them all beat. The
No,
strongest force in the universe.
gravity isn't the strongest force, but at the at the event horizon and beyond that, yeah, there's you'd be hard pressed to find. Well,
Can you show me? Listen, can you show me any of the other forces making it so that light can't escape it?
if you had a magnetic field strong enough, you could do that. We just don't
If
have
you
those
had
in
a,
nature.
is there one?
We haven't seen one yet. No. Whitsitt
Yeah.
proposes
So as far as we know,
that there is one. You spoke to Whitsitt about that.
right
He
now.
thinks that is what a black hole is. It's in some sort of electromagnetic field that's so strong it bends the path of light. That's what Whitsitt thinks. So
Anyone's
Why
guess
would
at
why
this
would
point.
why would Whitsitt, a flat earther, even believe in black holes? Is my question.
you should ask him. You should ask him because he believes they're a real thing, and here's the answer for him.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think we should ask him next time he comes in here because that's an interesting a flat earther who believes in black holes.
But I mean, have you ever heard of things like neutron stars, Jeremy? That's like a sign of no, but neutron star. Would I say that's the nuclear? No. Let me think. Let me think.
That's basically it's like basically the
You would
less.
need an atom. Oh, go ahead.
That's like the black hole is basically the most dense. I think neutron star would be like the second most dense, from what I understand. All the atoms.
Bro, you would. My bad. My bad. No, go ahead.
Basically, they think the neutron star, like, it's so, I guess, dense that it squeezed all the electrons off of the nuclei of the atoms, and that all the nuclei are like pressed together because it's so heavy or whatever. And so the electrons are not even on any of the atoms, they're all like on the outside fucking surface or some shit like that.
The pressure combines the protons and the electrons and turns them into neutrons. So they there's none there at all.
Yeah, it's just like the core of a collapsed star, basically, like the remnants of it. And because they're so close together, they're so energized, they've overcome the electromagnetic force, And it's basically you wouldn't even call it.
Notice how they didn't overcome
It's like
gravity
a totally,
though, because that's the strongest force.
Yeah. Thanks for talking to me, Jeremy. I really appreciated that, bro.
My bad.
Damn. Yeah, it's
go
basically.
ahead.
Yeah, it's basically just like a soup of gluons and quarks, densely packed together. But yeah, maybe a black hole is more dense. I'm just trying to think of something where it shows a force that would overcome the force of gravity. But yeah, maybe you are right, Jeremy. Maybe a black
Gravity
hole.
is. I know you're.
Gravity isn't the strongest, but around a black hole, you wouldn't find any other forces stronger.
I know your tech say it's the weakest force. However, you can't find a stronger force than gravity.
And do you understand that forces, both those forces, they have variables in them, and you can arbitrarily make those variables whatever value you want, right? And see how strong the force is going to be. So the force on its own is the weakest out of those four forces. But in the case you're describing, you're turning the and then, like, let's say what's it called, the Newton's universal equation, right? You're turning the mass into large numbers, and you're turning the distance into a small number, and you have an extreme example of a very large value for the force. So you can arbitrarily put in variables and say, oh well, look, now this force is stronger because of these variables I put in. But
in some sense, you can try and say that it's more scalable. I guess that could be a claim you want to make.
Yeah, you could play numbers with your abstract math all day. In the meantime, I'm sitting here in reality, right? Your guys' reality, anyways, with a force so strong that light can't even escape it.
I think it's that. I think it's that. In their model, gravity, a bunch of atoms can be together, exerting gravity from like a common point, and they can combine all their force together. Whereas in I say like electrostatics, just for an example, if you try to put a bunch of negative charges together, they're going to push off on each other and disperse. And so that's kind of why you don't get electromagnetic phenomena at such high strengths, is because you can't even get that many charged particles into one area. But when it comes to gravity, you can get all those particles into one area and they can all insert and influence together.
You get
I mean, the thing is, at the end of the day, if we fill a room of people, we can pick out the weakest person, which might be a kindergartner, but then find a single person who's stronger than a billion kindergartners. That's not going to happen. So it might be the weakest on its own,
kindergartners?
But put a billion kindergartners together, and you won't ever find a person stronger than them.
But what Noah said explains it beautifully, actually. You just
I don't know how many kindergartners you think you can.
You can put that many charged particles together.
Using electromagnetics, it wouldn't happen. The Pauli exclusion principle would just prevent that from happening, Coach.
Yeah, no. If you put them in one location, you can you put them in one
location.
Object,
What do you mean one object? Like what?
All right, Glover.
If you what do you call it? You synchronize like you polarize them. I'm saying, like, you know what I mean? Like, you just give them the same charge. Yeah, you can increase their charge.
We're going to pull them so close together, Coach. Eventually, the neutrons are going to get too close together. They're going to start, moving away from each other. Electromagnetism wouldn't cause a neutron star. Not at all. Gravity would do that, not electromagnetism. So what Noah said was 100% correct. And it was pretty poetic. Like, let's just give him props, man.
No, I still like the 1 billion kindergartners example.
Gummy can't admit that I can actually like explain some Glover arguments.
Yeah.
Oh no, I have a different opinion than that, definitely. I can tell you what my opinion is if you tell me that it's okay, but otherwise it would be considered like I'm talking shit, which would be against the rules. So it's up to you.
Okay, I guess. I don't know.
Okay, well, my opinion is
as long
that
as there's not an ad hom, it's not really talking shit.
No,
right?
It's not an ad hom. It's just my impression of you. My impression of you isn't that you're dumb or anything like that. My impression of you is that you seem like a fake flat earther. You're just a glober who's doing it for the argument's sake. That's my impression of you. But I'm not saying it's the truth. I'm just saying that's my impression of you.
That's a pretty accurate impression, I guess. Yeah.
Are you a flat earther, Noah?
I would say I'm like agnostic, because I have seen things that kind of don't make sense, but at the same time, it's like I've also seen things that don't really make sense on a flat Earth either. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like both sides have some paradoxes that I don't really understand how to resolve. So yeah.
Okay.
I have the mindset of a flat earther in that I don't really trust institutions. So I'd say even if the Earth was like a globe, I don't think it would change my opinions on NASA per se.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like those videos of what they're doing in NASA, just I mean, you guys might see it and say that, well, that's not a harness, but I mean, to me, it looks pretty clearly like a harness. And it seems like they're doing some sort of fakery. So yeah, I guess it's more of a general distrust for NASA, but I mean, I fully admit it might be a globe. But I haven't actually measured the surface myself, so I can't say.
Yeah.
I can respect that way better than Jeremy's position.
This you just turning into shit talking Jeremy all of a sudden. couldn't stand you couldn't hold back.
I couldn't, man. I couldn't. I have to give him a little trap. No,
Yo,
I mean,
save it, motherfucker.
Yeah, I like the. I like the flat Earth movement in that they question things that no one else will question, and they'll actually go out and test things that no one will test. You know what I mean? And I feel like that's kind of virtuous. I feel like that's not all flat earthers though. A lot of them just think it's a cool belief and think it's cool to talk shit about, I guess, scientists and stuff. So I mean, I think I respect the flat earthers actually go and do the tests and shit. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I think it's kind of brave. Like, the whole, like, if you go and tell someone you're a flat earth, the average person would just automatically, I guess, associate you with being stunted or retarded.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I mean, going against mainstream in general is kind of a brave. It requires a bit of courage to do so.
Yeah, and I think it should be encouraged that we should be able to question theories and test them. It shouldn't just be that we accept them on dogmatic belief. And so that's the part of the flat earth that I actually like. So yeah, but I would just say I'm agnostic really, because I don't know enough to really say either way. In college, I studied like physics, but not like that kind of physics. I studied like chemistry physics, if you kind of understand what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Right, and if it's a flat Earth, I mean, chemistry would still work on a flat Earth.
Oh yeah,
right?
Chemistry wouldn't change. I don't think chemistry would change whatsoever on a flat Earth versus a globe Earth. Of course, there are some beliefs that often come with flat Earth. They're not necessitated by flat Earth, but a very common belief, for example, for flat Earthers to have is that, for example, photons and electrons aren't real, which would change a lot about chemistry, or at least our interpretation of what's happening in chemistry.
Yeah, well, the thing is, if you are going to deny what's happening in chemistry, and I can predictively every single time say mix two solutions together and get the same effect, then I mean, what are you arguing? I mean, I try to rest, at least in that circumstance. I try to just keep it to what you can actually experimentally verify. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, your theory of an electron is not going to change what kind of, I guess, results I'll get from using a spectrometer, or I don't, you know what I mean? Chemical reactions are extremely predictable. It's it's kind of laughable that if people think they're not.
Yeah, but the thing is, Nuptu, we can predict what is going to happen even if we've never done a reaction before by the electrical interactions that happen.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, dude. Is when people when people deny, I guess, the models that we currently have, I would say, well, either you can disprove them, and if you do, I'll accept if you disprove them, or you can come up with a better model that correctly explains what the previous model explained correctly, and then also makes further predictions that we can use in experiments. But the thing is, I usually don't hear either of those. I don't get a better model or a.
Well, can you understand
wait? Okay.
Can you understand the fifth dimension?
All right, never mind. I'm not going to talk if I'm going to interrupt.
No, sorry. That's just the point I had to make there about the separate model of the Earth. It's a fifth dimensional shape, mate. That's all I have to say.
It's not a point.
You mean your model is fifth dimensional, or what are you saying?
Well, you're defining Earth, and that's the second body. I've spoken about this earlier.
Okay. So I'm just wondering what you were hinting to.
Not, you can't define it with the third dimension. I can't say, we call it flat. And what I say is, it's not objectively flat. We can observe it's flat with the light spectrum. Everything is seemingly flat. But that doesn't mean it's an objectively, you can't make a 3D flat model.
Okay.
That's all I have to say. It's a 5D toroid. The Gnostics know this.
Why do you think no one practices Gnosticism anymore?